Welcome to Bitesized Audio. I'm Simon Stanhope. I'm an actor and audiobook narrator, and I've recorded all the stories on this channel. Classic English short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. Vintage Mystery and Detective Stories. Read by Simon Stanhope. Volume 1. 7 Stories of Conspiracy and Intrigue. To Prove an Alibi, by L.T. Meade and Robert Eustace. I first met Arthur Cressley in the late spring of 1892. I had been spending the winter in Egypt, and was returning to Liverpool. One calm evening, about 11 o'clock, while we were still in the Mediterranean, I went on deck to smoke a final cigar before turning in. After pacing up and down for a time, I leant over the taffrail and began idly watching the tiny wavelets with their crests of white fire as they rippled away from the vessel's side. Presently, I became aware of someone standing near me, and turning, saw that it was one of my fellow passengers, a young man whose name I knew, but whose acquaintance I had not yet made. He was entered in the passenger list as Arthur Cressley, belonged to an old family in Derbyshire, and was returning home from Western Australia, where he had made a lot of money. I offered him a light, and after a few preliminary remarks, we drifted into a desultory conversation. He told me that he had been in Australia for 15 years, and having done well, was now returning to settle in his native land. "Then you do not intend going out again?" I asked. "No," he replied. "I would not go through the last 15 years for double the money I have made." "I suppose you will make London your headquarters?" "Not altogether, but I shall have to spend a good deal of time there. My wish is for a quiet country life, and I intend to take over the old family property. We have a place called Cressley Hall in Derbyshire, which has belonged to us for centuries. It would be a sort of white elephant, for it has fallen into pitiable decay, but luckily I am now in a position to restore it and set it going again in renewed prosperity." "You are a fortunate man," I answered. "Perhaps I am," he replied. "Yes, as far as this world's goods go, I suppose I am lucky, considering that I arrived in Australia 15 years ago with practically no money in my pocket. I shall be glad to be home again, for many reasons, chiefly because I can save the old property from being sold." "It is always a pity when a fine old family seat has to go to the hammer for want of funds," I remarked. "That is true, and Cressley Hall is a superb old place. There is only one drawback to it, but I don't believe there is anything in that," added Cressley, in a musing tone. Knowing him so little, I did not feel justified in asking for an explanation. I waited, therefore, without speaking. He soon proceeded. "I suppose I am rather foolish about it," he continued, "but if I am superstitious, I have abundant reason. For more than a century and a half, there has been a strange fatality about any Cressley occupying the hall. This fatality was first exhibited in 1700, when Barrington Cressley, one of the most abandoned libertines of that time, led his infamous orgies there. Of these even history takes note. There are endless legends as to their nature, one of which is that he had personal dealings with the devil in the large turret room, the principal bedroom at the hall, and was found dead there on the following morning. Certainly since that date, a curious doom has hung over the family, and this doom shows itself in a strange way, only attacking those victims who are so unfortunate as to sleep in the turret room. Gilbert Cressley, the young court favourite of George III, was found mysteriously murdered there, and my own great-grandfather paid the penalty by losing his reason within those gloomy walls. If the room has such an evil reputation, I wonder that it is occupied, I replied. It happens to be far and away the best bedroom in the house, and people always laugh at that sort of thing until they are brought face to face with it. The owner of the property is not only born there, as a rule, but also breathes his last in the old four-poster, the most extraordinary, wonderful old bedstead you ever laid eyes on. Of course, I do not believe in any malevolent influences from the unseen world, but the record of disastrous coincidences in that one room is, to say the least of it, curious. Not that this sort of thing will deter me from going into possession, and I intend to put a lot of money into Cressley Hall. Has no one been occupying it lately? I asked. Not recently. An old housekeeper has had charge of the place for the last few years. The agent had orders to sell the hall long ago, but though it has been in the market for a long time, I do not believe there was a single offer. Just before I left Australia, I wired to Murdoch, my agent, that I intended taking over the place, and authorised its withdrawal from the market. "Have you no relations?" I inquired. "None at all. Since I have been away, my only brother died. It is curious to call it going home, when one has no relatives, and only friends who have probably forgotten one." I could not help feeling sorry for Cressley, as he described the lonely outlook. Of course, with heaps of money and an old family place, he would soon make new friends, but he looked the sort of chap who might be imposed upon, and although he was as nice a fellow as I had ever met, I could not help coming to the conclusion that he was not specially strong, either mentally or physically. He was essentially good-looking, however, and had the indescribable bearing of a man of old family. I wondered how he had managed to make his money. What he told me about his old hall also excited my interest, and as we talked, I managed to allude to my own peculiar hobby, and the delight I took in such old legends. As the voyage flew by, our acquaintance grew apace, ripening into a warm friendship. Cressley told me much of his past life, and finally confided to me one of his real objects in returning to England. While prospecting up country, he had come across some rich veins of gold, and now his intention was to bring out a large syndicate in order to acquire the whole property, which, he anticipated, was worth at least £1 million. He spoke confidently of this great scheme, but always wound up by informing me that the money which he hoped to make was only of interest to him for the purpose of re-establishing Cressley Hall in its ancient splendour. As we talked, I noticed once or twice that a man stood near us, who seemed to take an interest in our conversation. He was a thickly set individual, with a florid complexion and a broad German cast of face. He was an inveterate smoker, and when he stood near us with a pipe in his mouth, the expression of his face was almost a blank. But watching him closely, I saw a look in his eyes which betokened the shrewd man of business, and I could scarcely tell why, but I felt uncomfortable in his presence. This man, Wickham by name, managed to pick up an acquaintance with Cressley, and soon they spent a good deal of time together. They made a contrast as they paced up and down on deck, or played cards in the evening, the Englishman being slight and almost fragile in build, the German of the bulldog order, with a manner at once curt and overbearing. I took a dislike to Wickham, and wondered what Cressley could see in him. "Who is the fellow?" I asked on one occasion, linking my hand in Cressley's arm and drawing him aside as I spoke. "Do you mean Wickham?" he answered. "I am sure I cannot tell you. I never met the chap before this voyage. He came on board at King George's Sound, where I also embarked, but he never spoke to me until we were in the Mediterranean. On the whole, Belle, I am inclined to like him. He seems to be downright and honest. He knows a great deal about the bush, too, as he has spent several years there." "And he gives you the benefit of his information?" I asked. "Well, I don't suppose he knows more than I do, and it is doubtful whether he has had so rough a time." "Then, in that case, he picks your brains." "What do you mean?" The young fellow looked at me with those clear grey eyes, which were his most attractive feature. "Nothing," I answered. "Nothing. Only, if you will be guided by a man nearly double your age, I would take care to tell Wickham as little as possible. Have you ever observed that he happens to be about when you and I are engaged in serious conversation?" "I can't say that I have." "Well, keep your eyes open, and you'll see what I mean. Be as friendly as you like, but don't give him your confidence. That is all." "You are rather late in advising me on that score," said Cressley, with a somewhat nervous laugh. "Wickham knows all about the old hall by this time." "And your superstitious fears with regard to the turret room?" I queried. "Well, I have hinted at them. You will be surprised, but he is full of sympathy." "Tell him no more," I said, in conclusion. Cressley made a sort of half-promise, but looked as if he rather resented my interference. A day or two later, we reached Liverpool. I was engaged, long ago, to stay with some friends in the suburbs, and Cressley took up his abode at the Prince's Hotel. His property was some 60 miles away, and when we parted, he insisted on my agreeing to come down and see his place as soon as he had put things a little straight. I readily promised to do so, provided we could arrange a visit before my return to London. Nearly a week went by, and I saw nothing of Cressley. Then, on a certain morning, he called to see me. "How are you getting on?" I asked. "Capitally," he replied. "I have been down to the hall several times with my agent, Murdoch, and though the place is in the most shocking condition, I shall soon put things in order. But what I have come specially to ask you now is whether you can get away today and come with me to the hall for a couple of nights. I had arranged with the agent to go down this afternoon in his company, but he has been suddenly taken ill. He is rather bad, I believe, and cannot possibly come with me. He has ordered the housekeeper to get a couple of rooms ready, and though I am afraid it will be rather roughing it, I shall be awfully glad if you can come." I had arranged to meet a man in London on special business that very evening, and could not put him off. But my irresistible desire to see the old place, from the description I had heard of it, decided me to make an effort to fall in as well as I could with Cressley's plans. "I wish I could go with you today," I said, "but that, as it happens, is out of the question. I must run up to town on some pressing business, but if you will allow me, I can easily come back again tomorrow. Can you not put off your visit until tomorrow evening?" "No, I am afraid I cannot do that. I have to meet several of the tenants, and have made all arrangements to go by the 5 o'clock train this afternoon." He looked depressed at my refusal, and after a moment said thoughtfully, "I wish you could have come with me today. When Murdoch could not come, I thought of you at once. It would have made all the difference." "I'm sorry," I replied, "but I can promise faithfully to be with you tomorrow. I shall enjoy seeing your wonderful old hall beyond anything, and as to roughing it, I'm used to that. You will not mind spending one night there by yourself?" He looked at me as if he were about to speak, but no words came from his lips. "What is the matter?" I said, giving him an earnest glance. "By the way, are you going to sleep in the turret room?" "I am afraid there is no help for it. The housekeeper is certain to get it ready for me. The owner of the property always sleeps there, and it would look like a confession of weakness to ask to be put into another bedroom. Nevertheless, if you are nervous, I should not mind that, I said. Oh, I don't know that I am absolutely nervous, Belle, but all the same I have a superstition. At the present moment I have the queerest sensation. I feel as if I ought not to pay this visit to the Hall. If you intend to live there by and by, you must get over this sort of thing, I remarked. Oh, yes, I must, and I would not yield to it on any account whatever. I am sorry I even mentioned it to you. It is good of you to promise to come tomorrow, and I shall look forward to seeing you. By what train will you come? We looked up the local timetable, and I decided on a train which would leave Liverpool about 5 o'clock. The very one that I shall go down by today, said Cressley. That's capital. I'll meet you with a conveyance of some sort and drive you over. The house is a good 2 hours' drive from the station, and you cannot get a trap there for love or money. By the way, I said, is there much the matter with your agent? I cannot tell you. He seems bad enough. I went up to his house this morning and saw the wife. It appears that he was suddenly taken ill with a sort of asthmatic attack, to which he is subject. While I was talking to Mrs. Murdoch, a messenger came down to say that her husband specially wished to see me, so we both went to his room, but he had dozed off into a queer, restless sleep before we arrived. The wife said he must not be awakened on any account, but I caught a glimpse of him, and he certainly looked bad, and was moaning as if in a good deal of pain. She gave me the key of a bureau in his room, and I took out some estimates and left a note for him telling him to come on as soon as he was well enough. And your visit to his room never roused him? I said. No, although Mrs. Murdoch and I made a pretty good bit of noise, moving about and opening and shutting drawers. His moans were quite heart-rending. He was evidently in considerable pain, and I was glad to get away, as that sort of thing always upsets me. Who is this Murdoch? I asked. Oh, the man who has looked after the place for years. I was referred to him by my solicitors. He seems a most capable person, and I hope to goodness he won't be ill long. If he is, I shall find myself in rather a fix. I made no reply to this, and soon afterwards Cressley shook hands with me and departed on his way. I went to my room, packed my belongings, and took the next train to town. The business which I had to get through occupied the whole of the evening, and also some hours of the following day. I found I was not able to start for Liverpool before the 12:10 train at Euston, and should not therefore arrive at Lime Street before 5 o'clock, too late to catch the train for Brent, the nearest station to Cressley's place. Another train left Central Station for Brent, however, at 7 o'clock, and I determined to wire to Cressley to tell him to meet me by the latter train. This was the last train in the day, but there was no fear of my missing it. I arrived at Lime Street almost to the moment, and drove straight to the Prince's Hotel, where I had left my bag the day before. Here a telegram awaited me. It was from Cressley, and ran as follows. Hope this will reach you in time. If so, call at Murdoch's house, number 12, Melville Gardens. If possible, see him and get documents referred to in Schedule A. He will know what you mean. Most important, Cressley. I glanced at the clock in the hall. It was now 5:15. My train would leave at 7. I had plenty of time to get something to eat, and then go to Murdoch's. Having dispatched my telegram to Cressley, telling him to look out for me by the train which arrived at Brent at 9 o'clock, I ordered a meal, ate it, and then, hailing a cab, gave the driver the number of Murdoch's house. Melville Gardens was situated somewhat in the suburbs, and it was 20 minutes' drive from my hotel. When we drew up at Murdoch's door, I told the cabman to wait, and, getting out, rang the bell. The servant who answered my summons told me that the agent was still very ill, and could not be seen by anyone. I then inquired for the wife. I was informed that she was out, but would be back soon. I looked at my watch. It was just 6 o'clock. I determined to wait to see Mrs. Murdoch if possible. Having paid and dismissed my cab, I was shown into a small, untidily kept parlour, where I was left to my own meditations. The weather was hot, and the room close. The minutes flew by, and Mrs. Murdoch did not put in an appearance. I looked at my watch, which now pointed to 20 minutes past 6. It would take me, in an ordinary cab, nearly 20 minutes to reach the station. In order to make all safe, I ought to leave Murdoch's house in 10 minutes from now at the latest. I went and stood by the window, watching anxiously for Mrs. Murdoch to put in an appearance. Melville Gardens was a somewhat lonely place, and few people passed the house, which was old and shabby. It had evidently not been done up for years. I was just turning round in order to ring the bell to leave a message with the servant, when the room door was opened, and, to my astonishment, in walked Wickham, the man I had last seen on board the Euphrates. He came up to me at once and held out his hand. "No doubt you are surprised at seeing me here, Mr. Bell," he exclaimed. "I certainly was for a moment," I answered, but then I added, "The world is a small place, and one soon gets accustomed to acquaintances cropping up in all sorts of unlikely quarters." "Why unlikely?" said Wickham. "Why should I not know Murdoch, who happens to be a very special and very old friend of mine? I might as well ask you why you are interested in him." "Because I happen to be a friend of Arthur Cressley's," I answered, "and have come here on his business." "And so am I also a friend of Cressley's. He has asked me to go and see him at Cressley Hall some day, and I hope to avail myself of his invitation. The servant told me that you were waiting for Mrs. Murdoch. Can I give her any message from you?" "Well, I want to see Murdoch himself," I said, after a pause. "Do you think that it is possible for me to have an interview with him?" "Well, I left him just now, and he was asleep," said Wickham. "He is still very ill, and I think the doctor is a little anxious about him. It would not do to disturb him on any account. Of course, if he happens to awake, he might be able to tell you what you want to know. By the way, has it anything to do with Cressley Hall?" "Yes, I have just had a telegram from Cressley, and the message is somewhat important. You are quite sure that Murdoch is asleep?" "He was when I left the room, but I will go up again and see. Are you going to London tonight, Mr. Bell?" "No, I am going down to Cressley Hall, and I must catch the 7 o'clock train. I have not a moment to wait." As I spoke, I took out my watch. "It only wants 25 minutes to 7, I said, "and I never care to run a train to the last moment. There is no help for it. I suppose I must go without seeing Murdoch. Cressley will in all probability send down a message tomorrow for the papers he requires." "Just stay a moment," said Wickham, putting on an anxious expression. "It is a great pity that you should not see Cressley's agent, if it is as vital as all that. Ah, and here comes Mrs. Murdoch. Wait one moment, I'll go and speak to her." He went out of the room, and I heard him say something in a low voice in the passage. A woman's voice replied, and the next instant Mrs. Murdoch stood before me. She was a tall woman with a sallow face and sandy hair. She had a blank sort of stare about her, and scarcely any expression. Now she fixed her dull, light blue eyes on my face, and held out her hand. "You are Mr. Bell," she said. "I have heard of you, of course, from Mr. Cressley. So you are going to spend tonight with him at Cressley Hall. I am glad, for it is a lonely place, the most lonely place I know." "Pardon me," I interrupted. "I cannot stay to talk to you now, or I shall miss my train. Can I see your husband, or can I not?" She glanced at Wickham. Then she said, with hesitation, "If he is asleep, it would not do to disturb him, but there is a chance of his being awake now. I don't quite understand about the papers. I wish I did. It would be best for you to see him, certainly. Follow me upstairs." "And I'll tell you what," called Wickham after us, "I'll go and engage a cab, so that you shall lose as short a time as possible, Mr. Bell." I thanked him, and followed the wife upstairs. The stairs were narrow and steep, and we soon reached the small landing at the top. 4 bedrooms opened into it. Mrs. Murdoch turned the handle of the one which exactly faced the stairs, and we both entered. Here the blinds were down, and the chamber was considerably darkened. The room was a small one, and the greater part of the space was occupied by an old-fashioned Albert bedstead, with the curtains pulled forward. Within I could just see the shadowy outline of a figure, and I distinctly heard the feeble groans of the sick man. "Ah, what a pity! My husband is still asleep," said Mrs. Murdoch, as she turned softly round to me, and put her finger to her lips. "It would injure him very much to awaken him," she said. "You can go and look at him if you like. You will see how very ill he is. I wonder if I could help you with regard to the papers you want, Mr. Bell." "I want the documents referred to in Schedule A," I answered. "Schedule A," she repeated, speaking under her breath. "I remember that name. Surely all the papers relating to it are in this drawer. I think I can get them for you." She crossed the room as she spoke, and standing with her back to the bedstead, took a bunch of keys from a table which stood near, and fitted one into the lock of a high bureau made of mahogany. She pulled open a drawer and began to examine its contents. While she was so occupied, I approached the bed, and bending slightly forward, took a good stare at the sick man. I had never seen Murdoch before. There was little doubt that he was ill. He looked very ill indeed. His face was long and cadaverous. The cheekbones were high, and the cheeks below were much sunken in. The lips, which were clean-shaven, were slightly drawn apart, and some broken irregular teeth were visible. The eyebrows were scanty, and the hair was much worn away from the high and hollow forehead. The man looked sick unto death. I had seldom seen anyone with an expression like his. The closed eyes were much sunken, and the moaning which came from the livid lips was horrible to listen to. After giving Murdoch a long and earnest stare, I stepped back from the bed, and was just about to speak to Mrs. Murdoch, who was rustling papers in the drawer, when the most strong and irresistible curiosity assailed me. I could not account for it, but I felt bound to yield to its suggestions. I turned again and bent close over the sick man. Surely there was something monotonous about that deep-drawn breath. Those moans, too, came at wonderfully regular intervals. Scarcely knowing why I did it, I stretched out my hand and laid it on the forehead. Good God! What was the matter? I felt myself turning cold. The perspiration stood out on my own brow. I had not touched a living forehead at all. Flesh was flesh. It was impossible to mistake the feel. But there was no flesh here. The figure in the bed was neither a living nor a dead man. It was a wax representation of one. But why did it moan? And how was it possible for it to breathe? Making the greatest effort of my life, I repressed an exclamation, and when Mrs. Murdoch approached me with the necessary papers in her hand, took them from her in my usual manner. "These all relate to Schedule A," she said. "I hope I am not doing wrong in giving them to you without my husband's leave. He looks very ill, does he not?" "He looks as bad as he can look," I answered. I moved towards the door. Something in my tone must have alarmed her, for a curious expression of fear dilated the pupils of her light blue eyes. She followed me downstairs. A hansom was waiting for me. I nodded to Wickham, did not even wait to shake hands with Mrs. Murdoch, and sprang into the cab. "Central Station," I shouted to the man, and then, as he whipped up his horse and flew down the street, "A sovereign if you get there before 7 o'clock." We were soon dashing quickly along the streets. I did not know Liverpool well, and consequently could not exactly tell where the man was going. When I got into the hansom, it wanted 12 minutes to 7 o'clock. These minutes were quickly flying, and still no station. "Are you sure you are going right?" I shouted through the hole in the roof. "You'll be there in a minute, sir," he answered. "It's Lime Street Station you want, isn't it?" "No, Central Station," I answered. "I told you Central Station. Drive there at once, like the very devil. I must catch that train, for it is the last one tonight." "All right, sir, I can do it," he cried, whipping up his horse again. Once more I pulled out my watch. The hands pointed to 3 minutes to 7. At 10 minutes past, we were driving into the station. I flung the man half a sovereign, and darted into the booking office. "To Brent, sir. The last train has just gone," said the clerk, with an impassive stare at me through the little window. I flung my bag down in disgust, and swore a great oath. But for that idiot of a driver, I should have just caught the train. All of a sudden, a horrible thought flashed through my brain. Had the cabman been bribed by Wickham? No directions could have been plainer than mine. I had told the man to drive to Central Station. Central Station did not sound the least like Lime Street Station. How was it possible for him to make so grave a mistake? The more I considered the matter, the more certain I was that a black plot was brewing, and that Wickham was in the thick of it. My brain began to whirl with excitement. What was the matter? Why was a lay figure in Murdoch's bed? Why had I been taken upstairs to see it? Without any doubt, both Mrs. Murdoch and Wickham wished me to see what was such an admirable imitation of a sick man, an imitation so good, with those ghastly moans coming from the lips, that it would have taken in the sharpest detective in Scotland Yard. I myself was deceived until I touched the forehead. This state of things had not been brought to pass without a reason. What was that reason? Could it be possible that Murdoch was wanted elsewhere, and it was thought well that I should see him in order to prove an alibi, should he be suspected of a ghastly crime? My God! What could this mean? From the first I had mistrusted Wickham. What was he doing in Murdoch's house? For what purpose had he bribed the driver of the cab in order to make me lose my train? The more I thought, the more certain I was that Cressley was in grave danger, and I now determined, cost what it might, to get to him that night. I left the station, took a cab, and drove back to my hotel. I asked to see the manager. A tall, dark man in a frock coat emerged from a door at the back of the office, and inquired what he could do for me. I begged permission to speak to him alone, and we passed into his private room. "I am in an extraordinary position," I began. "Circumstances of a private nature make it absolutely necessary that I should go to a place called Cressley Hall, about 14 miles from Brent. Brent is 60 miles down the line, and the last train has gone. I could take a special, but there might be an interminable delay at Brent, and I prefer to drive straight to Cressley Hall across country. Can you assist me by directing me to some good job-master from whom I can hire a carriage and horses?" The man looked at me with raised eyebrows. He evidently thought I was mad. "I mean what I say," I added, "and am prepared to back my words with a substantial sum. Can you help me?" "I dare say you might get a carriage and horses to do it," he replied, "but it is a very long way, and over a hilly country. No 2 horses could go such a distance without rest. You would have to change from time to time as you went. I will send across to the hotel stables for my man, and you can see him about it." He rang the bell and gave his orders. In a few moments the job-master came in. I hurriedly explained to him what I wanted. At first he said it was impossible, that his best horses were out, and that those he had in his stables could not possibly attempt such a journey. But when I brought out my cheque-book and offered to advance any sum in reason, he hesitated. "Of course, there is one way in which it might be managed, sir. I would take you myself as far as Ovenden, which is 25 miles from here. There, I know, we could get a pair of fresh horses from the Swan, and if we wired at once from here, horses might be ready at Carlton, which is another 20 miles on the road. But at our best, sir, it will be between 2 and 3 in the morning before we get to Brent." "I am sorry to hear you say so," I answered, "but it is better to arrive then than to wait until tomorrow. Please send the necessary telegram off without a moment's delay and get the carriage ready." "Put the horses in at once, John," said the manager. "You had better take the light wagonette. You ought to get there between 1 and 2 in the morning with that." Then he added, as the man left the room, "I suppose, sir, your business is very urgent." "It is," I replied shortly. He looked at me as if he would like to question me further, but refrained. A few moments later, I had taken my seat beside the driver, and we were speeding at a good round pace through the streets of Liverpool. We passed quickly through the suburbs and out into the open country. The evening was a lovely one, and the country looked its best. It was difficult to believe, as I drove through the peaceful landscape, that in all probability a dark deed was in contemplation, and that the young man to whom I had taken a most sincere liking was in danger of his life. As I drove silently by my companion's side, I reviewed the whole situation. The more I thought of it, the less I liked it. On board the Euphrates, Wickham had been abnormally interested in Cressley. Cressley had himself confided to him his superstitious dread with regard to the turret-room. Cressley had come home with a fortune, and if he floated his syndicate, he would be a millionaire. Wickham scarcely looked like a rich man. Then why should he know Murdoch, and why should a lay figure be put in Murdoch's bed? Why also, through a most unnatural accident, should I have lost my train? The more I thought, the graver and graver became my fears. Gradually, darkness settled over the land, and then a rising moon flooded the country in its weird light. I had been on many a wild expedition before, but in some ways never a wilder than this. Its very uncertainty, wrapped as it was in unformed suspicions, gave it an air of inexpressible mystery. On and on we went, reaching Ovenden between 9 and 10 at night. Here horses were ready for us, and we again started on our way. When we got to Carlton, however, there came a hitch in my well-formed arrangements. We drew up at the little inn to find the place in total darkness, and all the inhabitants evidently in bed and asleep. With some difficulty, we roused the landlord, and asked why the horses, which had been telegraphed for, had not been got ready. "We did not get them when the second telegram arrived," was the reply. "The second telegram?" I cried, my heart beating fast. "What do you mean?" "There were 2, sir, both coming from the same stables. The first was written desiring us to have the horses ready at any cost. The second contradicted the first, and said that the gentleman had changed his mind, and was not going. On receipt of that, sir, I shut up the house as usual, and we all went to bed. I am very sorry if there has been any mistake." "There has, and a terrible one," I could not help muttering under my breath. My fears were getting graver than ever. Who had sent the second telegram? Was it possible that I had been followed by Wickham, who took these means of circumventing me? "We must get horses, and at once," I said. "Never mind about the second telegram, it was a mistake." Peach, the job-master, muttered an oath. "I can't understand what is up," he said. He looked mystified and not too well pleased. Then he added, "These horses can't go another step, sir." "They must, if we can get no others," I said. I went up to him and began to whisper in his ear. "This is a matter of life and death, my good friend. Only the direst necessity takes me on this journey. The second telegram, without doubt, was sent by a man whom I am trying to circumvent. I know what I am saying. We must get horses, or these must go on. We have not an instant to lose. There is a conspiracy afoot to do serious injury to the owner of Cressley Hall." "What? The young gentleman who has just come from Australia? You don't mean to say he is in danger?" said Peach. "He is in the gravest danger. I don't mind who knows. I have reason for my fears." While I was speaking, the landlord drew near. He overheard some of my last words. The landlord and Peach now exchanged glances. After a moment, the landlord spoke. "A neighbour of ours, sir, has got 2 good horses," he said. "He is the doctor in this village. I believe he'll lend them, if the case is as urgent as you say." "Go and ask him," I cried. "You shall have £10 if we are on the road in 5 minutes from the present moment." At this hint the landlord flew. He came back in an incredibly short space of time, accompanied by the doctor's coachman leading the horses. They were quickly harnessed to the wagonette, and once more we started on our way. "Now, drive as you never drove before in the whole course of your life," I said to Peach. "Money is no object. We have still 15 miles to go, and over a rough country. You can claim any reward in reason if you get to Cressley Hall within an hour." "It cannot be done, sir," he replied. But then he glanced at me, and some of the determination in my face was reflected in his. He whipped up the horses. They were thoroughbred animals, and worked well under pressure. We reached the gates of Cressley Hall between 2 and 3 in the morning. Here I thought it best to draw up, and told my coachman that I should not need his services any longer. "If you are afraid of mischief, sir, would it not be best for me to lie about here?" he asked. "I'd rather be in the neighbourhood, in case you want me. I'm interested in this here job, sir." "You may well be, my man. God grant it is not a black business. Well, walk the horses up and down, if you like. If you see nothing of me within the next couple of hours, judge that matters are all right, and return with the horses to Carlton." This being arranged, I turned from Peach and entered the lodge gates. Just inside was a low cottage surrounded by trees. I paused for a moment to consider what I had better do. My difficulty now was how to obtain admittance to the hall, for of course it would be shut up, and all its inhabitants asleep at this hour. Suddenly an idea struck me. I determined to knock up the lodge-keeper, and to enlist her assistance. I went across to the door, and presently succeeded in rousing the inmates. A woman of about 50 appeared. I explained to her my position, and begged of her to give me her help. She hesitated at first, in unutterable astonishment, but then, seeing something in my face which convinced her, I suppose, of the truth of my story, for it was necessary to alarm her in order to induce her to do anything, she said she would do what I wished. "I know the room where Mitchell, the old housekeeper, sleeps," she said, "and we can easily wake him by throwing stones up at his window. If you'll just wait a minute, I'll put a shawl over my head and go with you." She ran into an inner room and quickly reappeared. Together we made our way along the drive, which, far as I could see, ran through a park studded with old timber. We went round the house to the back entrance, and the woman, after a delay of 2 or 3 moments, during which I was on thorns, managed to wake up Mitchell, the housekeeper. He came to his window, threw it open, and poked out his head. "What can be wrong?" he said. "It is Mr. Bell, James," was the reply. "The gentleman who has been expected at the hall all the evening. He has come now, and wants you to admit him." The old man said that he would come downstairs. He did so, and, opening a door, stood in front of it, barring my entrance. "Are you really the gentleman Mr. Cressley has been expecting?" he said. "I am," I replied. "I missed my train, and was obliged to drive out. There is urgent need why I should see your master immediately. Where is he?" "I hope in bed, sir, and asleep. It is nearly 3 o'clock in the morning." "Never mind the hour," I said. "I must see Mr. Cressley immediately. Can you take me to his room?" "If I am sure that you are Mr. John Bell," said the old man, glancing at me with not unnatural suspicion. "Rest assured on that point. Here, this is my card, and here is a telegram which I received today from your master." "But master sent no telegram today." "You must be mistaken. This is from him." "I don't understand it, sir, but you look honest, and I suppose I must trust you." "You will do well to do so," I said. He moved back, and I entered the house. He took me down a passage, and then into a lofty chamber, which probably was the old banqueting hall. As well as I could see by the light of the candle, it was floored and panelled with black oak. Round the walls stood figures of knights in armour, with flags and banners hanging from the panels above. I followed the old man up a broad staircase and along endless corridors to a more distant part of the building. We turned now abruptly to our right, and soon began to ascend some turret stairs. "In which room is your master?" I asked. "This is his room, sir," said the man. He stood still and pointed to a door. "Stay where you are. I may want you," I said. I seized his candle, and holding it above my head, opened the door. The room was a large one, and when I entered was in total darkness. I fancied I heard a rustling in the distance, but could see no one. Then, as my eyes got accustomed to the faint light caused by the candle, I observed, at the further end of the chamber, a large 4-poster bedstead. I immediately noticed something very curious about it. I turned round to the old housekeeper. "Did you really say that Mr. Cressley was sleeping in this room?" I asked. "Oh, yes, sir. He must be in bed some hours ago. I left him in the library hunting up old papers, and he told me he was tired and was going to rest early." "He is not in the bed," I said. "Not in the bed, sir? Good God!" A note of horror came into the man's voice. "What in the name of fortune is the matter with the bed?" As the man spoke, I rushed forward. Was it really a bed at all? If it was, I had never seen a stranger one. Upon it, covering it from head to foot, was a thick mattress, from the sides of which tassels were hanging. There was no human being lying on the mattress, nor was it made up with sheets and blankets like an ordinary bed. I glanced above me. The posts at the 4 corners of the bedstead stood like masts. I saw at once what had happened. The canopy had descended upon the bed. Was Cressley beneath? With a shout, I desired the old man to come forward, and between us we seized the mattress, and exerting all our force, tried to drag it from the bed. In a moment, I saw it was tightly fixed by cords that held it tightly in its place. Whipping out my knife, I severed these, and then hurled the heavy weight from the bed. Beneath lay Cressley, still as death. I put my hand on his heart, and uttered a thankful exclamation. It was still beating. I was in time. I had saved him. After all, nothing else mattered during that supreme moment of thankfulness. A few seconds longer beneath that smothering mass, and he would have been dead. By what a strange sequence of events had I come to his side, just in the nick of time. "We must take him from this room before he recovers consciousness," I said to the old man, who was surprised and horror-stricken. "But, sir, in the name of heaven, what has happened?" "Let us examine the bed, and I will tell you," I said. I held up the candle as I spoke. A glance at the posts was all sufficient to show me how the deed had been done. The canopy above, on which the heavy mattress had been placed, was held in position by strong cords, which ran through pulleys at the top of the posts. These were thick and heavy enough to withstand the strain. When the cords were released, the canopy, with its heavy weight, must quickly descend upon the unfortunate sleeper, who would be smothered beneath it in a few seconds. Who had planned and executed this murderous device? There was not a soul to be seen. "We will take Mr. Cressley into another room and then come back," I said to the housekeeper. "Is there one where we can place him?" "Oh, yes, sir," was the instant reply. "There's a room on the next floor which was got ready for you." "Capital," I answered. "We will convey him there at once." We did so, and after using some restoratives, he came to himself. When he saw me, he gazed at me with an expression of horror on his face. "Am I alive, or is it a dream?" he said. "You are alive, but you have had a narrow escape of your life," I answered. I then told him how I had found him. He sat up as I began to speak, and as I continued my narrative, his eyes dilated with an expression of terror which I have seldom seen equalled. "You do not know what I have lived through," he said at last. "I only wonder I retain my reason. Oh, that awful room! No wonder men died and went mad there." "Well, speak, Cressley. I am all attention," I said. "You will be the better when you have unburdened yourself." "I can tell you what happened in a few words," he answered. "You know I mentioned the horrid sort of presentiment I had about coming here at all. That first night I could not make up my mind to sleep in the house, so I went to the little inn at Brent. I received your telegram yesterday and went to meet you by the last train. When you did not come, I had a tussle with myself, but I could think of no decent excuse for deserting the old place, and so came back. My intention was to sit up the greater part of the night, arranging papers in the library. The day is along now, and I thought I might go to bed when morning broke. I was irresistibly sleepy, however, and went up to my room soon after 1 o'clock. I was determined to think of nothing unpleasant, and got quickly into bed, taking the precaution first to lock the door. I placed the key under my pillow, and, being very tired, soon fell into a heavy sleep. I awoke suddenly, after what seemed but a few minutes, to find the room dark, for the moon must just have set. I was very sleepy, and I wondered vaguely why I had awakened. And then suddenly, without warning, and without cause, a monstrous, unreasonable fear seized me. An indefinable intuition told me that I was not alone, that some horrible presence was near. I do not think the certainty of immediate death could have inspired me with a greater dread than that which suddenly came upon me. I dared not stir hand nor foot. My powers of reason and resistance were paralyzed. At last, by an immense effort, I nerved myself to see the worst. Slowly, very slowly, I turned my head and opened my eyes. Against the tapestry, at the further corner of the room, in the dark shadow, stood a figure. It stood out quite boldly, emanating from itself a curious light. I had no time to think of phosphorus. It never occurred to me that any trick was being played upon me. I felt certain that I was looking at my ancestor, Barrington Cressley, who had come back to torture me in order to make me give up possession. The figure was that of a man, 6 feet high and broad in proportion. The face was bent forward and turned toward me, but in the uncertain light I could neither see the features nor the expression. The figure stood as still as a statue, and was evidently watching me. At the end of a moment, which seemed to me an eternity, it began to move, and, with a slow and silent step, approached me. I lay perfectly still, every muscle braced, and watched the figure between half-closed eyelids. It was now within a foot or two of me, and I could distinctly see the face. What was my horror to observe that it wore the features of my agent, Murdoch. "Murdoch!" I cried. the word coming in a strangled sound from my throat. The next instant he had sprung upon me. I heard a noise of something rattling above, and saw a huge shadow descending upon me. I did not know what it was, and I felt certain that I was being murdered. The next moment all was lost in unconsciousness. Belle, how queer you look! Was it Murdoch? But it could not have been. He was very ill in bed at Liverpool. What in the name of goodness was the awful horror through which I had lived?
I can assure you on one point, I answered. It was no ghost. And, as to Murdoch, it is more than likely that you did see him. I then told the poor fellow what I had discovered with regard to the agent, and also my firm conviction that Wickham was at the bottom of it. Cressley's astonishment was beyond bounds, and I saw at first that he scarcely believed me. But when I said that it was my intention to search the house, he accompanied me. We both, followed by Mitchell, returned to the ill-fated room. But, though we examined the tapestry and panelling, we could not find the secret means by which the villain had obtained access to the chamber. "The carriage which brought me here is still waiting just outside the lodge gates," I said. "What do you say to leaving this place at once, and returning at least as far as Carlton? We might spend the remainder of the night there, and take the very first train to Liverpool."
"Anything to get away," said Cressley. "I do not feel that I can ever come back to Cressley Hall again."
"You feel that now, but by and by your sensations will be different," I answered. As I spoke, I called Mitchell to me. I desired him to go at once to the lodge gates and ask the driver of the wagonette to come down to the hall. This was done, and half an hour afterwards Cressley and I were on our way back to Carlton. Early the next morning we went to Liverpool. There we visited the police, and I asked to have a warrant taken out for the apprehension of Murdoch. The superintendent, on hearing my tale, suggested that we should go at once to Murdoch's house in Melville Gardens. We did so, but it was empty, Murdoch, his wife, and Wickham having thought it best to decamp. The superintendent insisted, however, on having the house searched, and in a dark closet at the top we came upon a most extraordinary contrivance. This was no less than an exact representation of the agent's head and neck in wax. In it was a wonderfully skilful imitation of a human larynx, which, by a cunning mechanism of clockwork, could be made exactly to simulate the breathing and low moaning of a human being. This the man had, of course, utilized, with the connivance of his wife and Wickham, in order to prove an alibi, and the deception was so complete that only my own irresistible curiosity could have enabled me to discover the secret. That night the police were fortunate enough to capture both Murdoch and Wickham in a Liverpool slum. Seeing that all was up, the villains made complete confession, and the whole of the black plot was revealed. It appeared that two adventurers, the worst form of scoundrels, knew of Cressley's great discovery in Western Australia, and had made up their minds to forestall him in his claim. One of these men had come some months ago to England, and while in Liverpool had made the acquaintance of Murdoch. The other man, Wickham, accompanied Cressley on the voyage, in order to keep him in view and worm as many secrets as possible from him. When Cressley spoke of his superstition with regard to the turret room, it immediately occurred to Wickham to utilize the room for his destruction. Murdoch proved a ready tool in the hands of the rogues. They offered him an enormous bribe, and then the three between them evolved the intricate and subtle details of the crime. It was arranged that Murdoch was to commit the ghastly deed, and for this purpose he was sent down quietly to Brent, disguised as a journeyman, the day before Cressley went to the hall. The men had thought that Cressley would prove an easy prey, but they distrusted me from the first. Their relief was great when they discovered that I could not accompany Cressley to the hall, and had he spent the first night there, the murder would have been committed.
But his nervous terrors inducing him to spend the night at Brent foiled this attempt. Seeing that I was returning to Liverpool, the men now thought that they would use me for their own devices, and made up their minds to decoy me into Murdoch's bedroom in order that I might see the wax figure, their object, of course, being that I should be forced to prove an alibi in case Murdoch was suspected of the crime. The telegram which reached me at Prince's Hotel on my return from London was sent by one of the ruffians, who was lying in ambush at Brent. When I left Murdoch's house, the wife informed Wickham that she thought from my manner I suspected something. He had already taken steps to induce the cab driver to take me in a wrong direction, in order that I should miss my train, and it was not until he visited the stables outside the Prince's Hotel that he found that I intended to go by road. He then played his last card, when he telegraphed to the inn at Carlton to stop the horses. By Murdoch's means, Wickham and his confederate had the run of the rooms at the Hall ever since the arrival of Wickham from Australia, and they had rigged up the top of the old bedstead in the way I have described. There was, needless to say, a secret passage at the back of the tapestry, which was so cunningly hidden in the panelling as to baffle all ordinary means of discovery. The Adventure of the Solitary Cyclist by Arthur Conan Doyle. From the years 1894 to 1901 inclusive, Mr. Sherlock Holmes was a very busy man. It is safe to say that there was no public case of any difficulty in which he was not consulted during those 8 years, and there were hundreds of private cases, some of them of the most intricate and extraordinary character, in which he played a prominent part. Many startling successes and a few unavoidable failures were the outcome of this long period of continuous work. As I have preserved very full notes of all these cases, and was myself personally engaged in many of them, it may be imagined that it is no easy task to know which I should select to lay before the public. I shall, however, preserve my former rule, and give the preference to those cases which derive their interest not so much from the brutality of the crime as from the ingenuity and dramatic quality of the solution. For this reason, I will now lay before the reader the facts connected with Miss Violet Smith, the solitary cyclist of Charlington, and the curious sequel of our investigation, which culminated in unexpected tragedy. It is true that the circumstances did not admit of any striking illustration of those powers for which my friend was famous, but there were some points about the case which made it stand out in those long records of crime, from which I gather the material for these little narratives. On referring to my notebook for the year 1895, I find that it was upon Saturday, the 23rd of April, that we first heard of Miss Violet Smith. Her visit was, I remember, extremely unwelcome to Holmes, for he was immersed, at the moment, in a very abstruse and complicated problem concerning the peculiar persecution to which John Vincent Harden, the well-known tobacco millionaire, had been subjected. My friend, who loved above all things precision and concentration of thought, resented anything which distracted his attention from the matter in hand. And yet, without a harshness which was foreign to his nature, it was impossible to refuse to listen to the story of the young and beautiful woman, tall, graceful, and queenly, who presented herself at Baker Street late in the evening and implored his assistance and advice. It was vain to urge that his time was already fully occupied, for the young lady had come with the determination to tell her story, and it was evident that nothing short of force could get her out of the room until she had done so. With a resigned air and a somewhat weary smile, Holmes begged the beautiful intruder to take a seat, and to inform us what it was that was troubling her. "At least it cannot be your health," said he, as his keen eyes darted over her. "So ardent a bicyclist must be full of energy." She glanced down in surprise at her own feet, and I observed the slight roughening of the side of the sole caused by the friction of the edge of the pedal. "Yes, I bicycle a good deal, Mr. Holmes, and that has something to do with my visit to you today." My friend took the lady's ungloved hand and examined it with as close an attention and as little sentiment as a scientist would show to a specimen. "You will excuse me, I am sure. It is my business," said he, as he dropped it. "I nearly fell into the error of supposing that you were typewriting. Of course, it is obvious that it is music. You observe the spatulate finger ends, Watson, which is common to both professions. There is a spirituality about the face, however," he gently turned it towards the light, "which the typewriter does not generate. This lady is a musician." "Yes, Mr. Holmes, I teach music." "In the country, I presume, from your complexion?" "Yes, sir, near Farnham, on the borders of Surrey." "A beautiful neighbourhood, and full of the most interesting associations. You remember, Watson, that it was near there that we took Archie Stamford, the forger. Now, Miss Violet, what has happened to you near Farnham, on the borders of Surrey?" The young lady, with great clearness and composure, made the following curious statement. "My father is dead, Mr. Holmes. He was James Smith, who conducted the orchestra at the old Imperial Theatre. My mother and I were left without a relation in the world, except one uncle, Ralph Smith, who went to Africa 25 years ago, and we have never had a word from him since. When father died, we were left very poor, but one day we were told that there was an advertisement in the Times, inquiring for our whereabouts. You can imagine how excited we were, for we thought that someone had left us a fortune. We went at once to the lawyer whose name was given in the paper. There we met two gentlemen, Mr. Carruthers and Mr. Woodley, who were home on a visit from South Africa. They said that my uncle was a friend of theirs, that he had died some months before in great poverty in Johannesburg, and that he had asked them, with his last breath, to hunt up his relations and see that they were in no want. It seemed strange to us that Uncle Ralph, who took no notice of us when he was alive, should be so careful to look after us when he was dead. But Mr. Carruthers explained that the reason was that my uncle had just heard of the death of his brother, and so felt responsible for our fate." "Excuse me," said Holmes. "When was this interview?" "Last December, 4 months ago." "Pray proceed." "Mr. Woodley seemed to me to be a most odious person. He was forever making eyes at me, a coarse, puffy-faced, red-moustached young man, with his hair plastered down on each side of his forehead. I thought that he was perfectly hateful, and I was sure that Cyril would not wish me to know such a person." "Oh, Cyril is his name," said Holmes, smiling. The young lady blushed and laughed. "Yes, Mr. Holmes, Cyril Morton, an electrical engineer, and we hope to be married at the end of the summer. Dear me, how did I get talking about him? What I wished to say was that Mr. Woodley was perfectly odious, but that Mr. Carruthers, who was a much older man, was more agreeable. He was a dark, sallow, clean-shaven, silent person, but he had polite manners and a pleasant smile. He inquired how we were left, and on finding that we were very poor, he suggested that I should come and teach music to his only daughter, aged 10. I said that I did not like to leave my mother, on which he suggested that I should go home to her every weekend, and he offered me 100 a year, which was certainly splendid pay. So it ended by my accepting, and I went down to Chiltern Grange, about 6 miles from Farnham. Mr. Carruthers was a widower, but he had engaged a lady housekeeper, a very respectable, elderly person called Mrs. Dixon, to look after his establishment. The child was a dear, and everything promised well. Mr. Carruthers was very kind and very musical, and we had most pleasant evenings together. Every weekend I went home to my mother in town. The first flaw in my happiness was the arrival of the red-moustached Mr. Woodley. He came for a visit of a week, and it seemed 3 months to me. He was a dreadful person, a bully to everyone else, but to me something infinitely worse. He made odious love to me,
boasted of his wealth, said that if I married him I could have the finest diamonds in London, and finally, when I would have nothing to do with him, he seized me in his arms one day after dinner. He was hideously strong, and swore that he would not let me go until I had kissed him. Mr. Carruthers came in and tore him from me, on which he turned upon his own host, knocking him down and cutting his face open. Well, that was the end of his visit, as you can imagine. Mr. Carruthers apologized to me next day, and assured me that I should never be exposed to such an insult again. I have not seen Mr. Woodley since. And now, Mr. Holmes, I come at last to the special thing which has caused me to ask your advice today. You must know that every Saturday forenoon I ride on my bicycle to Farnham Station, in order to get the 12:22 to town. The road from Chiltern Grange is a lonely one, and at one spot it is particularly so, for it lies for over a mile between Charlington Heath upon one side and the woods which lie round Charlington Hall upon the other. You could not find a more lonely tract of road anywhere, and it is quite rare to meet so much as a cart or a peasant until you reach the high road near Crooksbury Hill. 2 weeks ago I was passing this place when I chanced to look back over my shoulder, and about 200 yards behind me I saw a man, also on a bicycle. He seemed to be middle-aged, with a short, dark beard. I looked back before I reached Farnham, but the man was gone, so I thought no more about it. But you can imagine how surprised I was, Mr. Holmes, when on my return on the Monday I saw the same man on the same stretch of road. My astonishment was increased when the incident occurred again, exactly as before, on the following Saturday and Monday. He always kept his distance, and did not molest me in any way, but still, it certainly was very odd. I mentioned it to Mr. Carruthers, who seemed interested in what I said, and told me that he had ordered a horse and trap, so that in future I should not pass over these lonely roads without some companion. The horse and trap were to have come this week, but for some reason they were not delivered, and again I had to cycle to the station. That was this morning. You can think that I looked out when I came to Charlington Heath, and there, sure enough, was the man, exactly as he had been the 2 weeks before. He always kept so far from me that I could not clearly see his face, but it was certainly someone whom I did not know. He was dressed in a dark suit with a cloth cap. The only thing about his face that I could clearly see was his dark beard. Today I was not alarmed, but I was filled with curiosity, and I determined to find out who he was and what he wanted. I slowed down my machine, but he slowed down his. Then I stopped altogether, but he stopped also. Then I laid a trap for him. There is a sharp turning of the road, and I pedalled very quickly round this, and then I stopped and waited. I expected him to shoot round and pass me before he could stop, but he never appeared. Then I went back and looked round the corner. I could see a mile of road, but he was not on it. To make it the more extraordinary, there was no side road at this point down which he could have gone. Holmes chuckled and rubbed his hands. "This case certainly presents some features of its own," said he. "How much time elapsed between your turning the corner and your discovery that the road was clear?" 2 or 3 minutes. "Then he could not have retreated down the road. And you say that there are no side roads?" "None." "Then he certainly took a footpath on one side or the other." "It could not have been on the side of the heath, or I should have seen him." "So, by the process of exclusion, we arrive at the fact that he made his way toward Charlington Hall, which, as I understand, is situated in its own grounds on one side of the road. Anything else?" "Nothing, Mr. Holmes, save that I was so perplexed that I felt I should not be happy until I had seen you and had your advice." Holmes sat in silence for some little time. "Where is the gentleman to whom you are engaged?" he asked at last. "He is in the Midland Electrical Company at Coventry." "He would not pay you a surprise visit?" Oh, Mr. Holmes, as if I should not know him. Have you had any other admirers? Several, before I knew Cyril. And since? There was this dreadful man Woodley, if you can call him an admirer. No one else? Our fair client seemed a little confused. Who was he? Asked Holmes. Oh, it may be a mere fancy of mine, but it had seemed to me sometimes that my employer, Mr. Carruthers, takes a great deal of interest in me. We are thrown rather together. I play his accompaniments in the evening. He has never said anything. He is a perfect gentleman, but a girl always knows. Ha! Holmes looked grave. What does he do for a living? Oh, he is a rich man. No carriages or horses? Well, at least he is fairly well-to-do, but he goes into the city 2 or 3 times a week. He is deeply interested in South African gold shares. You will let me know any fresh development, Miss Smith. I am very busy just now, but I will find time to make some inquiries into your case. In the meantime, take no step without letting me know. Goodbye, and I trust that we shall have nothing but good news from you. It is part of the settled order of nature that such a girl should have followers, said Holmes, as he pulled at his meditative pipe. But for choice, not on bicycles, in lonely country roads. Some secretive lover, beyond all doubt. But there are curious and suggestive details about the case, Watson. That he should appear only at that point. Exactly. Our first effort must be to find out who are the tenants of Charlington Hall. Then again, how about the connection between Carruthers and Woodley, since they appear to be men of such a different type? How came they both to be so keen upon looking up Ralph Smith's relations? One more point. What sort of a menage is it which pays double the market price for a governess, but does not keep a horse, although 6 miles from the station? Odd, Watson, very odd. You will go down? No, my dear fellow, you will go down. This may be some trifling intrigue, and I cannot break my other important research for the sake of it. On Monday you will arrive early at Farnham. You will conceal yourself near Charlington Heath. You will observe these facts for yourself, and act as your own judgment advises. Then, having inquired as to the occupants of the hall, you will come back to me and report. And now, Watson, not another word of the matter until we have a few solid stepping-stones on which we may hope to get across to our solution. We had ascertained from the lady that she went down upon the Monday by the train which leaves Waterloo at 9:50, so I started early, and caught the 9:13. At Farnham Station, I had no difficulty in being directed to Charlington Heath. It was impossible to mistake the scene of the young lady's adventure, for the road runs between the open heath on one side and an old yew hedge upon the other, surrounding a park, which is studded with magnificent trees. There was a main gateway of lichen-studded stone, each side pillar surmounted by mouldering heraldic emblems. But besides this central carriage drive, I observed several points where there were gaps in the hedge, and paths leading through them. The house was invisible from the road, but the surroundings all spoke of gloom and decay. The heath was covered with golden patches of flowering gorse, gleaming magnificently in the light of the bright spring sunshine. Behind one of these clumps I took up my position, so as to command both the gateway of the hall and a long stretch of the road upon either side. It had been deserted when I left it, but now I saw a cyclist riding down it from the opposite direction to that in which I had come. He was clad in a dark suit, and I saw that he had a black beard. On reaching the end of the Charlington grounds, he sprang from his machine and led it through a gap in the hedge, disappearing from my view. A quarter of an hour passed, and then a second cyclist appeared. This time it was the young lady coming from the station. I saw her look about her as she came to the Charlington hedge. An instant later, the man emerged from his hiding-place, sprang upon his cycle, and followed her.
In all the broad landscape, those were the only moving figures. The graceful girl, sitting up very straight upon her machine, and the man behind her, bending low over his handlebar, with a curiously furtive suggestion in every movement. She looked back at him and slowed her pace. He slowed also. She stopped. He at once stopped too, keeping 200 yards behind her. Her next movement was as unexpected as it was spirited. She suddenly whisked her wheels round and dashed straight at him. He was as quick as she, however, and darted off in desperate flight. Presently she came back up the road again, her head haughtily in the air, not deigning to take any further notice of her silent attendant. He had turned also, and still kept his distance, until the curve of the road hid them from my sight. I remained in my hiding-place, and it was well that I did so, for presently the man reappeared, cycling slowly back. He turned in at the hall gates, and dismounted from his machine. For some minutes I could see him standing among the trees. His hands were raised, and he seemed to be settling his necktie. Then he mounted his cycle and rode away from me down the drive towards the hall. I ran across the heath and peered through the trees. Far away I could catch glimpses of the old grey building, with its bristling Tudor chimneys, but the drive ran through a dense shrubbery, and I saw no more of my man. However, it seemed to me that I had done a fairly good morning's work, and I walked back in high spirits to Farnham. The local house-agent could tell me nothing about Charlington Hall, and referred me to a well-known firm in Pall Mall. There I halted on my way home, and met with courtesy from the representative. No, I could not have Charlington Hall for the summer. I was just too late. It had been let about a month ago. Mr. Williamson was the name of the tenant. He was a respectable, elderly gentleman. The polite agent was afraid he could say no more, as the affairs of his clients were not matters which he could discuss. Mr. Sherlock Holmes listened with attention to the long report which I was able to present to him that evening, but it did not elicit that word of curt praise which I had hoped for, and should have valued. On the contrary, his austere face was even more severe than usual, as he commented upon the things that I had done, and the things that I had not. "Your hiding-place, my dear Watson, was very faulty. You should have been behind the hedge. Then you would have had a close view of this interesting person. As it is, you were some hundreds of yards away, and can tell me even less than Miss Smith. She thinks she does not know the man. I am convinced she does. Why, otherwise, should he be so desperately anxious that she should not get so near him as to see his features? You describe him as bending over the handle-bar. Concealment again, you see. You really have done remarkably badly. He returns to the house, and you want to find out who he is. You come to a London house-agent." "What should I have done?" I cried, with some heat. "Gone to the nearest public house. That is the centre of country gossip. They would have told you every name, from the master to the scullery maid. Williamson. It conveys nothing to my mind. If he is an elderly man, he is not this active cyclist who sprints away from that young lady's athletic pursuit. What have we gained by your expedition? The knowledge that the girl's story is true. I never doubted it. That there is a connection between the cyclist and the hall. I never doubted that either. That the hall is tenanted by Williamson. Who's the better for that? Well, well, my dear sir, don't look so depressed. We can do little more until next Saturday, and in the meantime I may make 1 or 2 inquiries myself." Next morning we had a note from Miss Smith, recounting shortly and accurately the very incidents which I had seen, but the pith of the letter lay in the postscript. "I am sure that you will respect my confidence, Mr. Holmes, when I tell you that my place here has become difficult, owing to the fact that my employer has proposed marriage to me. I am convinced that his feelings are most deep and most honourable. At the same time, My promise is of course given." He took my refusal very seriously, but also very gently. You can understand, however, that the situation is a little strained. "Our young friend seems to be getting into deep waters," said Holmes thoughtfully, as he finished the letter. "The case certainly presents more features of interest and more possibility of development than I had originally thought. I should be none the worse for a quiet, peaceful day in the country, and I am inclined to run down this afternoon and test one or two theories which I have formed." Holmes's quiet day in the country had a singular termination, for he arrived at Baker Street late in the evening with a cut lip and a discoloured lump upon his forehead, besides a general air of dissipation, which would have made his own person the fitting object of a Scotland Yard investigation. He was immensely tickled by his own adventures, and laughed heartily as he recounted them. "I get so little active exercise that it is always a treat," said he. "You are aware that I have some proficiency in the good old British sport of boxing. Occasionally it is of service. Today, for example, I should have come to very ignominious grief without it." I begged him to tell me what had occurred. "I found that country pub which I had already recommended to your notice, and there I made my discreet inquiries. I was in the bar, and a garrulous landlord was giving me all that I wanted. Williamson is a white-bearded man, and he lives alone with a small staff of servants at the Hall. There is some rumour that he is, or has been, a clergyman, but one or two incidents of his short residence at the Hall struck me as peculiarly unecclesiastical. I have already made some inquiries at a clerical agency, and they tell me that there was a man of that name in orders, whose career has been a singularly dark one. The landlord further informed me that there are usually week-end visitors, a warm lot, sir, at the Hall, and especially one gentleman with a red moustache, Mr. Woodley by name, who was always there. We had got as far as this, when who should walk in but the gentleman himself, who had been drinking his beer in the tap-room, and had heard the whole conversation. Who was I? What did I want? What did I mean by asking questions? He had a fine flow of language, and his adjectives were very vigorous. He ended a string of abuse by a vicious backhander, which I failed to entirely avoid. The next few minutes were delicious. It was a straight left against a slogging ruffian. I emerged as you see me. Mr. Woodley went home in a cart. So ended my country trip, and it must be confessed that, however enjoyable, my day on the Surrey border has not been much more profitable than your own." The Thursday brought us another letter from our client. "You will not be surprised, Mr. Holmes," said she, "to hear that I am leaving Mr. Carruthers' employment. Even the high pay cannot reconcile me to the discomforts of my situation. On Saturday I come up to town, and I do not intend to return. Mr. Carruthers has got a trap, and so the dangers of the lonely road, if there ever were any dangers, are now over. As to the special cause of my leaving, it is not merely the strained situation with Mr. Carruthers, but it is the reappearance of that odious man, Mr. Woodley. He was always hideous, but he looks more awful than ever now, for he appears to have had an accident, and he is much disfigured. I saw him out of the window, but I am glad to say I did not meet him. He had a long talk with Mr. Carruthers, who seemed much excited afterwards. Woodley must be staying in the neighbourhood, for he did not sleep here, and yet I caught a glimpse of him again this morning, slinking about in the shrubbery. I would sooner have a savage wild animal loose about the place. I loathe and fear him more than I can say. How can Mr. Carruthers endure such a creature for a moment? However, all my troubles will be over on Saturday." "So I trust, Watson, so I trust," said Holmes gravely. "There is some deep intrigue going on round that little woman, and it is our duty to see that no one molests her upon that last journey. I think, Watson, that we must spare time to run down together on Saturday morning and make sure that this curious and inconclusive investigation has no untoward ending. I confess that I had not, up to now, taken a very serious view of the case, which had seemed to me rather grotesque and bizarre than dangerous. That a man should lie in wait for and follow a very handsome woman is no unheard-of thing, and if he had so little audacity that he not only dared not address her, but even fled from her approach, he was not a very formidable assailant. The ruffian Woodley was a very different person, but, except on one occasion, he had not molested our client, and now he visited the house of Carruthers without intruding upon her presence. The man on the bicycle was doubtless a member of those week-end parties at the Hall, of which the publican had spoken, but who he was, or what he wanted, was as obscure as ever. It was the severity of Holmes's manner, and the fact that he slipped a revolver into his pocket before leaving our rooms, which impressed me with the feeling that tragedy might prove to lurk behind this curious train of events. A rainy night had been followed by a glorious morning, and the heath-covered countryside, with the glowing clumps of flowering gorse, seemed all the more beautiful to eyes which were weary of the duns and drabs and slate-greys of London. Holmes and I walked along the broad sandy road, inhaling the fresh morning air, and rejoicing in the music of the birds and the fresh breath of the spring. From a rise of the road on the shoulder of Crooksbury Hill, we could see the grim hall bristling out from amidst the ancient oaks, which, old as they were still younger than the building which they surrounded. Holmes pointed down the long tract of road, which wound, a reddish-yellow band, between the brown of the heath and the budding green of the woods. Far away, a black dot, we could see a vehicle moving in our direction. Holmes gave an exclamation of impatience. "I had given a margin of half an hour," said he. "If that is her trap, she must be making for the earlier train. I fear, Watson, that she will be past Charlington before we can possibly meet her." From the instant that we passed the rise, we could no longer see the vehicle, but we hastened onwards at such a pace that my sedentary life began to tell upon me, and I was compelled to fall behind. Holmes, however, was always in training, for he had inexhaustible stores of nervous energy upon which to draw. His springy step never slowed, until suddenly, when he was 100 yards in front of me, he halted, and I saw him throw up his hand with a gesture of grief and despair. At the same instant, an empty dog-cart, the horse cantering, the reins trailing, appeared round the curve of the road and rattled swiftly towards us. "Too late, Watson, too late!" cried Holmes, as I ran panting to his side. "Fool that I was not to allow for that earlier train! It's abduction, Watson, abduction! Murder! Heaven knows what! Block the road! Stop the horse! That's right! Now, jump in, and let us see if I can repair the consequences of my own blunder." We had sprung into the dog-cart, and Holmes, after turning the horse, gave it a sharp cut with the whip, and we flew back along the road. As we turned the curve, the whole stretch of road between the Hall and the heath was opened up. I grasped Holmes's arm. "That's the man!" I gasped. A solitary cyclist was coming towards us. His head was down and his shoulders rounded, as he put every ounce of energy that he possessed onto the pedals. He was flying like a racer. Suddenly he raised his bearded face, saw us close to him, and pulled up, springing from his machine. That coal-black beard was in singular contrast to the pallor of his face, and his eyes were as bright as if he had a fever. He stared at us and at the dog-cart. Then a look of amazement came over his face. "Hello! Stop there!" he shouted, holding his bicycle to block our road. "Where did you get that dog-cart? Pull up, man!" he yelled, drawing a pistol from his side pocket. "Pull up, I say, or by George I'll put a bullet into your horse." Holmes threw the reins into my lap and sprang down from the cart. "You're the man we want to see. Where is Miss Violet Smith?" he said, in his quick, clear way. "That's what I'm asking you. You're in her dog-cart. You ought to know where she is." "We met the dog-cart on the road. There was no one in it. We drove back to help the young lady."
Good Lord! Good Lord! What shall I do?" cried the stranger, in an ecstasy of despair. "They've got her. That hellhound Woodley and the blackguard parson. Come, man, come, if you really are her friend. Stand by me, and we'll save her, if I have to leave my carcass in Charlington Wood." He ran distractedly, his pistol in his hand, towards a gap in the hedge. Holmes followed him, and I, leaving the horse grazing beside the road, followed Holmes. "This is where they came through," said he, pointing to the marks of several feet upon the muddy path. "Hello, stop a minute. Who's this in the bush?" It was a young fellow about 17, dressed like an ostler, with leather cords and gaiters. He lay upon his back, his knees drawn up, a terrible cut upon his head. He was insensible, but alive. A glance at his wound told me that it had not penetrated the bone. "That's Peter, the groom," cried the stranger. "He drove her. The beasts have pulled him off and clubbed him. Let him lie. We can't do him any good, but we may save her from the worst fate that can befall a woman." We ran frantically down the path, which wound among the trees. We had reached the shrubbery which surrounded the house when Holmes pulled up. "They didn't go to the house. Here are their marks on the left, here, beside the laurel bushes." "Ah, I said so." As he spoke, a woman's shrill scream, a scream which vibrated with a frenzy of horror, burst from the thick green clump of bushes in front of us. It ended suddenly on its highest note with a choke and a gurgle. This way! They are in the bowling alley!" cried the stranger, darting through the bushes. "Ah, the cowardly dogs! Follow me, gentlemen! Too late, by the living jingo!" We had broken suddenly into a lovely glade of greensward, surrounded by ancient trees. On the farther side of it, under the shadow of a mighty oak, there stood a singular group of 3 people. One was a woman, our client, drooping and faint, a handkerchief round her mouth. Opposite her stood a brutal, heavy-faced, red-moustached young man, his gaitered legs parted wide, one arm akimbo, the other waving a riding crop, his whole attitude suggestive of triumphant bravado. Between them, an elderly, grey-bearded man, wearing a short surplice over a light tweed suit, had evidently just completed the wedding service, for he pocketed his prayer-book as we appeared, and slapped the sinister bridegroom upon the back in jovial congratulation. "They're married!" I gasped. "Come on!" cried our guide. "Come on!" He rushed across the glade, Holmes and I at his heels. As we approached, the lady staggered against the trunk of the tree for support. Williamson, the ex-clergyman, bowed to us with mock politeness, and the bully Woodley advanced with a shout of brutal and exultant laughter. "You can take your beard off, Bob," said he. "I know you right enough. Well, you and your pals have just come in time for me to be able to introduce you to Mrs. Woodley." Our guide's answer was a singular one. He snatched off the dark beard which had disguised him, and threw it on the ground, disclosing a long, sallow, clean-shaven face below it. Then he raised his revolver and covered the young ruffian, who was advancing upon him with his dangerous riding-crop swinging in his hand. "Yes," said our ally, "I am Bob Carruthers, and I'll see this woman righted if I have to swing for it. I told you what I'd do if you molested her, and by the Lord, I'll be as good as my word." "You're too late. She's my wife." "No, she's your widow." His revolver cracked, and I saw the blood spurt from the front of Woodley's waistcoat. He spun round with a scream and fell upon his back, his hideous red face turning suddenly to a dreadful mottled pallor. The old man, still clad in his surplice, burst into such a string of foul oaths as I have never heard, and pulled out a revolver of his own. But before he could raise it, he was looking down the barrel of Holmes's weapon. "Enough of this," said my friend coldly. "Drop that pistol. Watson, pick it up. Hold it to his head. Thank you. You, Carruthers, give me that revolver. We'll have no more violence. Come, hand it over." Who are you, then?
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Good Lord!
You have heard of me, I see. I will represent the official police until their arrival. Here, you!" he shouted to a frightened groom who had appeared at the edge of the glade. "Come here. Take this note, as hard as you can ride, to Farnham." He scribbled a few words upon a leaf from his notebook. "Give it to the superintendent at the police station. Until he comes, I must detain you all under my personal custody." The strong, masterful personality of Holmes dominated the tragic scene, and all were equally puppets in his hands. Williamson and Carruthers found themselves carrying the wounded Woodley into the house, and I gave my arm to the frightened girl. The injured man was laid on his bed, and, at Holmes's request, I examined him. I carried my report to where he sat in the old tapestry-hung dining-room, with his 2 prisoners before him. "He will live," said I.
"What?"
cried Carruthers, springing out of his chair.
"I'll go upstairs and finish him first. Do you tell me that that girl, that angel, is to be tied to Roaring Jack Woodley for life?"
"You need not concern yourself about that," said Holmes. "There are 2 very good reasons why she should under no circumstances be his wife. In the first place, we are very safe in questioning Mr. Williamson's right to solemnize a marriage."
"I have been ordained," cried the old rascal.
"And also unfrocked."
"Once a clergyman, always a clergyman."
"I think not. How about the licence?"
"We had a licence for the marriage. I have it here, in my pocket."
"Then you got it by a trick. But, in any case, a forced marriage is no marriage, but it is a very serious felony, as you will discover before you have finished. You'll have time to think the point out during the next 10 years or so, unless I am mistaken. As to you, Carruthers, you would have done better to keep your pistol in your pocket."
"I begin to think so, Mr. Holmes. But when I thought of all the precaution I'd taken to shield this girl, for I loved her, Mr. Holmes, and it is the only time that ever I knew what love was, it fairly drove me mad to think that she was in the power of the greatest brute and bully in South Africa, a man whose name is a holy terror from Kimberley to Johannesburg. Why, Mr. Holmes, you will hardly believe it, but ever since that girl has been in my employment, I never once let her go past this house, where I knew the rascals were lurking, without following her on my bicycle, just to see that she came to no harm. I kept my distance from her, and I wore a beard, so that she should not recognize me, for she is a good and high-spirited girl, and she wouldn't have stayed in my employment long if she had thought that I was following her about the country roads."
"Why didn't you tell her of her danger?"
"Because then again she would have left me, and I couldn't bear to face that. Even if she couldn't love me, it was a great deal to me just to see her dainty form about the house, and to hear the sound of her voice."
"Well," said I, "you call that love, Mr. Carruthers, but I should call it selfishness."
"Maybe the 2 things go together. Anyhow, I couldn't let her go. Besides, with this crowd about, it was well that she should have someone near to look after her. Then, when the cable came, I knew they were bound to make a move."
"What cable?" Carruthers took a telegram from his pocket. "That's it," said he. It was short and concise. "The old man is dead." Said Holmes. "I think I see how things worked, and I can understand how this message would, as you say, bring them to a head. But while you wait, you might tell me what you can." The old reprobate with the surplice burst into a volley of bad language.
"By heaven," said he, "if you squeal on us, Bob Carruthers, I'll serve you as you served Jack Woodley. You can bleat about the girl to your heart's content, for that's your own affair, but if you round on your pals to this plain-clothes copper, it will be the worst day's work that ever you did."
"Your reverence need not be excited," said Holmes, lighting a cigarette. "The case is clear enough against you, and all I ask is a few details for my private curiosity.
However, if there's any difficulty in your telling me, I'll do the talking, and then you will see how far you have a chance of holding back your secrets. In the first place, 3 of you came from South Africa on this game. You, Williamson, you, Carruthers, and Woodley.
Lie number 1, said the old man. I never saw either of them until 2 months ago, and I have never been in Africa in my life. So you can put that in your pipe and smoke it, Mr. Busybody Holmes.
What he says is true, said Carruthers. Well, 2 of you came over. His Reverence is our own homemade article. You had known Ralph Smith in South Africa. You had reason to believe he would not live long. You found out that his niece would inherit his fortune. How's that, eh? Carruthers nodded, and Williamson swore. She was next of kin, no doubt, and you were aware that the old fellow would make no will.
Couldn't read or write, said Carruthers. So you came over, the 2 of you, and hunted up the girl. The idea was that one of you was to marry her, and the other have a share of the plunder. For some reason, Woodley was chosen as the husband. Why was that? We played cards for her on the voyage. He won. I see. You got the young lady into your service, and there Woodley was to do the courting. She recognized the drunken brute that he was, and would have nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, your arrangement was rather upset by the fact that you had yourself fallen in love with the lady. You could no longer bear the idea of this ruffian owning her.
No, by George, I couldn't.
There was a quarrel between you. He left you in a rage, and began to make his own plans, independently of you.
It strikes me, Williamson, there isn't very much that we can tell this gentleman, cried Carruthers, with a bitter laugh. Yes, we quarrelled, and he knocked me down. I'm level with him on that, anyhow. Then I lost sight of him. That was when he picked up with this cast padre here. I found that they had set up housekeeping together at this place on the line that she had to pass for the station. I kept my eye on her after that, for I knew there was some devilry in the wind. I saw them from time to time, for I was anxious to know what they were after. 2 days ago, Woodley came up to my house with this cable, which showed that Ralph Smith was dead. He asked me if I would stand by the bargain. I said I would not. He asked me if I would marry the girl myself and give him a share. I said I would willingly do so, but that she would not have me. He said, let us get her married first, and after a week or 2 she may see things a bit different. I said I would have nothing to do with violence. So he went off cursing, like the foul-mouthed blackguard that he was, and swearing that he would have her yet. She was leaving me this weekend, and I had got a trap to take her to the station, but I was so uneasy in my mind that I followed her on my bicycle. She had got a start, however, and before I could catch her, the mischief was done. The first thing I knew about it was when I saw you 2 gentlemen driving back in her dog-cart. Holmes rose and tossed the end of his cigarette into the grate. I have been very obtuse, Watson, said he. When in your report you said that you had seen the cyclist, as you thought, arrange his necktie in the shrubbery, that alone should have told me all. However, we may congratulate ourselves upon a curious, and in some respects, a unique case. I perceive 3 of the county constabulary in the drive, and I am glad to see that the little ostler is able to keep pace with them, so it is likely that neither he nor the interesting bridegroom will be permanently damaged by their morning's adventures. I think, Watson, that in your medical capacity you might wait upon Miss Smith and tell her that if she is sufficiently recovered, we shall be happy to escort her to her mother's home. If she is not quite convalescent, you will find that a hint that we were about to telegraph to a young electrician in the Midlands would probably complete the cure. As to you, Mr. Carruthers, I think that you have done what you could to make amends for your share in an evil plot. There is my card, sir, and if my evidence can be of help to you in your trial, it shall be at your disposal.
In the whirl of our incessant activity, it has often been difficult for me, as the reader has probably observed, to round off my narratives and to give those final details which the curious might expect. Each case has been the prelude to another, and the crisis once over, the actors have passed forever out of our busy lives. I find, however, a short note at the end of my manuscript dealing with this case, in which I have put it upon record that Miss Violet Smith did indeed inherit a large fortune, and that she is now the wife of Cyril Morton, the senior partner of Morton and Kennedy, the famous Westminster electricians. Williamson and Woodley were both tried for abduction and assault, the former getting 7 years and the latter 10. Of the fate of Carruthers I have no record, but I am sure that his assault was not viewed very gravely by the court, since Woodley had the reputation of being a most dangerous ruffian, and I think that a few months were sufficient to satisfy the demands of justice. The Stranger's Latchkey by R. Austin Freeman. The contrariety of human nature is a subject that has given a surprising amount of occupation to makers of proverbs, and to those moral philosophers who make it their province to discover and expound the glaringly obvious. And especially have they been concerned to enlarge upon that form of perverseness which engenders dislike of things offered under compulsion, and arouses desire of them as soon as their attainment becomes difficult or impossible. They assure us that a man who has had a given thing within his reach and put it by will, as soon as it is beyond his reach, find it the one thing necessary and desirable, even as the domestic cat, which has turned disdainfully from the preferred saucer, may presently be seen with her head jammed hard in the milk-jug, or secretly, and with horrible relish, slaking her thirst at the scullery sink. To this peculiarity of the human mind was due, no doubt, the fact that no sooner had I abandoned the clinical side of my profession in favour of the legal, and taken up my abode in the chambers of my friend Thorndyke, the famous medico-legal expert, to act as his assistant or junior, than my former mode of life, that of a locum tenens, or minder of other men's practices, which had, when I was following it, seemed intolerably irksome, now appeared to possess many desirable features. And I found myself occasionally hankering to sit once more by the bedside, to puzzle out the perplexing train of symptoms, and to wield that power, the greatest after all possessed by man, the power to banish suffering and ward off the approach of death itself. Hence it was that on a certain morning of the long vacation I found myself installed at the Larches, Burling, in full charge of the practice of my old friend Dr. Hanshaw, who was taking a fishing holiday in Norway. I was not left desolate, however, for Mrs. Hanshaw remained at her post, and the roomy, old-fashioned house accommodated 3 visitors in addition. One of these was Dr. Hanshaw's sister, a Mrs. Haldean, the widow of a wealthy Manchester cotton factor. The second was her niece by marriage, Miss Lucy Haldean, a very handsome and charming girl of 23, while the third was no less a person than Master Fred, the only child of Mrs. Haldean, and a strapping boy of 6. It is quite like old times, and very pleasant old times too, to see you sitting at our breakfast table, Dr. Jarvis. With these gracious words and a friendly smile, Mrs. Hanshaw handed me my teacup. I bowed. The highest pleasure of the altruist, I replied, is in contemplating the good fortune of others. Mrs. Haldean laughed. "Thank you," she said. "You are quite unchanged, I perceive. Still as suave and as, shall I say, oleaginous?" "No, please don't," I exclaimed in a tone of alarm. "Then I won't. But what does Dr. Thorndyke say to this backsliding on your part? How does he regard this relapse from medical jurisprudence to common general practice?" "Thorndyke," said I, "is unmoved by any catastrophe, and he not only regards the decline and fall-off of the medical jurist with philosophic calm,
but he even favours the relapse, as you call it. He thinks it may be useful to me to study the application of medico-legal methods to general practice." "That sounds rather unpleasant, for the patients, I mean," remarked Miss Haldean. "Very," agreed her aunt. "Most cold-blooded. What sort of man is Dr. Thorndyke? I feel quite curious about him. Is he at all human, for instance?" "He is entirely human," I replied. "The accepted tests of humanity being, as I understand, the habitual adoption of the erect posture in locomotion, and the relative position of the end of the thumb—" "I don't mean that," interrupted Mrs. Haldean. "I mean human in things that matter." "Well, I think those things matter," I rejoined. "Consider, Mrs. Haldean, what would happen if my learned colleague were to be seen in wig and gown, walking towards the law courts, in any posture other than the erect. It would be a public scandal." "Don't talk to him, Mabel," said Mrs. Hanshaw. "He is incorrigible. What are you doing with yourself this morning, Lucy?" Miss Haldean, who had hastily set down her cup to laugh at my imaginary picture of Dr. Thorndyke in the character of a quadruped, considered a moment. "I think I shall sketch that group of birches at the edge of Bradham Wood," she said. "Oh, then in that case," said I can carry your traps for you, for I have to see a patient in Bradham." "He is making the most of his time," remarked Mrs. Haldean maliciously to my hostess. "He knows that when Mr. Winter arrives, he will retire into the extreme background." Douglas Winter, whose arrival was expected in the course of the week, was Miss Haldean's fiancé. Their engagement had been somewhat protracted, and was likely to be more so, unless one of them received some unexpected accession of means, for Douglas was a subaltern in the Royal Engineers, living with great difficulty on his pay, while Lucy Haldean subsisted on an almost invisible allowance left her by an uncle. I was about to reply to Mrs. Haldean when a patient was announced, and, as I had finished my breakfast, I made my excuses and left the table. Half an hour later, when I started along the road to the village of Bradham, I had two companions. Master Freddy had joined the party, and he disputed with me the privilege of carrying the traps, with the result that a compromise was effected, by which he carried the camp stool, leaving me in possession of the easel, the bag, and a large bound sketching block. "Where are you going to work this morning?" I asked, when we had trudged on some distance. "Just off the road to the left there, at the edge of the wood, not very far from the house of the mysterious stranger." She glanced at me mischievously as she made this reply, and chuckled with delight when I rose at the bait. "What house do you mean?" I inquired. "Ha!" she exclaimed. "The investigator of mysteries is aroused. He saith, 'Ha! Ha!' amidst the trumpets. He smelleth the battle afar off." "Explain instantly," I commanded, "or I drop your sketch-block into the very next puddle." "You terrify me," said she. "But I will explain, only there isn't any mystery, except to the bucolic mind. The house is called Lavender Cottage, and it stands alone in the fields behind the wood. A fortnight ago it was let furnished to a stranger named Whitelock, who has taken it for the purpose of studying the botany of the district, and the only really mysterious thing about him is that no one has seen him. All arrangements with the house agent were made by letter, and as far as I can make out, none of the local tradespeople supply him, so he must get his things from a distance, even his bread, which really is rather odd. Now say I am an inquisitive, gossiping country bumpkin." "I was going to," I answered, "but it is no use now." She relieved me of her sketching appliances with pretended indignation, and crossed into the meadow, leaving me to pursue my way alone, and when I presently looked back, she was setting up her easel and stool, gravely assisted by Freddy. My round, though not a long one, took up more time than I had anticipated, and it was already past the luncheon hour when I passed the place where I had left Miss Haldean, She was gone, as I had expected, and I hurried homewards, anxious to be as nearly punctual as possible. When I entered the dining-room, I found Mrs. Haldean and our hostess seated at the table, and both looked up at me expectantly. "Have you seen Lucy?" the former inquired. "No," I answered. "Hasn't she come back? I expected to find her here. She had left the wood when I passed just now." Mrs. Haldean knitted her brows anxiously. "It is very strange," she said, "and very thoughtless of her. Freddie will be famished." I hurried over my lunch, for 2 fresh messages had come in from outlying hamlets, effectually dispelling my visions of a quiet afternoon. And as the minutes passed, without bringing any signs of the absentees, Mrs. Haldean became more and more restless and anxious. At length her suspense became unbearable. She rose suddenly, announcing her intention of cycling up the road to look for the defaulters. But as she was moving towards the door, it burst open, and Lucy Haldean staggered into the room. Her appearance filled us with alarm. She was deadly pale, breathless and wild-eyed. Her dress was draggled and torn, and she trembled from head to foot. "Good God, Lucy!" gasped Mrs. Haldean. "What has happened? And where is Freddie?" she added, in a sterner tone. "He is lost," replied Miss Haldean, in a faint voice, and with a catch in her breath. "He strayed away while I was painting. I have searched the wood through, and called to him, and looked in all the meadows. Oh, where can he have gone?" Her sketching kit, with which she was loaded, slipped from her grasp and rattled onto the floor, and she buried her face in her hands and sobbed hysterically. "And you have dared to come back without him?" exclaimed Mrs. Haldean. "I was getting exhausted. I came back for help," was the faint reply. "Of course she was exhausted," said Mrs. Hanshaw. "Come, Lucy, come, Mabel. Don't make mountains out of molehills. The little man is safe enough. We shall find him presently, or he will come home by himself. Come and have some food, Lucy." Miss Haldean shook her head. "I can't, Mrs. Hanshaw. Really, I can't," she said, and, seeing that she was in a state of utter exhaustion, I poured out a glass of wine and made her drink it. Mrs. Haldean darted from the room, and returned immediately, putting on her hat. "You have got to come with me and show me where you lost him," she said. "She can't do that, you know," I said, rather brusquely. "She will have to lie down for the present, but I know the place, and will cycle up with you." "Very well," replied Mrs. Haldean. "That will do. What time was it?" she asked, turning to her niece, "when you lost the child, and which way—" She paused abruptly, and I looked at her in surprise. She had suddenly turned ashen and ghastly. Her face had set like a mask of stone, with parted lips and staring eyes that were fixed in horror on her niece. There was a deathly silence for a few seconds. Then, in a terrible voice, she demanded, "What is that on your dress, Lucy?" And after a pause, her voice rose into a shriek. "What have you done to my boy?" I glanced in astonishment at the dazed and terrified girl, and then I saw what her aunt had seen, a good-sized bloodstain, halfway down the front of her skirt, and another smaller one on her right sleeve. The girl herself looked down at the sinister patch of red, and then up at her aunt. "It looks like blood," she stammered. "Yes, it is. I think. Of course it is. He struck his nose, and it bled." "Come," interrupted Mrs. Haldean. "Let us go." And she rushed from the room, leaving me to follow. I lifted Miss Haldean, who was half fainting with fatigue and agitation, onto the sofa, and whispering a few words of encouragement into her ear, turned to Mrs. Hanshaw. "I can't stay with Mrs. Haldean," I said. "There are 2 visits to be made at Rebworth. Will you send the dog-cart up the road with somebody to take my place?" "Yes," she answered. "I will send Giles, or come myself, if Lucy is fit to be left." I ran to the stables for my bicycle, and as I pedalled out into the road I could see Mrs. Haldean already far ahead, driving her machine at frantic speed. I followed at a rapid pace, but it was not until we approached the commencement of the wood, when she slowed down somewhat, that I overtook her. "This is the place," I said, as we reached the spot where I had parted from Miss Haldean. We dismounted and wheeled our bicycles through the gate, and laying them down beside the hedge, crossed the meadow and entered the wood. It was a terrible experience, and one that I shall never forget. The white-faced, distracted woman, tramping in her flimsy house-shoes over the rough ground, bursting through the bushes, regardless of the thorny branches that dragged at skin and hair and dainty clothing, and sending forth from time to time a tremulous cry, so dreadfully pathetic in its mingling of terror and coaxing softness that a lump rose in my throat, and I could barely keep my self-control.
"Freddie! Freddie, boy! Mummy's here, darling!"
The wailing cry sounded through the leafy solitude, but no answer came, save the whir of wings or the chatter of startled birds. But even more shocking than that terrible cry, more disturbing and eloquent with dreadful suggestion, was the way in which she peered, furtively but with fearful expectation, among the roots of the bushes, or halted to gaze upon every molehill and hummock, every depression or disturbance of the ground. So we stumbled on for a while, with never a word spoken, until we came to a beaten track or footpath leading across the wood. Here I paused to examine the footprints, of which several were visible in the soft earth, though none seemed very recent. But proceeding a little way down the track, I perceived, crossing it, a set of fresh imprints, which I recognized at once as Miss Haldean's. She was wearing, as I knew, a pair of brown golf boots with rubber pads in the leather soles, and the prints made by them were unmistakable. "Miss Haldean crossed the path here," I said, pointing to the footprints. "Don't speak of her before me," exclaimed Mrs. Haldean, but she gazed eagerly at the footprints nevertheless, and immediately plunged into the wood to follow the tracks. "You are very unjust to your niece, Mrs. Haldean," I ventured to protest. She halted and faced me with an angry frown. "You don't understand," she exclaimed. "You don't know, perhaps, that if my poor child is really dead, Lucy Haldean will be a rich woman, and may marry tomorrow if she chooses." "I did not know that," I answered, "but if I had, I should have said the same." "Of course you would," she retorted bitterly. "Her pretty face can muddle any man's judgment." She turned away abruptly to resume her pursuit, and I followed in silence. The trail which we were following zigzagged through the thickest part of the wood, but its devious windings eventually brought us out into an open space on the farther side. Here we at once perceived traces of another kind. A litter of dirty rags, pieces of paper, scraps of stale bread, bones and feathers, with hoof marks, wheel ruts, and the ashes of a large wood fire, pointed clearly to a gypsy encampment recently broken up. I laid my hand on the heap of ashes, and found it still warm, and on scattering it with my foot, a layer of glowing cinders appeared at the bottom. "These people have only been gone an hour or two," I said. "It would be well to have them followed without delay." A gleam of hope shone on the drawn white face, as the bereaved mother caught eagerly at my suggestion. "Yes," she exclaimed breathlessly. "She may have bribed them to take him away. Let us see which way they went." We followed the wheel tracks down to the road, and found that they turned towards London. At the same time I perceived the dog-cart in the distance, with Mrs. Hanshaw standing beside it, and, as the coachman observed me, he whipped up his horse and approached. "I shall have to go," I said, "but Mrs. Hanshaw will help you to continue the search."
"And you will make inquiries about the gypsies, won't you?" she said.
I promised to do so, and, as the dog-cart now came up, I climbed into the seat and drove off briskly up the London road. The extent of a country doctor's round is always an unknown quantity. On the present occasion I picked up 3 additional patients, and as one of them was a case of incipient pleurisy, which required to have the chest strapped, and another was a neglected dislocation of the shoulder, a great deal of time was taken up. Moreover, the gypsies, whom I ran to earth on Rebworth Common, delayed me considerably, though I had to leave the rural constable to carry out the actual search, and, as a result, the clock of Burling Church was striking 6 as I drove through the village on my way home. I got down at the front gate, leaving the coachman to take the dog-cart round, and walked up the drive. And my astonishment may be imagined when, on turning the corner, I came suddenly upon the inspector of the local police, in earnest conversation with no less a person than John Thorndyke. "What on earth has brought you here?" I exclaimed, my surprise getting the better of my manners. "The ultimate motive force," he replied, "was an impulsive lady named Mrs. Haldean. She telegraphed for me in your name." "She oughtn't to have done that," I said. "Perhaps not, but the ethics of an agitated woman are not worth discussing, and she has done something much worse. She has applied to the local J.P., a retired Major General, and our gallant and unlearned friend has issued a warrant for the arrest of Lucy Haldean on the charge of murder." "But there has been no murder," I exclaimed. "That," said Thorndyke, "is a legal subtlety that he does not appreciate. He has learned his law in the orderly room, where the qualifications to practice are an irritable temper and a loud voice. However, the practical point is, Inspector, that the warrant is irregular. You can't arrest people for hypothetical crimes." The officer drew a deep breath of relief. He knew all about the irregularity, and now joyfully took refuge behind Thorndyke's great reputation. When he had departed, with a brief note from my colleague to the General, Thorndyke slipped his arm through mine, and we strolled towards the house. "This is a grim business, Jarvis," said he. "That boy has got to be found, for everybody's sake. Can you come with me when you have had some food?" "Oh, of course I can. I have been saving myself all the afternoon with a view to continuing the search." "Good," said Thorndyke. "Then come in and feed." A nondescript meal, half tea and half dinner, was already prepared, and Mrs. Hanshaw, grave but self-possessed, presided at the table. "Mabel is still out with Giles, searching for the boy," she said. "You have heard what she has done?" I nodded. "It was dreadful of her," continued Mrs. Hanshaw, "but she is half mad, poor thing. You might run up and say a few kind words to poor Lucy while I make the tea." I went up at once and knocked at Miss Haldean's door, and, being bidden to enter, found her lying on the sofa, red-eyed and pale, the very ghost of the merry, laughing girl who had gone out with me in the morning. I drew up a chair and sat down by her side, and as I took the hand she held out to me, she said, "It is good of you to come and see a miserable wretch like me, and Jane has been so sweet to me, Dr. Jarvis, but Aunt Mabel thinks I have killed Freddie. You know she does, and it was really my fault that he was lost. I shall never forgive myself." She burst into a passion of sobbing, and I proceeded to chide her gently. "Oh, you are a silly little woman," I said, "to take this nonsense to heart, as you are doing. Your aunt is not responsible just now, as you must know, but when we bring the boy home she shall make you a handsome apology. I will see to that." She pressed my hand gratefully, and as the bell now rang for tea, I bade her have carriage, and went downstairs. "You need not trouble about the practice," said Mrs. Hanshaw, as I concluded my lightning repast, and Thorndyke went off to get our bicycles. "Dr. Simmons has heard of our trouble, and has called to say that he will take anything that turns up, so we shall expect you when we see you." "How do you like Thorndyke?" I asked. "Oh, he is quite charming," she replied enthusiastically. "So tactful and kind, and so handsome too. You didn't tell us that. But here he is. Good-bye, and good luck." She pressed my hand, and I went out into the drive, where Thorndyke and the coachman were standing with 3 bicycles. "I see you have brought your outfit," I said, as we turned into the road, for Thorndyke's machine bore a large canvas-covered case, strapped on to a strong bracket. "Yes, there are many things that we may want on a quest of this kind. How did you find Miss Haldean?" "Very miserable, poor girl. By the way, have you heard anything about her pecuniary interest in the child's death?" "Yes," said Thorndyke. "It appears that the late Mr. Haldean used up all his brains on his business, and had none left for the making of his will, as often happens. He left almost the whole of his property, about £80,000, to his son, the widow to have a life interest in it. He also left to his late brother's daughter, Lucy, £50 a year, and to his surviving brother, Percy, who seems to have been a good-for-nothing, £100 a year for life. But, and here is the utter folly of the thing, if the son should die, the property was to be equally divided between the brother and the niece, with the exception of £500 a year for life to the widow. It was an insane arrangement." "Oh, quite," I agreed, "and a very dangerous one for Lucy Haldean, as things are at present." "Very, especially if anything should have happened to the child." "What are you going to do now?" I inquired, seeing that Thorndyke rode on as if with a definite purpose. "There is a footpath through the wood," he replied. "I want to examine that, and there is a house behind the wood which I should like to see." "The house of the mysterious stranger," I suggested. "Precisely. Mysterious and solitary strangers invite inquiry." We drew up at the entrance to the footpath, leaving Willett the coachman in charge of the 3 machines, and proceeded up the narrow track. As we went, Thorndyke looked back at the prints of our feet, and nodded approvingly. "This soft loam," he remarked, "yields beautifully clear impressions, and yesterday's rain has made it perfect." We had not gone far when we perceived a set of footprints which I recognised, as did Thorndyke also, for he remarked, "Miss Haldean, running, and alone." Presently we met them again, crossing in the opposite direction, together with the prints of small shoes with very high heels. "Mrs. Haldean on the track of her niece," was Thorndyke's comment, and a minute later we encountered them both again, accompanied by my own footprints. "The boy does not seem to have crossed the path at all," I remarked, as we walked on, keeping off the track itself to avoid confusing the footprints. "We shall know when we have examined the whole length," replied Thorndyke, plodding on with his eyes on the ground. "Ha! Here is something new," he added, stopping short and stooping down eagerly. "A man with a thick stick. A smallish man, rather lame. Notice the difference between the 2 feet, and the peculiar way in which he used his stick. Yes, Jarvis, there is a great deal to interest us in these footprints. Do you notice anything very suggestive about them?" "Oh, nothing but what you have mentioned," I replied. "What do you mean?" "Well, first there is the very singular character of the prints themselves, which we will consider presently. You observe that this man came down the path, and at this point turned off into the wood. Then he returned from the wood, and went up the path again. The imposition of the prints makes that clear. But now look at the 2 sets of prints, and compare them. Do you notice any difference?" "The returning footprints seem more distinct, better impressions." "Yes, they are noticeably deeper. But there is something else. He produced a spring tape from his pocket and took 6 measurements. "You see," he said, "the first set of footprints have a stride of 21 inches from heel to heel, a short stride, but he is a smallish man and lame. The returning ones have a stride of only 19.5 inches. Hence, the returning footprints are deeper than the others, and the steps are shorter. What do you make of that?" "It would suggest that he was carrying a burden when he returned," I replied. "Yes, and a heavy one to make that difference in the depth. I think I will get you to go and fetch Willett and the bicycles." I strode off down the path to the entrance, and, taking possession of Thorndyke's machine, with its precious case of instruments, bade Willett follow with the other 2. When I returned, my colleague was standing with his hands behind him, gazing with intense preoccupation at the footprints. He looked up sharply as we approached, and called out to us to keep off the path if possible. "Stay here with the machines, Willett," said he. "You and I, Jarvis, must go and see where our friend went to when he left the path, and what was the burden that he picked up." We struck off into the wood, where last year's dead leaves made the footprints almost indistinguishable, and followed the faint double track for a long distance between the dense clumps of bushes. Suddenly my eye caught, beside the double trail, a 3rd row of tracks, smaller in size and closer together. Thorndyke had seen them too, and already his measuring tape was in his hand. 11.5 inches to the stride," said he. "That will be the boy, Jarvis. But the light is getting weak. We must press on quickly, or we shall lose it." Some 50 yards farther on, the man's tracks ceased abruptly, but the small ones continued alone, and we followed them as rapidly as we could in the fading light. "There can be no reasonable doubt that these are the child's tracks," said Thorndyke, "but I should like to find a definite footprint to make the identification absolutely certain." A few seconds later he halted with an exclamation and stooped on one knee. A little heap of fresh earth from the surface burrow of a mole had been thrown up over the dead leaves, and fairly planted on it was the clean and sharp impression of a diminutive foot, with a rubber heel showing a central star. Thorndyke drew from his pocket a tiny shoe, and pressed it on the soft earth beside the footprint, and when he raised it, the second impression was identical with the first. "The boy had 2 pairs of shoes exactly alike," he said, "so I borrowed one of the duplicate pair." He turned and began to retrace his steps rapidly, following our own fresh tracks, and stopping only once to point out the place where the unknown man had picked the child up. When we regained the path, we proceeded without delay until we emerged from the wood within 100 yards of the cottage. "I see Mrs. Haldean has been here with Giles," remarked Thorndyke, as he pushed open the garden gate. "I wonder if they saw anybody." He advanced to the door, and having first rapped with his knuckles, and then kicked at it vigorously, tried the handle. "Locked," he observed, "but I see the key is in the lock, so we can get in if we want to. Let us try the back." The back door was locked too, but the key had been removed. "He came out this way, evidently," said Thorndyke, "though he went in at the front, as I suppose you noticed. Let us see where he went." The back garden was a small, fenced patch of ground, with an earth path leading down to the back gate. A little way beyond the gate was a small barn, or outhouse. "We are in luck," Thorndyke remarked, with a glance at the path. "Yesterday's rain has cleared away all old footprints, and prepared the surface for new ones. You see there are 3 sets of excellent impressions, 2 leading away from the house, and 1 set towards it. Now, you noticed that both of the sets leading from the house are characterized by deep impressions and short steps, while the set leading to the house has lighter impressions and longer steps. The obvious inference is that he went down the path with a heavy burden, came back empty-handed, and went down again, and finally, with another heavy burden. You observe, too, that he walked with his stick on each occasion. By this time we had reached the bottom of the garden. Opening the gate, we followed the tracks towards the outhouse, which stood beside a cart track. But as we came round the corner, we both stopped short, and looked at one another. On the soft earth were the very distinct impressions of the tyres of a motor car, leading from the wide door of the outhouse. Finding that the door was unfastened, Thorndyke opened it and looked in, to satisfy himself that the place was empty. Then he fell to studying the tracks. "The course of events is pretty plain," he observed. "First, the fellow brought down his luggage, started the engine, and got the car out. You can see where it stood, both by the little pool of oil and by the widening and blurring of the wheel tracks, from the vibration of the free engine. Then he went back and fetched the boy, carried him pickaback, I should say, judging by the depth of the toe marks in the last set of footprints. That was a tactical mistake. He should have taken the boy straight into the shed." He pointed as he spoke to one of the footprints beside the wheel tracks, from the toe of which projected a small segment of the print of a little rubber heel. We now made our way back to the house, where we found Willett pensively rapping at the front door with a cycle spanner. Thorndyke took a last glance, with his hand in his pocket, at an open window above, and then, to the coachman's intense delight, brought forth what looked uncommonly like a small bunch of skeleton keys. One of these he inserted into the keyhole, and as he gave it a turn, the lock clicked, and the door stood open. The little sitting-room, which we now entered, was furnished with the barest necessaries. Its centre was occupied by an oilcloth-covered table, on which I observed, with surprise, a dismembered B clock, the works of which had been taken apart with a tin opener that lay beside them, and a boxwood bird-call. At these objects Thorndyke glanced and nodded, as though they fitted into some theory that he had formed, examined carefully the oilcloth around the litter of wheels and pinions, and then proceeded on a tour of inspection round the room, peering inquisitively into the kitchen and store cupboard. "Nothing very distinctive or personal here," he remarked. "Let us go upstairs." There were 3 bedrooms on the upper floor, of which 2 were evidently disused, though the windows were wide open. The 3rd bedroom showed manifest traces of occupation, though it was as bare as the others, for the water still stood in the wash-hand basin, and the bed was unmade. To the latter Thorndyke advanced, and having turned back the bedclothes, examined the interior attentively, especially at the foot and the pillow. The latter was soiled, not to say grimy, though the rest of the bed linen was quite clean. "Hair dye," remarked Thorndyke, noting my glance at it. Then he turned and looked out of the open window. "Can you see the place where Miss Haldean was sitting to sketch?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "There is the place, well in view, and you can see right up the road. I had no idea this house stood so high. From the 3 upper windows you can see all over the country, excepting through the wood." "Yes," Thorndyke rejoined, "and he has probably been in the habit of keeping watch up here, with a telescope or a pair of field glasses. Well, there is not much of interest in this room. He kept his effects in a cabin trunk, which stood there under the window. He shaved this morning. He has a white beard, to judge by the stubble on the shaving paper, and that is all. Wait, though, there is a key hanging on that nail. He must have overlooked that, for it evidently does not belong to this house. It is an ordinary town latchkey." He took the key down, and having laid a sheet of notepaper from his pocket on the dressing-table, produced a pin, with which he began carefully to probe the interior of the key-barrel. Presently there came forth, with much coaxing, a large ball of grey fluff, which Thorndyke folded up in the paper with infinite care. "I suppose we mustn't take away the key," he said, "but I think we will take a wax mould of it." He hurried downstairs, and unstrapping the case from his bicycle, brought it in and placed it on the table. As it was now getting dark, he detached the powerful acetylene lamp from his machine, and having lighted it, proceeded to open the mysterious case. First he took from it a small insufflator, or powder-blower, with which he blew a cloud of light yellow powder over the table around the remains of the clock. The powder settled on the table in an even coating, but when he blew at it smartly with his breath, it cleared off, leaving, however, a number of smeary impressions, which stood out in strong yellow against the black oilcloth. To one of these impressions he pointed significantly. It was the print of a child's hand. He next produced a small, portable microscope and some glass slides and cover slips, and having opened the paper and tipped the ball of fluff from the key barrel onto a slide, set to work with a pair of mounted needles to tease it out into its component parts. Then he turned the light of the lamp onto the microscope mirror and proceeded to examine the specimen. "A curious and instructive assortment, this, Jarvis," he remarked, with his eye at the microscope. "Woolen fibres, no cotton or linen. He is careful of his health to have woolen pockets. And 2 hairs. Very curious ones, too. Just look at them, and observe the root bulbs." I applied my eye to the microscope, and saw, among other things, 2 hairs, originally white, but encrusted with a black, opaque, glistening stain. The root bulbs, I noticed, were shriveled and atrophied. "But how on earth," I exclaimed, "did the hairs get into his pocket?" "I think the hairs themselves answer that question," he replied, "when considered with the other curios. The stain is obviously lead sulphide. But what else do you see?" "Well, I see some particles of metal, a white metal apparently, and a number of fragments of woody fibre and starch granules, but I don't recognize the starch. It is not wheat starch, nor rice, nor potato. Do you make out what it is?" Thorndyke chuckled. "Experientia does it," said he. "You will have, Jarvis, to study the minute properties of dust and dirt. Their evidential value is immense. Let us have another look at that starch. It is all alike, I suppose?" It was, and Thorndyke had just ascertained the fact when the door burst open, and Mrs. Haldean entered the room, followed by Mrs. Hanshaw and the police inspector. The former lady regarded my colleague with a glance of extreme disfavour. "We heard that you had come here, sir," said she, "and we supposed you were engaged in searching for my poor child. But it seems we were mistaken, since we find you here, amusing yourselves, fiddling with these nonsensical instruments." "Perhaps, Mabel," said Mrs. Hanshaw stiffly, "it would be wiser and infinitely more polite to ask if Dr. Thorndyke has any news for us." "That is undoubtedly so, madam," agreed the inspector, who had apparently suffered also from Mrs. Haldean's impulsiveness. "Then perhaps," the latter lady suggested, "you will inform us if you have discovered anything." "I will tell you," replied Thorndyke, "all that we know. The child was abducted by the man who occupied this house, and who appears to have watched him from an upper window, probably through a glass. This man lured the child into the wood by blowing this bird call. He met him in the wood, and induced him, by some promises, no doubt, to come with him. He picked the child up, and carried him, on his back, I think, up to the house, and brought him in through the front door, which he locked after him. He gave the boy this clock and the bird call to amuse him, while he went upstairs and packed his trunk. He took the trunk out through the back door, and down the garden to the shed there, in which he had a motor car. He got the car out, and came back for the boy, whom he carried down to the car, locking the back door after him. Then he drove away." "You know he has gone," cried Mrs. Haldean, "and yet you stay here, playing with these ridiculous toys. Why are you not following him?" "We have just finished ascertaining the facts," Thorndyke replied calmly, "and should by now be on the road if you had not come." Here the inspector interposed anxiously. "Oh, of course, sir, you can't give any description of the man. You have no clue to his identity, I suppose?" "We have only his footprints," Thorndyke answered, "and this fluff, which I raked out of the barrel of his latchkey and have just been examining. From these data, I conclude that he is a rather short and thin man, and somewhat lame. He walks with the aid of a thick stick, which has a knob, not a crook, at the top, and which he carries in his left hand. I think that his left leg has been amputated above the knee, and that he wears an artificial limb. He is elderly, he shaves his beard, has white hair, dyed a greyish-black, is partly bald, and probably combs a wisp of hair over the bald place. He takes snuff, and carries a leaden comb in his pocket." As Thorndyke's description proceeded, the inspector's mouth gradually opened wider and wider, until he appeared the very type and symbol of astonishment. But its effect on Mrs. Haldean was much more remarkable. Rising from her chair, she leaned on the table and stared at Thorndyke with an expression of awe, even of terror. And as he finished, she sank back into her chair with her hands clasped, and turned to Mrs. Hanshaw. "Jane," she gasped, "it is Percy, my brother-in-law. He has described him exactly, even to his stick and his pocket comb. But I thought he was in Chicago." "If that is so," said Thorndyke, hastily repacking his case, "we had better start at once." "We have the dog-cart in the road," said Mrs. Hanshaw. "Thank you," replied Thorndyke. "We will ride on our bicycles, and the inspector can borrow Willet's. We go out at the back by the cart track, which joins the road farther on." "Then we will follow in the dog-cart," said Mrs. Haldean. "Come, Jane." The two ladies departed down the path, while we made ready our bicycles and lit our lamps. "With your permission, Inspector," said Thorndyke, "we will take the key with us." "Well, it's hardly legal, sir," objected the officer. "We have no authority." "It is quite illegal," answered Thorndyke, "but it is necessary, and necessity, like your military J.P., knows no law." The inspector grinned and went out, regarding me with a quivering eyelid, as Thorndyke locked the door with his skeleton key. As we turned into the road, I saw the light of the dog-cart behind us, and we pushed forward at a swift pace, picking up the trail easily on the soft, moist road. "What beats me," said the inspector confidentially as we rode along, "is how he knew the man was bald. Was it the footprints or the latchkey? And that comb, too. That was a regular knockout." These points were, by now, pretty clear to me. I had seen the hairs with their atrophied bulbs, such as one finds at the margin of a bald patch, and the comb was used, evidently, for the double purpose of keeping the bald patch covered and blackening the sulphur-charged hair. But the knobbed stick and the artificial limb puzzled me so completely that I presently overtook Thorndyke to demand an explanation. "The stick," said he, "is perfectly simple. The ferrule of a knobbed stick wears evenly all round. That of a crooked stick wears on one side, the side opposite the crook. The impressions showed that the ferrule of this one was evenly convex. Therefore, it had no crook. The other matter is more complicated. To begin with, an artificial foot makes a very characteristic impression, owing to its purely passive elasticity, as I will show you tomorrow. But an artificial leg fitted below the knee is quite secure, whereas one fitted above the knee, that is, with an artificial knee joint worked by a spring, is much less reliable. Now, this man had an artificial foot, and he evidently distrusted his knee joint, as is shown by his steadying it with his stick on the same side. If he had merely had a weak leg, he would have used the stick with his right hand, with the natural swing of the arm, in fact, unless he had been very lame, which he evidently was not. Still, it was only a question of probability, though the probability was very great. Of course, you understand that those particles of woody fibre and starch granules were disintegrated snuff grains. This explanation, like the others, was quite simple when one had heard it, though it gave me material for much thought as we pedalled on along the dark road, with Thorndyke's light flickering in front and the dog-cart pattering in our wake. But there was ample time for reflection, for our pace rather precluded conversation, and we rode on, mile after mile, until my legs ached with fatigue. On and on we went, through village after village, now losing the trail in some frequented street, but picking it up again unfailingly as we emerged onto the country road, until at last, in the paved high street of the little town of Horsefield, we lost it for good. We rode on through the town, out onto the country road, but although there were several tracks of motors, Thorndyke shook his head at them all. "I have been studying those tyres until I know them by heart," he said. "No, either he is in the town, or he has left it by a side road." There was nothing for it but to put up the horse and the machines at the hotel, while we walked round to reconnoitre, and this we did, tramping up one street and down another, with eyes bent on the ground, fruitlessly searching for a trace of the missing car. Suddenly, at the door of a blacksmith's shop, Thorndyke halted. The shop had been kept open late for the shoeing of a carriage horse, which was just being led away, and the smith had come to the door for a breath of air. Thorndyke accosted him genially. "Good evening. You are just the man I wanted to see. I have mislaid the address of a friend of mine, who, I think, called on you this afternoon, a lame gentleman who walks with a stick. I expect he wanted you to pick a lock, or make him a key." "Oh, I remember him," said the man. "Yes, he had lost his latchkey, and wanted the lock picked before he could get into his house. Had to leave his motor car outside while he came here, but I took some keys round with me and fitted one to his latch." He then directed us to a house at the end of a street close by, and, having thanked him, we went off in high spirits. "How did you know he had been there?" I asked. "I didn't, but there was the mark of a stick and part of a left foot on the soft earth inside the doorway, and the thing was inherently probable, so I risked a false shot." The house stood alone at the far end of a straggling street, and was enclosed by a high wall, in which, on the side facing the street, was a door and a wide carriage gate. Advancing to the former, Thorndyke took from his pocket the purloined key, and tried it in the lock. It fitted perfectly, and when he had turned it and pushed open the door, we entered a small courtyard. Crossing this, we came to the front door of the house, the latch of which fortunately fitted the same key, and this having been opened by Thorndyke, we trooped into the hall. Immediately we heard the sound of an opening door above, and a reedy, nasal voice sang out, "Hello there! Who's that below?" The voice was followed by the appearance of a head projecting over the baluster rail. "You are Mr. Percy Haldane, I think," said the inspector. At the mention of this name, the head was withdrawn, and a quick tread was heard, accompanied by the tapping of a stick on the floor. We started to ascend the stairs, the inspector leading as the authorized official, but we had only gone up a few steps when a fierce, wiry little man danced out onto the landing, with a thick stick in one hand and a very large revolver in the other. "Move another step, either of you," he shouted, pointing the weapon at the inspector, "and I let fly. And mind you, when I shoot, I hit." He looked as if he meant it, and we accordingly halted with remarkable suddenness, while the inspector proceeded to parley. "Now, what's the good of this, Mr. Haldane?" said he. "The game's up, and you know it." "You clear out of my house, and clear out sharp," was the inhospitable rejoinder, "or you'll give me the trouble of burying you in the garden." I looked round to consult with Thorndyke, when, to my amazement, I found that he had vanished, apparently through the open hall door. I was admiring his discretion when the inspector endeavoured to reopen negotiations, but was cut short abruptly. "I am going to count 50,
said Mr. Haldean. "And if you aren't gone, then I shall shoot."
He began to count deliberately, and the inspector looked round at me in complete bewilderment. The flight of stairs was a long one, and well lighted by gas, so that to rush it was an impossibility. Suddenly my heart gave a bound, and I held my breath, for out of an open door behind our quarry a figure emerged slowly and noiselessly onto the landing. It was Thorndyke, shoeless, and in his shirt-sleeves. Slowly, and with cat-like stealthiness, he crept across the landing, until he was within a yard of the unconscious fugitive, and still the nasal voice droned on, monotonously counting out the allotted seconds.
41, 42, 43.
There was a lightning-like movement, a shout, a flash, a bang, a shower of falling plaster, and then the revolver came clattering down the stairs. The inspector and I rushed up, and in a moment the sharp click of the handcuffs told Mr. Percy Haldean that the game was really up. 5 minutes later, Freddy Boy, half asleep but wholly cheerful, was borne on Thorndyke's shoulders into the private sitting-room of the Black Horse Hotel. A shriek of joy saluted his entrance, and a shower of maternal kisses brought him to the verge of suffocation. Finally, the impulsive Mrs. Haldean, turning suddenly to Thorndyke, seized both his hands, and for a moment I hoped that she was going to kiss him too. But he was spared, and I have not yet recovered from the disappointment. The Case of Laker, Absconded, by Arthur Morrison. There were several of the larger London banks and insurance offices, from which Hewitt held a sort of general retainer as detective adviser, in fulfilment of which he was regularly consulted as to the measures to be taken in different cases of fraud, forgery, theft, and so forth, which it might be the misfortune of the particular firms to encounter. The more important and intricate of these cases were placed in his hands entirely, with separate commissions in the usual way. One of the most important companies of the sort was the General Guarantee Society, an insurance corporation which, among other risks, took those of the integrity of secretaries, clerks, and cashiers. In the case of a cash-box elopement, on the part of any person guaranteed by the society, the directors were naturally anxious for a speedy capture of the culprit, and more especially of the booty, before too much of it was spent, in order to lighten the claim on their funds. And in work of this sort Hewitt was at times engaged, either in general advice and direction, or in the actual pursuit of the plunder and the plunderer. Arriving at his office a little later than usual one morning, Hewitt found an urgent message awaiting him from the General Guarantee Society, requesting his attention to a robbery which had taken place on the previous day. He had gleaned some hint of the case from the morning paper, wherein appeared a short paragraph which ran thus: Serious bank robbery. In the course of yesterday, a clerk employed by Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell, the well-known bankers, disappeared, having in his possession a large sum of money, the property of his employers, a sum reported to be rather over £15,000. It would seem that he had been entrusted to collect the money in his capacity of walk clerk from various other banks and trading concerns during the morning, but failed to return at the usual time. A large number of the notes which he received had been cashed at the Bank of England before suspicion was aroused. We understand that Detective Inspector Plummer of Scotland Yard has the case in hand. The clerk, whose name was Charles William Laker, had, it appeared from the message, been guaranteed in the usual way by the General Guarantee Society, and Hewitt's presence at the office was at once desired, in order that steps might quickly be taken for the man's apprehension, and in the recovery, at any rate, of as much of the booty as possible. A smart hansom brought Hewitt to Threadneedle Street in a bare quarter of an hour. and there a few minutes' talk with the manager, Mr. Lister, put him in possession of the main facts of the case, which appeared to be simple. Charles William Laker was 25 years of age, and had been in the employ of Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell for something more than 7 years, since he left school, in fact, and until the previous day there had been nothing in his conduct to complain of. His duties as walk clerk consisted in making a certain round, beginning at about 10:30 each morning. There were a certain number of the more important banks, between which and Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell there were daily transactions, and a few smaller semi-private banks and merchant firms acting as financial agents, with whom there was business intercourse of less importance and regularity, and each of these, as necessary, he visited in turn, collecting cash due on bills and other instruments of a like nature. He carried a wallet, fastened securely to his person by a chain, and this wallet contained the bills and the cash. Usually at the end of his round, when all his bills had been converted into cash, the wallet held very large sums. His work and responsibilities, in fine, were those common to walk clerks in all banks. On the day of the robbery he had started out as usual, possibly a little earlier than was customary, and the bills and other securities in his possession represented considerably more than £15,000. It had been ascertained that he had called in the usual way at each establishment on the round, and had transacted his business at the last place by about 1:15, being then, without a doubt, in possession of cash to the full value of the bills negotiated. After that, Mr. Lister said, yesterday's report was that nothing more had been heard of him. But this morning there had been a message to the effect that he had been traced out of the country, to Calais at least, it was thought. The directors of the society wished Hewitt to take the case in hand personally, and at once, with a view of recovering what was possible from the plunder by way of salvage. Also, of course, of finding Laker, for it is an important moral gain to guarantee societies as an example if a thief is caught and punished. Therefore Hewitt and Mr. Lister, as soon as might be, made for Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell's, that the investigation might be begun. The bank premises were quite near, in Leadenhall Street. Having arrived there, Hewitt and Mr. Lister made their way to the firm's private rooms. As they were passing an outer waiting-room, Hewitt noticed 2 women. One, the elder, in widow's weeds, was sitting with her head bowed in her hand over a small writing-table. Her face was not visible, but her whole attitude was that of a person overcome with unbearable grief, and she sobbed quietly. The other was a young woman of 22 or 23. Her thick black veil revealed no more than that her features were small and regular, and that her face was pale and drawn. She stood with a hand on the elder woman's shoulder, and she quickly turned her head away as the 2 men entered. Mr. Neal, one of the partners, received them in his own room. "Good morning, Mr. Hewitt," he said, when Mr. Lister had introduced the detective. "This is a serious business. Very. I think I am sorrier for Laker himself than for anybody else, ourselves included. Or, at any rate, I am sorrier for his mother. She is waiting now to see Mr. Liddell as soon as he arrives. Mr. Liddell has known the family for a long time. Miss Shaw is with her too, poor girl. She is a governess, or something of that sort, and I believe she and Laker were engaged to be married. It's all very sad." "Inspector Plummer, I understand," Hewitt remarked, "has the affair in hand on behalf of the police?" "Yes," Mr. Neal replied. "In fact, he's here now, going through the contents of Laker's desk, and so forth. He thinks it's possible Laker may have had accomplices. Will you see him?" "Presently. Inspector Plummer and I are old friends. We met last, I think, in the case of the Stanway cameo, some months ago. But first, will you tell me how long Laker has been a walk clerk?" "Barely 4 months, although he has been with us altogether 7 years. He was promoted to the walk soon after the beginning of the year." "Do you know anything of his habits? What he used to do in his spare time, and so forth?"
"Not a great deal. He went in for boating, I believe, though I have heard it whispered that he had one or two more expensive tastes. Expensive, that is, for a young man in his position," Mr. Neal explained, with a dignified wave of the hand that he peculiarly affected. He was a stout old gentleman, and the gesture suited him. "You have no reason to suspect him of dishonesty before, I take it?" "Oh, no. He made a wrong return once, I believe, that went for some time undetected, but it turned out, after all, to be a clerical error, a mere clerical error." "Do you know anything of his associates outside of the office?" "No. How should I? I believe Inspector Plummer has been making inquiries as to that, however, of the other clerks. Here he is, by the by, I expect. Come in."
It was Plummer who had knocked, and he came in at Mr. Neal's call. He was a middle-sized, small-eyed, impenetrable-looking man, as yet of no great reputation in the force. Some of my readers may remember his connection with that case, so long a public mystery, that I have elsewhere fully set forth and explained, under the title of the Stanway Cameo Mystery. Plummer carried his billycock hat in one hand, and a few papers in the other. He gave Hewitt good morning, placed his hat on a chair, and spread the papers on the table. "There's not a great deal here," he said, "but one thing's plain. Laker had been betting. See here, and here, and here." He took a few letters from the bundle in his hand. 2 letters from a bookmaker about settling. Wonder he trusted a clerk. Several telegrams from tipsters, and a letter from some friend, only signed by initials, asking Laker to put a sovereign on a horse for the friend with his own. I'll keep these, I think. It may be worthwhile to see that friend, if we can find him. Ah, we often find it's betting, don't we, Mr. Hewitt? Meanwhile, there's no news from France yet." "You are sure that is where he is gone?" asked Hewitt. "Well, I'll tell you what we've done as yet. First, of course, I went round to all the banks. There was nothing to be got from that. The cashiers all knew him by sight, and one was a personal friend of his. He had called as usual, said nothing in particular, cashed his bills in the ordinary way, and finished up at the Eastern Consolidated Bank at about 1:15. So far there was nothing whatever, but I had started 2 or 3 men, meanwhile, making inquiries at the railway stations, and so on. I had scarcely left the Eastern Consolidated when one of them came after me with news. He had tried Palmer's tourist office, although that seemed an unlikely place, and there struck the track. Had he been there? Not only had he been there, but he had taken a tourist ticket for France. It was quite a smart move, in a way. You see, it was the sort of ticket that lets you do pretty well what you like. You have the choice of 2 or 3 different routes to begin with, and you can break your journey where you please, and make all sorts of variations, so that a man with a ticket like that, and a few hours' start, could twist about on some remote branch route, and strike off in another direction altogether with a new ticket from some out-of-the-way place, while we were carefully sorting out and inquiring along the different routes he might have taken. Not half a bad move for a new hand. But he made one bad mistake, as new hands always do. As old hands do, in fact, very often. He was fool enough to give his own name, C. Laker, although that didn't matter much, as the description was enough to fix him. There he was, wallet and all, just as he had come from the Eastern Consolidated Bank. He went straight from there to Palmer's, by the by, and probably in a cab. We judged that by the time. He left the Eastern Consolidated at 1:15, and was at Palmer's by 25 past, 10 minutes. The clerk at Palmer's remembered the time because he was anxious to get out to his lunch, and kept looking at the clock, expecting another clerk in to relieve him. Laker didn't take much in the way of luggage, I fancy. We inquired carefully at the stations, and got the porters to remember the passengers for whom they had been carrying luggage, but none appeared to have had any dealings with our man. That, of course, is as one would expect. He'd take as little as possible with him, and buy what he wanted on the way, or when he'd reached his hiding-place. Of course, I wired to Calais, It was a Dover to Calais route ticket, and sent a couple of smart men off by the 8:15 mail from Charing Cross. I expect we shall hear from them in the course of the day. I am being kept in London in view of something expected at headquarters, or I should have been off myself." "That is all, then, up to the present? Have you anything else in view?" "That's all I've absolutely ascertained at present. As for what I'm going to do—" A slight smile curled Plummer's lip. "Well, I shall see. I've a thing or two in my mind." Hewitt smiled slightly himself. He recognised Plummer's touch of professional jealousy. "Very well," he said, rising. "I'll make an inquiry or two for myself at once. Perhaps, Mr. Neal, you'll allow one of your clerks to show me the banks, in their regular order, at which Laker called yesterday. I think I'll begin at the beginning." Mr. Neal offered to place at Hewitt's disposal anything or anybody the bank contained, and the conference broke up. As Hewitt, with the clerk, came through the rooms separating Mr. Neal's sanctum from the outer office, he fancied he saw the two veiled women leaving by a side door. The first bank was quite close to Liddell, Neal and Liddell's. There the cashier, who had dealt with Laker the day before, remembered nothing in particular about the interview. Many other walk clerks had called during the morning, as they did every morning, and the only circumstances of the visit that he could say anything definite about were those recorded in figures in the books. He did not know Laker's name till Plummer had mentioned it in making inquiries on the previous afternoon. As far as he could remember, Laker behaved much as usual, though really he did not notice much. He looked chiefly at the bills. He described Laker in a way that corresponded with the photograph that Hewitt had borrowed from the bank. A young man with a brown moustache and ordinary-looking, fairly regular face, dressing much as other clerks dressed. Tall hat, black cutaway coat, and so on. The numbers of the notes handed over had already been given to Inspector Plummer, and these Hewitt did not trouble about. The next bank was in Cornhill, and here the cashier was a personal friend of Laker's, at any rate an acquaintance, and he remembered a little more. Laker's manner had been quite as usual, he said. Certainly he did not seem preoccupied or excited in his manner. He spoke for a moment or two of being on the river on Sunday and so on, and left in his usual way. "Can you remember everything?" he said. Hewitt asked. "If you can tell me, I should like to know exactly what he did and said to the smallest particular." "Well, he saw me a little distance off. I was behind there, at one of the desks, and raised his hand to me and said, 'How do you do?' I came across and took his bills, and dealt with them in the usual way. He had a new umbrella lying on the counter, rather a handsome umbrella, and I made a remark about the handle. He took it up to show me, and told me it was a present he had just received from a friend. It was a gorse-root handle, with 2 silver bands, one with his monogram, C.W.L. I said it was a very nice handle, and asked him whether it was fine in his district on Sunday. He said he had been up the river, and it was very fine there, and I think that was all." "Thank you. Now, about this umbrella. Did he carry it rolled? Can you describe it in detail?" "Well, I've told you about the handle, and the rest was much as usual, I think. It wasn't rolled, just flapping loosely, you know. It was rather an odd-shaped handle, though. I'll try and sketch it, if you like, as well as I can remember." He did so, and Hewitt saw in the result rough indications of a gnarled crook, with one silver band near the end, and another, with the monogram, a few inches down the handle. Hewitt put the sketch in his pocket, and bade the cashier good day. At the next bank, the story was the same as at the first. There was nothing remembered but the usual routine. Hewitt and the clerk turned down a narrow paved court, and through into Lombard Street for the next visit. The bank, that of Buller, Clayton, Lads and Company, was just at the corner at the end of the court, and the imposing stone entrance porch was being made larger and more imposing still, the way being almost blocked by ladders and scaffold poles. Here there was only the usual tale, and so on through the whole walk. The cashiers knew Laker only by sight, and that not always very distinctly. The calls of walk clerks were such matters of routine that little note was taken of the persons of the clerks themselves, who were called by the names of their firms, if they were called by any names at all. Laker had behaved much as usual, so far as the cashiers could remember, and when finally the Eastern Consolidated was left behind, nothing more had been learnt than the chat about Laker's new umbrella. Hewitt had taken leave of Mr. Neal's clerk, and was stepping into a hansom when he noticed a veiled woman in widow's weeds, hailing another hansom a little way behind. He recognised the figure again, and said to the driver, "Drive fast to Palmer's tourist office, but keep your eye on that cab behind, and tell me presently if it is following us." The cabman drove off, and after passing one or two turnings, opened the lid above Hewitt's head, and said, "That there other cab is a-following us, sir, and keeping about even distance all along." "All right, that's what I wanted to know. Palmer's now." At Palmer's, the clerk who had attended to Laker remembered him very well, and described him. He also remembered the wallet, and thought he remembered the umbrella. Was practically sure of it, in fact, upon reflection. He had no record of the name given, but remembered it distinctly to be Laker. As a matter of fact, names were never asked in such a transaction, but in this case Laker appeared to be ignorant of the usual procedure, as well as in a great hurry, and asked for the ticket and gave his name all in one breath, probably assuming that the name would be required. Hewitt got back to his cab and started for Charing Cross. The cabman once more lifted the lid and informed him that the hansom with the veiled woman in it was again following, having waited while Hewitt had visited Palmer's. At Charing Cross, Hewitt discharged his cab and walked straight to the Lost Property Office. The man in charge knew him very well, for his business had carried him there frequently before. "I fancy an umbrella was lost in the station yesterday," Hewitt said. It was a new umbrella, silk, with a gnarled gorse-root handle and 2 silver bands, something like this sketch. There was a monogram on the lower band, CWL, with the letters. "Has it been brought here?" "Oh, there was 2 or 3 yesterday," the man said. "Let's see." He took the sketch and retired to a corner of his room. "Oh, yes, here it is, I think. Isn't this it? Do you claim it?" "Well, not exactly that, but I think I'll take a look at it, if you'll let me. By the way, I see it's rolled up. Was it found like that?" "No, the chap rolled it up what found it. Porter he was. It's a fad of his, rolling up umbrellas close and neat, and he's rather proud of it. He often looks as though he'd like to take a man's umbrella away and roll it up for him when it's a bit clumsy done. Rum fad, eh?" "Yes, everybody has his little fad, though. Where was this found? Close by here?" "Oh, yes, sir, just there, almost opposite this window, in the little corner." "About 2 o'clock?" About that time, more or less." Hewitt took the umbrella up, unfastened the band, and shook the silk out loose. Then he opened it, and as he did so, a small scrap of paper fell from inside it. Hewitt pounced on it like lightning. Then, after examining the umbrella thoroughly, inside and out, he handed it back to the man, who had not observed the incident of the scrap of paper. "That will do, thanks," he said. "I only wanted to take a peep at it. Just a small matter connected with a little case of mine. Good morning." He turned suddenly, and saw, gazing at him with a terrified expression from a door behind, the face of the woman who had followed him in the cab. The veil was lifted, and he caught but a mere glance of the face ere it was suddenly withdrawn. He stood for a moment to allow the woman time to retreat, and then left the station and walked towards his office, close by. Scarcely 30 yards along the Strand he met Plummer. "I'm going to make some much closer inquiries, all down the line as far as Dover," Plummer said. "They wire from Calais that they have no clue as yet, and I mean to make quite sure, if I can, that Laker hasn't quietly slipped off the line somewhere between here and Dover. There's one very peculiar thing," Plummer added confidentially. "Did you see the two women who were waiting to see a member of the firm at Liddell, Neal and Liddell's?" "Yes, Laker's mother and his fiancée, I was told." "That's right. Well, do you know, that girl, Shaw her name is, has been shadowing me ever since I left the bank. Of course, I spotted it from the beginning. These amateurs don't know how to follow anybody, and, as a matter of fact, she's just inside that jeweller's shop door behind me now, pretending to look at the things in the window. But it's odd, isn't it?" "Well," Hewitt replied, "of course it's not a thing to be neglected. If you look very carefully at the corner of Villiers Street, without appearing to stare, I think you will possibly observe some signs of Laker's mother. She's shadowing me." Plummer looked casually in the direction indicated, and then immediately turned his eyes in another direction. "I see her," he said. "She's just taking a look round the corner. That's a thing not to be ignored. Of course, the Laker's house is being watched. We set a man on it at once yesterday, but I'll put someone on now to watch Miss Shaw's place too. I'll telephone through to Liddell's. Probably they'll be able to say where it is. And the women themselves must be watched too. As a matter of fact, I had a notion that Laker wasn't alone in it, and it's just possible, you know, that he has sent an accomplice off with his tourist ticket to lead us a dance while he looks after himself in another direction. Have you done anything?" "Well," Hewitt replied, with a faint reproduction of the secretive smile with which Plummer had met an inquiry of his earlier in the morning, "I've been to the station here, and I've found Laker's umbrella in the Lost Property Office." "Oh, then probably he has gone. I'll bear that in mind, and perhaps have a word with the lost property man." Plummer made for the station, and Hewitt for his office. He mounted the stairs, and reached his door just as I myself, who had been disappointed in not finding him in, was leaving. I had called with the idea of taking Hewitt to lunch with me at my club, but he declined lunch. "I have an important case in hand," he said. "Look here, Brett. See this scrap of paper? You know the types of the different newspapers. Which is this?" He handed me a small piece of paper. It was part of a cutting, containing an advertisement, which had been torn in half. "Well, I think," I said, "this is from the Daily Chronicle, judging by the paper. It is plainly from the Agony column, but all the papers use pretty much the same type for these advertisements, except the Times. If it were not torn, I could tell you at once, because the Chronicle columns are rather narrow." "Never mind. I'll send for them all." He rang, and sent Kerrit for a copy of each morning paper of the previous day. Then he took from a large wardrobe cupboard a decent but well-worn and rather roughened tall hat, also a coat, a little worn and shiny on the collar. He exchanged these for his own hat and coat, and then substituted an old necktie for his own clean white one, and encased his legs in mud-spotted leggings. This done, he produced a very large and thick pocket-book, fastened by a broad elastic band, and said, "Well, what do you think of this? Will it do for Queen's taxes, or sanitary inspection, or the gas, or the water supply?" "Very well indeed, I should say," I replied. "What's the case?" "Oh, I'll tell you all about that when it's over. No time now. Oh, here you are, Kerrit. By the by, Kerrit, I'm going out presently by the back way. Wait for about 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour after I'm gone, and then just go across the road and speak to that lady in black with the veil, who is waiting in that little foot-passage opposite. Say Mr. Martin Hewitt sends his compliments, and he advises her not to wait, as he has already left his office by another door, and has been gone some little time. That's all. It would be a pity to keep the poor woman waiting all day for nothing. Now, the papers. Daily News, Standard, Telegraph, Chronicle. Oh, yes, here it is, in the Chronicle. The whole advertisement read thus: Y.O.B. H.R. Shop roast. You first. Then tonight. O2. Second top, third L. Number 197, Red BL. Straight Mon. One at a time. "What's this?" I asked. "A cryptogram?" "I'll see," Hewitt answered. "But I won't tell you anything about it till afterwards, so you get your lunch. Kerrit, bring the directory." This was all I actually saw of this case myself, and I have written the rest in its proper order from Hewitt's information, as I have written some other cases entirely. To resume at the point where, for the time, I lost sight of the matter. Hewitt left by the back way and stopped an empty cab as it passed. Abney Park Cemetery was his direction to the driver. In little more than 20 minutes, the cab was branching off down the Essex Road on its way to Stoke Newington, and in 20 minutes more Hewitt stopped it in Church Street, Stoke Newington. He walked through a street or two, and then down another, the houses of which he scanned carefully as he passed. Opposite one, which stood by itself, he stopped, and making a pretence of consulting and arranging his large pocket-book, he took a good look at the house. It was rather larger, neater, and more pretentious than the others in the street, and it had a natty little coach-house just visible up the side entrance. There were red blinds hung with heavy lace in the front windows, and behind one of these blinds Hewitt was able to catch the glint of a heavy gas chandelier. He stepped briskly up the front steps and knocked sharply at the door. "Mr. Morrison?" he asked, pocket-book in hand, when a neat parlour-maid opened the door. "Yes." "Ah." Hewitt stepped into the hall and pulled off his hat. "It's only the meter. There's been a deal of gas running away somewhere here, and I'm just looking to see if the meters are right. Where is it?" The girl hesitated. "I'll ask master," she said. "Very well. I don't want to take it away, you know, only to give it a tap or two, and so on." The girl retired to the back of the hall, and without taking her eyes off Martin Hewitt, gave his message to some invisible person in a back room, whence came a growling reply of, "All right." Hewitt followed the girl to the basement, apparently looking straight before him, but in reality taking in every detail of the place. The gas meter was in a very large lumber cupboard under the kitchen stairs. The girl opened the door and lit a candle. The meter stood on the floor, which was littered with hampers and boxes and odd sheets of brown paper. But a thing that at once arrested Hewitt's attention was a garment of some sort of bright blue cloth, with large brass buttons, which was lying in a tumbled heap in a corner, and appeared to be the only thing in the place that was not covered with dust. Nevertheless, Hewitt took no apparent notice of it, but stooped down and solemnly tapped the meter 3 times with his pencil, and listened with great gravity, placing his ear to the top. Then he shook his head and tapped again. At length he said, "It's a bit doubtful. I'll just get you to light the gas in the kitchen a moment. Keep your hand to the burner, and when I call out, shut it off at once, see?" The girl turned and entered the kitchen, and Hewitt immediately seized the blue coat, for a coat it was. It had a dull red piping in the seams, and was of the swallow-tail pattern, a livery coat, in fact. He held it for a moment before him, examining its pattern and colour, and then rolled it up and flung it again into the corner. "Right," he called to the servant. "Shut off." The girl emerged from the kitchen as he left the cupboard. "Well," she asked, "are you satisfied now?" "Quite satisfied, thank you," Hewitt replied. "Is it all right?" she continued, jerking her hand toward the cupboard. "Well, no, it isn't. There's something wrong there, and I'm glad I came. You can tell Mr. Merston, if you like, that I expect his gas bill will be a good deal less next quarter." And there was a suspicion of a chuckle in Hewitt's voice as he crossed the hall to leave, for a gas inspector is pleased when he finds at length what he has been searching for. Things had fallen out better than Hewitt had dared to expect. He saw the key of the whole mystery in that blue coat, for it was the uniform coat of the hall porters at one of the banks that he had visited in the morning, though which one he could not for the moment remember. He entered the nearest post office and dispatched a telegram to Plummer, giving certain directions, and asking the inspector to meet him. Then he hailed the first available cab and hurried toward the city. At Lombard Street he alighted, and looked in at the door of each bank, till he came to Buller, Clayton, Lads and Company's. This was the bank he wanted. In the other banks, the hall porters wore mulberry coats, brick dust coats, brown coats, and what not, but here, behind the ladders and scaffold poles which obscured the entrance, he could see a man in a blue coat, with dull red piping and brass buttons. He sprang up the steps, pushed open the inner swing door, and finally satisfied himself by a closer view of the coat, to the wearer's astonishment. Then he regained the pavement, and walked the whole length of the bank premises in front, afterwards turning up the paved passage at the side, deep in thought. The bank had no windows or doors on the side next the court, and the two adjoining houses were old and supported in places by wooden shores. Both were empty, and a great board announced that tenders would be received in a month's time for the purchase of the old materials of which they were constructed. Also, that some part of the site would be let on a long building lease. Hewitt looked up at the grimy fronts of the old buildings. The windows were crusted thick with dirt, all except the bottom window of the house nearer the bank, which was fairly clean, and seemed to have been quite lately washed. The door, too, of this house was cleaner than that of the other, though the paint was worn. Hewitt reached and fingered a hook driven into the left-hand door-post, about 6 feet from the ground. It was new, and not at all rusted. Also, a tiny splinter had been displaced when the hook was driven in, and clean wood showed at the spot. Having observed these things, Hewitt stepped back and read at the bottom of the big board the name Windsor and Weeks, Surveyors and Auctioneers, Abchurch Lane. Then he stepped into Lombard Street. 2 hansoms pulled up near the post office, and out of the first stepped Inspector Plummer and another man. This man, and the 2 who alighted from the second hansom, were unmistakably plain-clothes constables. Their air, gait, and boots proclaimed it. "What's all this?" demanded Plummer, as Hewitt approached. "You'll soon see, I think. But first, have you put the watch on number 197, Hackworth Road?" "Yes, nobody will get away from there alone." "Very good. I am going into Abchurch Lane for a few minutes. Leave your men out here, but just go round into the court by Buller, Clayton and Lads, and keep your eye on the first door on the left. I think we'll find something soon. Did you get rid of Miss Shaw?" "No, she's behind now, and Mrs. Laker's with her. They met in the Strand and came after us in another cab. Rare fun, eh? They think we're pretty green. It's quite handy, too. So long as they keep behind me, it saves all trouble of watching them." And Inspector Plummer chuckled and winked. "Very good. You don't mind keeping your eye on that door, do you? I'll be back very soon." And with that, Hewitt turned off into Abchurch Lane. At Windsor and Weeks's, information was not difficult to obtain. The houses were destined to come down very shortly, but a week or so ago an office and a cellar in one of them was let temporarily to a Mr. Westley. He brought no references. Indeed, as he paid a fortnight's rent in advance, he was not asked for any, considering the circumstances of the case. He was opening a London branch for a large firm of cider merchants, he said, and just wanted a rough office and a cool cellar to store samples in for a few weeks, till the permanent premises were ready. There was another key, and no doubt the premises might be entered if there were any special need for such a course. Martin Hewitt gave such excellent reasons that Windsor & Weekes's managing clerk immediately produced the key and accompanied Hewitt to the spot. "I think you'd better have your men handy," Hewitt remarked to Plummer when they reached the door, and a whistle quickly brought the men over. The key was inserted in the lock and turned, but the door would not open. The bolt was fastened at the bottom. Hewitt stopped and looked under the door. "It's a drop bolt," he said. "Probably the man who left last let it fall loose, and then banged the door so that it fell into its place. I must try my best with a wire or a piece of string." A wire was brought, and with some manoeuvring, Hewitt contrived to pass it round the bolt, and lift it little by little, steadying it with the blade of a pocket-knife. When at length the bolt was raised out of the hole, the knife-blade was slipped under it, and the door swung open. They entered. The door of the little office just inside stood open, but in the office there was nothing, except a board a couple of feet long in a corner. Hewitt stepped across and lifted this, turning its downward face toward Plummer. On it, in fresh white paint on a black ground, were painted the words, "Buller, Clayton, Lads and Company, Temporary Entrance." Hewitt turned to Windsor & Weekes's clerk and asked, "The man who took this room called himself Westley, didn't he?" "Yes." "Youngish man, clean-shaven and well-dressed?" "Yes, he was." "I fancy," Hewitt said, turning to Plummer, "I fancy an old friend of yours is in this, Mr. Sam Gunter." "What, the Hoxton yob?" "I think it's possible he's been Mr. Westley for a bit, and somebody else for another bit. But let's come to the cellar." Windsor & Weekes's clerk led the way down a steep flight of steps into a dark underground corridor, wherein they lighted their way with many successive matches. Soon the corridor made a turn to the right, and as the party passed the turn, there came from the end of the passage before them a fearful yell. "Help! Help! Open the door! I'm going mad! Mad! Oh, my God!" And there was a sound of desperate beating from the inside of the cellar door at the extreme end. The men stopped, startled. "Come," said Hewitt, "more matches." And he rushed to the door. It was fastened with a bar and padlock. "Let me out, for God's sake!" came the voice, sick and hoarse, from the inside. "Let me out!" "All right," Hewitt shouted. "We've come for you. Wait a moment." The voice sank into a sort of sobbing croon, and Hewitt tried several keys from his own bunch on the padlock. None fitted. He drew from his pocket the wire he had used for the bolt of the front door, straightened it out, and made a sharp bend at the end. "Hold a match close," he ordered shortly, and one of the men obeyed. 3 or 4 attempts were necessary, and several different bendings of the wire were effected, but in the end Hewitt picked the lock and flung open the door. From within, a ghastly figure fell forward among them, fainting, and knocked out the matches. "Hello!" cried Plummer. "Hold up! Who are you?" "Let's get him into the open," said Hewitt. "He can't tell you who he is for a bit, but I believe he's Laker." "Laker? What, here?" "I think so. Steady up the steps. Don't bump him. He's pretty sore already, I expect." Truly, the man was a pitiable sight. His hair and face were caked in dust and blood, and his fingernails were torn and bleeding. Water was sent for at once, and brandy. "Well," said Plummer hazily, looking first at the unconscious prisoner and then at Hewitt. "But what about the swag?" "You'll have to find that yourself," Hewitt replied. "I think my share of the case is about finished. I only act for the Guarantee Society, you know, and if Laker's proved innocent—" Innocent? How? Well, this is what took place, as near as I can figure it. You'd better undo his collar, I think. This to the men. What I believe has happened is this. There has been a very clever and carefully prepared conspiracy here, and Laker has not been the criminal, but the victim. Been robbed himself, you mean? But how? Where? Yesterday morning, before he had been to more than 3 banks. Here, in fact. But then how? You're all wrong. We know he made the whole round, and did all the collection. And then Palmer's office and all, and the umbrella. Why— The man lay still unconscious. "Don't raise his head," Hewitt said, "and one of you had best fetch a doctor. He's had a terrible shock." Then, turning to Plummer, he went on, "As to how they managed the job, I'll tell you what I think. First, it struck some very clever person that a deal of money might be got by robbing a walk clerk from a bank. This clever person was one of a clever gang of thieves, perhaps the Hoxton Row gang, as I think I hinted. Now, you know quite as well as I do that such a gang will spend any amount of time over a job that promises a big haul, and that for such a job they can always command the necessary capital. There are many most respectable persons living in good style in the suburbs, whose chief business lies in financing such ventures, and taking the chief share of the proceeds. Well, this is their plan, carefully and intelligently carried out. They watch Laker, observe the round he takes, and his habits. They find that there is only one of the clerks with whom he does business that he is much acquainted with, and that this clerk is in a bank which is commonly second in Laker's round. The sharpest man among them, and I don't think there's a man in London who could do this as well as young Sam Gunter, studies Laker's dress and habits, just as an actor studies a character. They take this office and cellar, as we have seen, because it is next door to a bank whose front entrance is being altered, a fact which Laker must know from his daily visits. The smart man, Gunter, let us say, and I have other reasons for believing it to be he, makes up precisely like Laker, false moustache, dress and everything, and waits here with the rest of the gang. One of the gang is dressed in a blue coat with brass buttons, like a hall porter in Buller's Bank. Do you see? Yes, I think so. It's pretty clear now. A Confederate watches at the top of the court, and the moment Laker turns in from Cornhill, having already been mined at the only bank where he was so well known that the disguised thief would not have passed muster, as soon as he turns in from Cornhill, I say, a signal is given, and that board, pointing to that with the white letters, is hung on the hook in the doorpost. The sham porter stands beside it, and as Laker approaches, says, "This way in, sir, this morning. The front way's shut for the alterations." Laker, suspecting nothing, and supposing that the firm have made a temporary entrance through the empty house, enters. He is seized when well along the corridor. The board is taken down, and the front door shut. Probably he is stunned by a blow on the head. See the blood now. They take his wallet and all the cash he has already collected. Gunter takes the wallet, and also the umbrella, since it has Laker's initials, and is therefore distinctive. He simply completes the walk in the character of Laker, beginning with Buller, Clayton and Lads, just round the corner. It is nothing but routine work, which is quickly done, and nobody notices him particularly. It is the bills they examine. Meanwhile, this unfortunate fellow is locked up in the cellar here, right at the end of the underground corridor, where he can never make himself heard in the street, and where next him are only the empty cellars of the deserted house next door. The thieves shut the front door and vanish. The rest is plain. Gunter, having completed the round and bagged some £15,000 or more, spends a few pounds in a tourist ticket at Palmer's as a blind, being careful to give Laker's name. He leaves the umbrella at Charing Cross in a conspicuous place, right opposite the Lost Property Office, where it is sure to be seen, and so completes his false trail. Then who are the people at 197 Hackworth Road? The capitalist lives there, The financier, and probably the directing spirit of the whole thing. Merston's the name he goes by there, and I've no doubt he cuts a very imposing figure in chapel every Sunday. He'll be worth picking up. This isn't the first thing he's been in, I'll warrant. But what about Laker's mother and Miss Shaw? Well, what? The poor women are nearly out of their minds with terror and shame, that's all. But though they may think Laker a criminal, they'll never desert him. They've been following us about, with a feeble, vague sort of hope of being able to baffle us in some way, or help him if we caught him, or something, poor things. Did you ever hear of a real woman who'd desert a son or a lover merely because he was a criminal? But here's the doctor. When he's attended to him, will you let your men take Laker home? I must hurry and report to the Guarantee Society, I think. But, said the perplexed plumber, where did you get your clue? You must have had a tip from someone, you know. You can't have done it by clairvoyance. What gave you the tip? The Daily Chronicle. The what? The Daily Chronicle. Just take a look at the agony column in yesterday morning's issue, and read the message to Yob, to Gunter, in fact. That's all. By this time a cab was waiting in Lombard Street, and two of Plummer's men, under the doctor's directions, carried Laker to it. No sooner, however, were they in the court than the two watching women threw themselves hysterically upon Laker, and it was long before they could be persuaded that he was not being taken to jail. The mother shrieked aloud, "My boy! My boy! Don't take him! Oh, don't take him! They've killed my boy! Look at his head! Oh, his head!" and wrestled desperately with the men, while Hewitt attempted to soothe her, and promised to allow her to go in the cab with her son, if she would only be quiet. The younger woman made no noise, but she held one of Laker's limp hands in both hers. Hewitt and I dined together that evening, and he gave me a full account of the occurrences which I have here set down. Still, when he was finished, I was not able to see clearly by what process of reasoning he had arrived at the conclusions that gave him the key to the mystery, nor did I understand the agony column message, and I said so. In the beginning, Hewitt explained, the thing that struck me as curious was the fact that Laker was said to have given his own name at Palmer's in buying his ticket. Now, the first thing the greenest and newest criminal thinks of is changing his name, so that the giving of his own name seemed unlikely to begin with. Still, he might have made such a mistake, as Plummer suggested when he said that criminals usually make a mistake somewhere, as they do, in fact. Still, it was the least likely mistake I could think of, especially as he actually didn't wait to be asked for his name, but blurted it out when it wasn't really wanted. And it was conjoined with another rather curious mistake, or what would have been a mistake if the thief were Laker. Why should he conspicuously display his wallet, such a distinctive article, for the clerk to see and note? Why, rather, had he not got rid of it before showing himself? Supposing it should be somebody personating Laker. In any case, I determined not to be prejudiced by what I had heard of Laker's betting. A man may bet without being a thief. But, again, supposing it were Laker, might he not have given his name, and displayed his wallet and so on, while buying a ticket for France, in order to draw pursuit after himself in that direction, while he made off in another name, and disguised? Each supposition was plausible, and in either case it might happen that whoever was laying this trail would probably lay it a little farther. Charing Cross was the next point, and there I went. I already had it from Plummer that Laker had not been recognised there. Perhaps the trail had been laid in some other manner. Something left behind, with Laker's name on it, perhaps. I at once thought of the umbrella with his monogram, and, making a long shot, asked for it at the Lost Property Office, as you know. The guess was lucky. In the umbrella, as you know, I found that scrap of paper. That, I judged, had fallen in from the hand of the man carrying the umbrella. He had torn the paper in half in order to fling it away, and one piece had fallen into the loosely flapping umbrella. It is a thing that will often happen with an omnibus ticket, as you may have noticed. Also, it was proved that the umbrella was unrolled when found, and rolled immediately after. So, here was a piece of paper dropped by the person who had brought the umbrella to Charing Cross and left it. I got the whole advertisement, as you remember, and I studied it. Yob is back slang for boy, and it is often used in nicknames to denote a young smooth-faced thief. Gunter, the man I suspect, as a matter of fact is known as the Hoxton Yob. The message, then, was addressed to someone known by such a nickname. Next, H.R. Shop Roast. Now, in thieves' slang, to roast a thing or a person is to watch it or him. They call any place a shop, notably a thieves' den. So that this means that some resort, perhaps the Hoxton Row shop, was watched. You first, then tonight, would be clearer, perhaps, when the rest was understood. I thought a little over the rest, and it struck me that it must be a direction to some other house, since one was warned of as being watched. Besides, there was the number 197 and Red BL, which would be extremely likely to mean red blinds, by way of clearly distinguishing the house. And then the plan of the thing was plain. You have noticed, probably, that the map of London which accompanies the Post Office Directory is divided, for convenience of reference, into numbered squares. Oh, yes, the squares are denoted by letters along the top margin and figures down the side, so that if you consult the directory and find a place marked as being in D5, for instance, you find vertical division D and run your finger down it till it intersects horizontal division 5, and there you are. Precisely. I got my post office directory and looked for O2. It was in North London and took in parts of Abney Park Cemetery and Clissold Park. Second top was the next sign. Very well. I counted the second street intersecting the top of the square, counting in the usual way from the left. That was Lordship Road. Then third L. From the point where Lordship Road crossed the top of the square, I ran my finger down the road till it came to third L, or, in other words, the third turning on the left, Hackworth Road. So there we were, unless my guesses were altogether wrong. Straight Mon probably meant straight Monica, that is to say, the proper name, a thief's real name, in contradistinction to that he may assume. I turned over the directory till I found Hackworth Road, and found that number 197 was inhabited by a Mr. Morrison. From the whole thing I judged this. There was to have been a meeting at the H.R. shop, but that was found, at the last moment, to be watched by the police for some purpose, so that another appointment was made for this house in the suburbs. You first, then tonight. The person addressed was to come first, and the others in the evening. They were to ask for the householder's straight moniker, Mr. Morrison, and they were to come one at a time. Now then, what was this? What theory would fit it? Suppose this were a robbery, directed from afar by the advertiser. Suppose, on the day before the robbery, it was found that the place fixed for division of spoils were watched. Suppose that the principal thereupon advertised, as had already been agreed in case of emergency, in these terms. The principal in the actual robbery, the yob addressed, was to go first with the booty. The others were to come after, one at a time. Anyway, the thing was good enough to follow a little further, and I determined to try number 197 Hackworth Road. I have told you what I found there, and how it opened my eyes. I went, of course, merely on chance, to see what I might chance to see, but luck favoured, and I happened on that coat, brought back rolled up on the evening after the robbery, doubtless by the thief who had used it, and flung carelessly into the handiest cupboard. That was this gang's mistake. "Well, I congratulate you," I said. "I hope they'll catch the rascals." "I rather think they will, now they know where to look. They can scarcely miss Morrison, anyway." There has been very little to go upon in this case, but I stuck to the thread, however slight, and it brought me through. The rest of the case, of course, is Plummer's. It was a peculiarity of my commission that I could equally well fulfil it by catching the man with all the plunder, or by proving him innocent. Having done the latter, my work was at an end, but I left it where Plummer will be able to finish the job handsomely. Plummer did. Sam Gunter, Morrison, and one accomplice were taken. The first and last were well known to the police, and were identified by Laker. Morrison, as Hewitt had suspected, had kept the lion's share for himself, so that altogether, with what was recovered from him and the other two, nearly £11,000 was saved for Messrs. Liddell, Neal and Liddell. Morrison, when taken, was in the act of packing up to take a holiday abroad, and there cash his notes, which were found, neatly packed in separate thousands, in his portmanteau. As Hewitt had predicted, his gas bill was considerably less next quarter. For less than halfway through it, he began a term in jail. As for Laker, he was reinstated, of course, with an increase of salary by way of compensation for his broken head. He had passed a terrible 26 hours in the cellar, unfed and unheard. Several times he had become insensible, and again he had thrown himself madly against the door, shouting and tearing at it, till he fell back exhausted, with broken nails and bleeding fingers. For some hours before the arrival of his rescuers, he had been sitting in a sort of stupor, from which he was suddenly aroused by the sound of voices and footsteps. He was in bed for a week, and required a rest of a month in addition before he could resume his duties. Then he was quietly lectured by Mr. Neal as to betting, and, I believe, dropped that practice in consequence. I am told that he is at the counter now, a considerable promotion. The Brighton Mystery by Emma Orczy. "Do you care for the seaside?" asked the man in the corner when he had finished his lunch. "I don't mean the seaside at Ostend or Trouville, but honest English seaside, with 3-shilling excursionists and dirty, expensive furnished apartments, where they charge you a shilling for lighting the hall gas on Sundays, and 6pence on other evenings. Do you care for that?" "I prefer the country." "Ah, perhaps it is preferable. Personally, I only liked one of our English seaside resorts once, and that was for a week, when Edward Skinner was up before the magistrate, charged with what was known as the Brighton outrage. I don't know if you remember the memorable day in Brighton, memorable for that elegant town, which deals more in amusements than mysteries, when Mr. Francis Morton, one of its most noted residents, disappeared. Yes, disappeared as completely as any vanishing lady in a music-hall. He was wealthy, had a fine house, servants, a wife and children, and he disappeared. There was no getting away from that. Mr. Francis Morton lived with his wife in one of the large houses in Sussex Square, at the Kemp Town end of Brighton. Mrs. Morton was well known for her Americanisms, her swagger dinner parties, and beautiful Paris gowns. She was the daughter of one of the many American millionaires. I think her father was a Chicago pork butcher, who conveniently provide wealthy wives for English gentlemen, and she had married Mr. Francis Morton a few years ago, and brought him her $250,000 for no other reason but that she fell in love with him. He was neither good-looking nor distinguished. In fact, he was one of those men who seem to have City stamped all over their person. He was a gentleman of very regular habits, going up to London every morning on business, and returning every afternoon by the husband's train. So regular was he in these habits that all the servants of the Sussex Square house were betrayed into actual gossip over the fact that on Wednesday, March 17th, the master was not home for dinner. Hales, the butler, remarked that the mistress seemed a bit anxious and didn't eat much food. The evening wore on, and Mr. Morton did not appear. At 9 o'clock, the young footman was dispatched to the station to make inquiries whether his master had been seen there in the afternoon, or whether, which heaven forbid, there had been an accident on the line. The young man interviewed 2 or 3 porters, the bookstall boy and ticket clerk. All were agreed that Mr. Morton did not go up to London during the day. No one had seen him within the precincts of the station. There certainly had been no accident reported, either on the up or down line. But the morning of the 18th came, with its initial postman's knock, but neither Mr. Morton nor any sign of news from him. Mrs. Morton, who evidently had spent a sleepless night, for she looked sadly changed and haggard, sent a wire to the hall porter at the large building in Cannon Street, where her husband had his office. An hour later she had the reply, "Not seen Mr. Morton all day yesterday, not here today." By the afternoon, everyone in Brighton knew that a fellow resident had mysteriously disappeared from or in the city. A couple of days, then another, elapsed, and still no sign of Mr. Morton. The police were doing their best. The gentleman was so well known in Brighton, as he had been a resident 2 years, that it was not difficult to firmly establish the one fact that he had not left the city, since no one saw him in the station on the morning of the 17th, nor at any time since then. Mild excitement prevailed throughout the town. At first, the newspapers took the matter somewhat jocosely. "Where is Mr. Morton?" was the usual placard on the evening's contents bills. But after 3 days had gone by, and the worthy Brighton resident was still missing, while Mrs. Morton was seen to look more haggard and careworn every day, mild excitement gave place to anxiety. There were vague hints now as to foul play. The news had leaked out that the missing gentleman was carrying a large sum of money on the day of his disappearance. There were also vague rumours of a scandal, not unconnected with Mrs. Morton herself, and her own past history, which, in her anxiety for her husband, she had been forced to reveal to the detective inspector in charge of the case. Then, on Saturday, the news which the late evening papers contained was this. Acting on certain information received, the police today forced an entrance into one of the rooms of Russell House, a high-class furnished apartment on the King's Parade, and there they discovered our missing distinguished townsman, Mr. Francis Morton, who had been robbed and subsequently locked up in that room since Wednesday, the 17th. When discovered, he was in the last stages of inanition. He was tied into an armchair with ropes. A thick wool shawl had been wound round his mouth, and it is a positive marvel that, left thus without food and very little air, the unfortunate gentleman survived the horrors of these 4 days of incarceration. He has been conveyed to his residence in Sussex Square, and we are pleased to say that Dr. Mellish, who is in attendance, has declared his patient to be out of serious danger, and that, with care and rest, he will be soon quite himself again. At the same time, our readers will learn with unmixed satisfaction that the police of our city, with their usual acuteness and activity, have already discovered the identity and whereabouts of the cowardly ruffian who committed this unparalleled outrage. "I really don't know," continued the man in the corner, blandly, "what it was that interested me in the case from the very first. Certainly it had nothing very out of the way or mysterious about it, but I journeyed down to Brighton nevertheless, as I felt that something deeper and more subtle lay behind that extraordinary assault, following a robbery, no doubt. I must tell you that the police had allowed it to be freely circulated abroad that they held a clue. It had been easy enough to ascertain who the lodger was who had rented the furnished room in Russell House. His name was supposed to be Edward Skinner, and he had taken the room about a fortnight ago, but had gone away, ostensibly for 2 or 3 days, on the very day of Mr. Morton's mysterious disappearance. It was on the 20th that Mr. Morton was found, and 36 hours later the public were gratified to hear that Mr. Edward Skinner had been traced to London, and arrested on the charge of assault upon the person of Mr. Francis Morton, and of robbing him of the sum of £10,000. Then a further sensation was added to the already bewildering case by the startling announcement that Mr. Francis Morton refused to prosecute. Of course, the Treasury took up the case and subpoenaed Mr. Morton as a witness, so that gentleman, if he wished to hush the matter up, or had been in any way terrorized into a promise of doing so, gained nothing by his refusal, except an additional amount of curiosity in the public mind, and further sensation around the mysterious case. It was all this, you see, which had interested me, and brought me down to Brighton on March 23rd, to see the prisoner, Edward Skinner, arraigned before the beak. I must say that he was a very ordinary-looking individual, fair, of ruddy complexion, with snub nose and the beginning of a bald place on the top of his head. He, too, looked the embodiment of a prosperous, stodgy, city gent. I took a quick survey of the witnesses present, and guessed that the handsome, stylish woman sitting next to Mr. Reginald Pepys, the noted lawyer for the Crown, was Mrs. Morton. There was a large crowd in court, and I heard whispered comments among the feminine portion thereof as to the beauty of Mrs. Morton's gown, the value of her large picture hat, and the magnificence of her diamond rings. The police gave all the evidence required with regard to the finding of Mr. Morton in the room at Russell House, and also to the arrest of Skinner at the Langham Hotel in London. It appears that the prisoner seemed completely taken aback at the charge preferred against him, and declared that though he knew Mr. Francis Morton slightly in business, he knew nothing as to his private life. "Prisoner stated," continued Inspector Buckle, "that he was not even aware Mr. Morton lived in Brighton. But I have evidence here, which I will place before your honour, to prove that the prisoner was seen in the company of Mr. Morton at 9:30 o'clock on the morning of the assault." Cross-examined by Mr. Matthew Quiller, the detective inspector admitted that prisoner merely said that he did not know that Mr. Morton was a resident of Brighton. He never denied having met him there. The witness, or rather witnesses, referred to by the police, were two Brighton tradesmen who knew Mr. Morton by sight and had seen him on the morning of the 17th, walking with the accused. In this instance, Mr. Quiller had no question to ask of the witnesses, and it was generally understood that the prisoner did not wish to contradict their statement. Constable Hartrick told the story of the finding of the unfortunate Mr. Morton after his 4 days' incarceration. The constable had been sent round by the chief inspector, after certain information given by Mrs. Chapman, the landlady of Russell House. He had found the door locked, and forced it open. Mr. Morton was in an armchair, with several yards of rope wound loosely round him. He was almost unconscious, and there was a thick wool shawl tied round his mouth, which must have deadened any cry or groan the poor gentleman might have uttered. But, as a matter of fact, the constable was under the impression that Mr. Morton had been either drugged or stunned in some way at first, which had left him weak and faint, and prevented him from making himself heard, or extricating himself from his bonds, which were very clumsily, evidently very hastily, wound round his body. The medical officer who was called in, and also Dr. Mellish, who attended Mr. Morton, both said that he seemed dazed by some stupefying drug, and also, of course, terribly weak and faint with the want of food. The first witness of real importance was Mrs. Chapman, the proprietress of Russell House, whose original information to the police led to the discovery of Mr. Morton. In answer to Mr. Pepys, she said that on March 1st the accused called at her house and gave his name as Mr. Edward Skinner. He required, he said, a furnished room at a moderate rental for a permanency, with full attendance when he was in, but he added that he would often be away for 2 or 3 days, or even longer at a time. "He told me that he was a traveller for a tea-house," continued Mrs. Chapman, "and I showed him the front room on the 3rd floor, as he did not want to pay more than 12 shillings a week. I asked him for a reference, but he put 3 sovereigns in my hand and said with a laugh that he supposed paying for his room a month in advance was sufficient reference. If I didn't like him after that, I could give him a week's notice to quit." "You did not think of asking him the name of the firm for which he travelled?" asked Mr. Pepys. "No, I was quite satisfied, as he paid me for the room. The next day he sent in his luggage and took possession of the room. He went out most mornings on business, but was always in Brighton for Saturday and Sunday. On the 16th he told me that he was going to Liverpool for a couple of days. He slept in the house that night and went off early on the 17th, taking his portmanteau with him." "At what time did he leave?" asked Mr. Pepys. "I couldn't say exactly," replied Mrs. Chapman, with some hesitation. "You see, this is the off-season here. None of my rooms are let, except the one to Mr. Skinner, and I only have 1 servant. I keep 4 during the summer, autumn, and winter season," she added with conscious pride, fearing that her former statement might prejudice the reputation of Russell House. "I thought I had heard Mr. Skinner go out about 9 o'clock, but about an hour later the girl and I were both in the basement, and we heard the front door open and shut with a bang, and then a step in the hall." "That's Mr. Skinner," said Mary. "So it is," I said. "Why, I thought he had gone an hour ago." "He did go out then," said Mary, "for he left his bedroom door open, and I went in to do his bed and tidy his room." "Just go and see if that's him, Mary," I said, and Mary ran up to the hall and up the stairs, and came back to tell me that that was Mr. Skinner all right enough. He had gone straight up to his room. Mary didn't see him, but he had another gentleman with him, as she could hear them talking in Mr. Skinner's room. "Then you can't tell us at what time the prisoner left the house finally?" "No, that I can't. I went out shopping soon after that. When I came in it was 12 o'clock. I went up to the 3rd floor and found that Mr. Skinner had locked his door and taken the key with him. As I knew Mary had already done the room, I did not trouble more about it, though I did think it strange for a gentleman to lock up his room and not leave the key with me." "And, of course, you heard no noise of any kind in the room then?" "No, not that day or the next. But on the 3rd day, Mary and I both thought we heard a funny sound. I said that Mr. Skinner had left his window open, and it was the blind flapping against the window-pane. But when we heard that funny noise again, I put my ear to the keyhole, and I thought I could hear a groan. I was very frightened, and sent Mary for the police." Mrs. Chapman had nothing more of interest to say. The prisoner certainly was her lodger. She had last seen him on the evening of the 16th, going up to his room with his candle. Mary, the servant, had much the same story to relate as her mistress. "I think it was him, right enough," said Mary, guardedly. "I didn't see him, but I went up to his landing and stopped a moment outside his door. I could hear loud voices in the room, gentlemen talking." "I suppose you would not do such a thing as to listen, Mary?" queried Mr. Pepys with a smile. "No, sir," said Mary, with a bland smile. "I didn't catch what the gentleman said, but one of them spoke so loud I thought they must be quarrelling." "Mr. Skinner was the only person in possession of a latchkey, I presume. No one else could have come in without ringing at the door?" "Oh, no, sir." That was all. So far, you see, the case was progressing splendidly for the Crown against the prisoner. The contention, of course, was that Mr. Skinner had met Mr. Morton, brought him home with him, assaulted, drugged, then gagged and bound him, and finally robbed him of whatever money he had in his possession, which, according to certain affidavits, which presently would be placed before the magistrate, amounted to £10,000 in notes. But in all this there still remained the great element of mystery, for which the public and the magistrate would demand an explanation. Namely, what were the relationships between Mr. Morton and Skinner, which had induced the former to refuse the prosecution of the man who had not only robbed him, but had so nearly succeeded in leaving him to die a terrible and lingering death. Mr. Morton was too ill as yet to appear in person. Dr. Mellish had absolutely forbidden his patient to undergo the fatigue and excitement of giving evidence himself in court that day, but his depositions had been taken at his bedside, were sworn to by him, and were now placed before the magistrate by the prosecuting counsel, and the facts they revealed were certainly as remarkable as they were brief and enigmatical. As they were read by Mr. Pepys, an awed and expectant hush seemed to descend over the large crowd gathered there, and all necks were strained eagerly forward to catch a glimpse of a tall, elegant woman, faultlessly dressed, and wearing exquisite jewellery, but whose handsome face wore, as the prosecuting counsel read her husband's deposition, a more and more ashen hue. "This, Your Honour, is the statement made upon oath by Mr. Francis Morton," commenced Mr. Pepys, in that loud, sonorous voice of his, which sounds so impressive in a crowded and hushed court. "I was obliged, for certain reasons which I refuse to disclose, to make a payment of a large sum of money to a man whom I did not know and have never seen. It was in a matter of which my wife was cognizant, and which had entirely to do with her own affairs. I was merely the go-between, as I thought it was not fit that she should see to this matter herself. The individual in question had made certain demands, of which she kept me in ignorance so long as she could, not wishing to unnecessarily worry me. At last she decided to place the whole matter before me, and I agreed with her that it would be best to satisfy the man's demands. I then wrote to that individual, whose name I do not wish to disclose, addressing the letter, as my wife directed me to do, to the Brighton post office, saying that I was ready to pay the £10,000 to him at any place or time, and in what manner he might appoint. I received a reply which bore the Brighton postmark, and which desired me to be outside Furnival's, the draper's, in West Street, at 9:30 on the morning of March 17th, and to bring the money, £10,000, in Bank of England notes. On the 16th my wife gave me a cheque for the amount, and I cashed it at her bank, Bird's, in Fleet Street. At 9:30 the following morning I was at the appointed place. An individual wearing a grey overcoat, bowler hat, and red tie accosted me by name, and requested me to walk as far as his lodgings in the King's Parade. I followed him. Neither of us spoke. He stopped at a house which bore the name Russell House, and which I shall be able to swear to as soon as I am able to go out. He let himself in with a latchkey, and asked me to follow him up to his room on the 3rd floor. I thought I noticed, when we were in the room, that he locked the door. However, I had nothing of any value about me except the £10,000, which I was ready to give him. We had not exchanged the slightest word. I gave him the notes, and he folded them and put them in his pocket-book. Then I turned towards the door, and, without the slightest warning, I felt myself suddenly gripped by the shoulder, while a handkerchief was pressed to my nose and mouth. I struggled as best I could, but the handkerchief was saturated with chloroform, and I soon lost consciousness. I hazily remember the man saying to me, in short, jerky sentences, spoken at intervals, while I was still weakly struggling, "What a fool you must think me, my dear sir. Did you really think that I was going to let you quietly walk out of here, straight to the police station, eh? Such dodges have been done before, I know, when a man's silence has to be bought for money. Find out who he is, see where he lives, give him the money, then inform against him. No, you don't, not this time. I am off to the Continent with this £10,000, and I can get to Newhaven in time for the midday boat, so you'll have to keep quiet until I am the other side of the channel, my friend. You won't be much inconvenienced. My landlady will hear your groans presently and release you, so you'll be all right. There now, drink this. That's better." He forced something bitter down my throat. Then I remember nothing more. When I regained consciousness, I was sitting in an armchair with some rope tied round me and a wool shawl round my mouth. I hadn't the strength to make the slightest effort to disentangle myself or to utter a scream. I felt terribly sick and faint. Mr. Reginald Pepys had finished reading, and no one in that crowded court had thought of uttering a sound. The magistrate's eyes were fixed upon the handsome lady in the magnificent gown, who was mopping her eyes with a dainty lace handkerchief. The extraordinary narrative of the victim of so daring an outrage had kept everyone in suspense. One thing was still expected to make the measure of sensation as full as it had ever been over any criminal case, and that was Mrs. Morton's evidence. She was called by the prosecuting counsel, and slowly, gracefully, she entered the witness box. There was no doubt that she had felt keenly the tortures which her husband had undergone, and also the humiliation of seeing her name dragged forcibly into this ugly, blackmailing scandal. Closely questioned by Mr. Reginald Pepys, she was forced to admit that the man who blackmailed her was connected with her early life in a way which would have brought terrible disgrace upon her, and upon her children. The story she told, amidst many tears and sobs, and much use of her beautiful lace handkerchief and beringed hands, was exceedingly pathetic. It appears that when she was barely 17, she was inveigled into a secret marriage with one of those foreign adventurers who swarm in every country, and who styled himself Comte Armand de la Trémouille. He seems to have been a blackguard of unusually low pattern, for, after he had extracted from her some £200 of her pin money and a few diamond brooches, he left her one fine day with a laconic word to say that he was sailing for Europe by the Argentina, and would not be back for some time. She was in love with the brute, poor young soul, for when, a week later, she read that the Argentina was wrecked, and presumably every soul on board had perished, she wept very many bitter tears over her early widowhood. Fortunately, her father, a very wealthy pork butcher of Chicago, had known nothing of his daughter's culpable foolishness. 4 years later, he took her to London, where she met Mr. Francis Morton and married him. She led 6 or 7 years of very happy married life, when one day, like a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky, she received a typewritten letter, signed Armand de la Trémouille, full of protestations of undying love, telling a long and pathetic tale of years of suffering in a foreign land, whither he had drifted after having been rescued, almost miraculously, from the wreck of the Argentina, and where he had never been able to scrape a sufficient amount of money to pay for his passage home. At last fate had favoured him. He had, after many vicissitudes, found the whereabouts of his dear wife, and was now ready to forgive all that was past, and take her to his loving arms once again. What followed was the usual course of events when there is a blackguard and a fool of a woman. She was terrorized, and did not dare to tell her husband for some time. She corresponded with the Comte de la Trémouille, begging him for her sake, and in memory of the past, not to attempt to see her. She found him amenable to reason in the shape of several £100, which passed through the Brighton post office into his hands. At last, one day, by accident, Mr. Morton came across one of the Comte de la Trémouille's interesting letters. She confessed everything, throwing herself upon her husband's mercy. Now, Mr. Francis Morton was a businessman who viewed life practically and soberly. He liked his wife, who kept him in luxury and wished to keep her, whereas the Comte de la Trémouille seemed willing enough to give her up for a consideration. Mrs. Morton, who had the sole and absolute control of her fortune, on the other hand, was willing enough to pay the price and hush up the scandal, which she believed, since she was a bit of a fool, would land her in prison for bigamy. Mr. Francis Morton wrote to the Comte de la Trémouille that his wife was ready to pay him the sum of £10,000, which he demanded in payment for her absolute liberty, and his own complete disappearance out of her life, now and forever. The appointment was made, and Mr. Morton left his house at 9 a.m. on March 17th, with the £10,000 in his pocket. The public and the magistrate had hung breathless upon her words. There was nothing but sympathy felt for this handsome woman, who throughout had been more sinned against than sinning, and whose gravest fault seems to have been a total lack of intelligence in dealing with her own life. But I can assure you of one thing, that in no case within my recollection was there ever such a sensation in a court, as when the magistrate, after a few minutes' silence, said gently to Mrs. Morton, "And now, Mrs. Morton, will you kindly look at the prisoner, and tell me if, in him, you recognize your former husband?" And she, without even turning to look at the accused, said quietly, "Oh, no, Your Honour. Of course, that man is not the Comte de la Trémouille." "I can assure you that the situation was quite dramatic," continued the man in the corner, whilst his funny, claw-like hands took up a bit of string with renewed feverishness. In answer to further questions from the magistrate, she declared that she had never seen the accused. He might have been the go-between, however, that she could not say. The letters she received were all typewritten, but signed Armand de la Trémouille, and certainly the signature was identical with that on the letters she used to receive from him years ago, all of which she had kept. "And did it never strike you," asked the magistrate with a smile, "that the letters you received might be forgeries?" "How could they be?" she replied decisively. "No one knew of my marriage to the Comte de la Trémouille, no one in England, certainly. And besides, if someone did know the Comte intimately enough to forge his handwriting and to blackmail me, why should that someone have waited all these years? I have been married 7 years, Your Honour." That was true enough, and there the matter rested, as far as she was concerned. But the identity of Mr. Francis Morton's assailant had to be finally established, of course, before the prisoner was committed for trial. Dr. Mellish promised that Mr. Morton would be allowed to come to court for half an hour and identify the accused on the following day, and the case was adjourned until then. The accused was led away between 2 constables, bail being refused, and Brighton had perforce to moderate its impatience until the Wednesday. On that day, the court was crowded to overflowing. Actors, playwrights, literary men of all sorts had fought for admission to study for themselves the various phases and faces in connection with the case. Mrs. Morton was not present when the prisoner, quiet and self-possessed, was brought in and placed in the dock. His solicitor was with him, and a sensational defence was expected. Presently there was a stir in the court, and that certain sound, half rustle, half sigh, which preludes an expected palpitating event. Mr. Morton, pale, thin, wearing yet in his hollow eyes the stamp of those 5 days of suffering, walked into court leaning on the arm of his doctor. Mrs. Morton was not with him. He was at once accommodated with a chair in the witness-box, and the magistrate, after a few words of kindly sympathy, asked him if he had anything to add to his written statement. On Mr. Morton replying in the negative, the magistrate added, "And now, Mr. Morton, will you kindly look at the accused in the dock, and tell me whether you recognise the person who took you to the room in Russell House, and then assaulted you?" Slowly the sick man turned towards the prisoner, and looked at him. Then he shook his head, and replied quietly, "No, sir, that certainly was not the man." "You are quite sure?" asked the magistrate in amazement, while the crowd literally gasped with wonder. "I swear it," asserted Mr. Morton. "Can you describe the man who assaulted you?" "Certainly. He was dark, of swarthy complexion, tall, thin, with bushy eyebrows and thick black hair and short beard. He spoke English with just the faintest suspicion of a foreign accent. The prisoner, as I told you before, was English in every feature, English in his ruddy complexion, and absolutely English in his speech. After that, the case for the prosecution began to collapse. Everyone had expected a sensational defence, and Mr. Matthew Quiller, counsel for Skinner, fully justified all these expectations. He had no fewer than 4 witnesses present, who swore positively that at 9:45 a.m., on the morning of Wednesday, March 17th, the prisoner was in the express train leaving Brighton for Victoria. Not being endowed with the gift of being in 2 places at once, and Mr. Morton having added the whole weight of his own evidence in Mr. Edward Skinner's favour, that gentleman was once more remanded by the magistrate, pending further investigation by the police, bail being allowed this time in 2 sureties of £50 each. "Tell me what you think of it," said the man in the corner, seeing that Polly remained silent and puzzled. "Well," she replied dubiously, "I suppose that the so-called Armand de la Tremouille's story was true in substance, that he did not perish on the Argentina, but drifted home and blackmailed his former wife." "Doesn't it strike you that there are at least 2 very strong points against that theory?" he asked, making 2 gigantic knots in his piece of string. 2? "Yes. In the first place, if the blackmailer was the Comte de la Tremouille, returned to life, why should he have been content to take £10,000 from a lady who was his lawful wife, and who could keep him in luxury for the rest of his natural life upon her large fortune, which was close upon £250,000? The real Comte de la Tremouille, remember, had never found it difficult to get money out of his wife during their brief married life, whatever Mr. Morton's subsequent experience in the same direction might have been. And secondly, why should he have typewritten his letters to his wife? Because that was a point which, to my mind, the police never made the most of. Now, my experience in criminal cases has invariably been that when a typewritten letter figures in one, that letter is a forgery. It is not very difficult to imitate a signature, but it is a jolly sight more difficult to imitate a handwriting throughout an entire letter. Then, do you think— "I think, if you will allow me," he interrupted excitedly, "that we will go through the points, the sensible, tangible points of the case. Firstly, Mr. Morton disappears with £10,000 in his pocket for 4 entire days. At the end of that time, he is discovered loosely tied to an armchair, and a wool shawl round his mouth. Secondly, a man named Skinner is accused of the outrage. Mr. Morton, although he himself is able, mind you, to furnish the best defence possible for Skinner by denying his identity with the man who assaulted him, refuses to prosecute. Why? He did not wish to drag his wife's name into the case. He must have known that the Crown would take up the case. Then again, how is it that no one saw him in the company of the swarthy foreigner he described? 2 witnesses did see Mr. Morton in company with Skinner, argued Polly. Yes, at 9:20 in West Street. That would give Edward Skinner time to catch the 9:45 at the station, and to entrust Mr. Morton with the latchkey of Russell House, remarked the man in the corner dryly. What nonsense! Polly ejaculated. Nonsense, is it? He said, tugging wildly at his bit of string. Is it nonsense to affirm that if a man wants to make sure that his victim shall not escape, he does not usually wind rope loosely round his figure, nor does he throw a wool shawl lightly round his mouth? The police were idiotic beyond words. They themselves discovered that Morton was so loosely fastened to his chair that very little movement would have disentangled him, And yet it never struck them that nothing was easier for that particular type of scoundrel to sit down in an armchair and wind a few yards of rope round himself, then, having wrapped a wool shawl round his throat, to slip his 2 arms inside the ropes. But what object would a man in Mr. Morton's position have for playing such extraordinary pranks? Ah, the motive. There you are. What do I always tell you? Seek the motive. Now, what was Mr. Morton's position? He was the husband of a lady who owned 250,000 of money, not 1 penny of which he could touch without her consent, as it was settled on herself, and who, after the terrible way in which she had been plundered, and then abandoned in her early youth, no doubt kept a very tight hold upon the purse-strings. Mr. Morton's subsequent life has proved that he had certain expensive, not altogether avowable tastes. One day he discovers the old love-letters of the Comte Armand de la Tremouille. Then he lays his plans. He typewrites a letter, forges the signature of the erstwhile Count, and awaits events. The fish does rise to the bait. He gets sundry bits of money, and his success makes him daring. He looks round him for an accomplice, clever, unscrupulous, greedy, and selects Mr. Edward Skinner, probably some former pal of his Wild Oats days. The plan was very neat, you must confess. Mr. Skinner takes the room in Russell House, and studies all the manners and customs of his landlady and her servant. He then draws the full attention of the police upon himself. He meets Morton in West Street, then disappears, ostensibly after the assault. In the meanwhile, Morton goes to Russell House. He walks upstairs, talks loudly in the room, then makes elaborate preparations for his comedy. Why, he nearly died of starvation. Oh, that, I dare say, was not a part of his reckoning. He thought, no doubt, that Mrs. Chapman or the servant would discover and rescue him pretty soon. He meant to appear just a little faint, and endured quietly the first 24 hours of inanition. But the excitement and want of food told on him more than he expected. After 24 hours, he turned very giddy and sick, and, falling from one fainting fit into another, was unable to give the alarm. However, he is all right again now, and concludes his part of a downright blackguard to perfection. Under the plea that his conscience does not allow him to live with a lady whose first husband is still alive, he has taken a bachelor flat in London, and only pays afternoon calls on his wife in Brighton. But presently he will tire of his bachelor life, and will return to his wife. And I'll guarantee that the Comte de la Tremouille will never be heard of again. And that afternoon the man in the corner left Miss Polly Burton alone with a couple of photos of 2 uninteresting, stodgy, quiet-looking men, Morton and Skinner, who, if the old scarecrow was right in his theories, were a pair of the finest blackguards unhung. A Princess's Vengeance by Catherine Louisa Pirkis. The girl is young, pretty, friendless, and a foreigner, you say, and has disappeared as completely as if the earth had opened to receive her, said Miss Brooke, making a resume of the facts that Mr. Dyer had been relating to her. Now, will you tell me why 2 days were allowed to elapse before the police were communicated with? Mrs. Druce, the lady to whom Lucy Cunier acted as amanuensis, answered Mr. Dyer, took the matter very calmly at first, and said she felt sure that the girl would write to her in a day or so, explaining her extraordinary conduct. Major Druce, her son, the gentleman who came to me this morning, was away from home on a visit when the girl took flight. Immediately on his return, however, he communicated the fullest particulars to the police. They do not seem to have taken up the case very heartily at Scotland Yard. No, they have as good as dropped it. They advised Major Druce to place the matter in my hands, saying that they considered it a case for private rather than police investigation.
I wonder what made them come to that conclusion.
I think I can tell you, although the Major seemed quite at a loss on the matter. It seems he had a photograph of the missing girl, which he kept in a drawer of his writing table. By the way, I think the young man is a good deal gone on this Mademoiselle Cunier, in spite of his engagement to another lady. Well, this portrait, he naturally thought, would be most useful in helping to trace the girl, and he went to his drawer for it, intending to take it with him to Scotland Yard. To his astonishment, however, it was nowhere to be seen, and although he at once instituted a rigorous search, and questioned his mother and the servants, one and all, on the matter, it was all to no purpose. Loveday thought for a moment.
"Well, of course," she said presently, "that photograph must have been stolen by someone in the house, and equally, of course, that someone must know more on the matter than he or she cares to avow, and most probably has some interest in throwing obstacles in the way of tracing the girl. At the same time, however, the fact in no way disproves the possibility that a crime, and a very black one, may underlie the girl's disappearance."
The Major himself appears confident that a crime of some sort has been committed, and he grew very excited and a little mixed in his statements more than once just now.
"What sort of woman is the Major's mother?"
"Mrs. Druce. She is rather a well-known personage in certain sets. Her husband died about 10 years ago, and since his death she has posed as promoter and propagandist of all sorts of benevolent, though occasionally somewhat visionary ideas. Theatrical missions, magic lantern and playing cards missions, societies for providing perpetual music for the sick poor, for supplying cabmen with comforters, and 100 other similar schemes have in turn occupied her attention. Her house is a rendezvous for faddists of every description. The latest fad, however, seems to have put all others to flight. It is a scheme for alleviating the condition of our sisters in the East, so she puts it in her prospectus. In other words, a harem mission, on somewhat similar, but I suppose broader lines, than the old-fashioned zenana mission. This harem mission has gathered about her a number of Turkish and Egyptian potentates, resident in or visiting London, and has thus, incidentally, brought about the engagement of her son, Major Druce, with the Princess Doyle. This princess is a beauty and an heiress, and although of Turkish parentage, has been brought up under European influence in Cairo.
Is anything known of the antecedents of Mademoiselle Cunier?
Very little. She came to Mrs. Druce from a certain Lady Gwynn, who had brought her to England from an orphanage for the daughters of jewellers and watchmakers at Echelay in Geneva. Lady Gwynn intended to make her governess to her young children, but when she saw that the girl's good looks had attracted her husband's attention, she thought better of it, and suggested to Mrs. Druce that Mademoiselle might be useful to her in conducting her foreign correspondence. Mrs. Druce accordingly engaged the young lady to act as her secretary and amanuensis, and appears, on the whole, to have taken to the girl, and to have been on a pleasant, friendly footing with her. I wonder if the Princess Doyle was on an equally pleasant footing with her, when she saw, as no doubt she did, the attention she received at the Major's hands.
Mr. Dyer shrugged his shoulders.
The Major's suspicions do not point in that direction, in spite of the fact, which I elicited from him by judicious questioning, that the Princess has a violent and jealous temper, and has at times made his life a burden to him. His suspicions centre solely upon a certain Hafiz Kasimi, son of the Turkish-Egyptian banker of that name. It was at the house of these Kasimis that the Major first met the Princess, and he states that she and young Kasimi are like brother and sister to each other. He says that this young man has had the run of his mother's house, and made himself very much at home in it, for the past 3 weeks. Ever since, in fact, the Princess came to stay with Mrs. Druce, in order to be initiated into the mysteries of English family life. Hafiz Kasimi, according to the Major's account, fell desperately in love with the little Swiss girl, almost at first sight, and pestered her with his attentions, and off and on there appear to have passed hot words between the two young men. One could scarcely expect a princess with Eastern blood in her veins to be a quiet and passive spectator to such a drama of cross-purposes. Scarcely. The Major, perhaps, hardly takes the princess sufficiently into his reckoning. According to him, young Cassimi is a thoroughgoing Iago, and he begs me to concentrate attention entirely on him. Cassimi, he says, has stolen the photograph. Cassimi has inveigled the girl out of the house on some pretext, perhaps out of the country also, and he suggests that it might be as well to communicate with the police at Cairo with as little delay as possible. And it hasn't so much as entered his mind that his princess might have a hand in such a plot as that? Apparently not. I think I told you that Mademoiselle had taken no luggage, not so much as a handbag with her. Nothing beyond her coat and hat has disappeared from her wardrobe. Her writing desk, and in fact all her boxes and drawers, have been opened and searched, but no letters or papers of any sort have been found that throw any light upon her movements. At what hour in the day is the girl supposed to have left the house? No one can say for certain. It is conjectured that it was some time in the afternoon of the 2nd of this month, a week ago today. It was one of Mrs. Druce's big reception days, and with a stream of people going and coming, a young lady more or less leaving the house would scarcely be noticed. "I suppose," said Loveday, after a moment's pause, "this Princess de Levay has something of a history. One does not often get a Turkish princess in London." "Yes, she has a history. She is only remotely connected with the present reigning dynasty in Turkey, and I dare say her princess-ship has been made the most of. All the same, however, she has had an altogether exceptional career for an Oriental lady. She was left an orphan at an early age, and was consigned to the guardianship of the elder Cassimi by her relatives. The Cassimis, both father and son, seem to be very advanced and European in their ideas, and by them she was taken to Cairo for her education. About a year ago they brought her out in London, where she made the acquaintance of Major Druce. The young man, by the way, appears to be rather hot-headed in his love-making, for within 6 weeks of his introduction to her, their engagement was announced. No doubt it had Mrs. Druce's fullest approval, for knowing her son's extravagant habits and his numerous debts, it must have been patent to her that a rich wife was a necessity to him. The marriage, I believe, was to have taken place this season, but taking into consideration the young man's ill-advised attentions to the little Swiss girl, and the fervour he is throwing into the search for her, I should say it was exceedingly doubtful whether— "Major Druce, sir, wishes to see you," said a clerk, at that moment opening the door leading from the outer office. "Very good. Show him in," said Mr. Dyer. Then he turned to Loveday. "Of course I have spoken to him about you, and he is very anxious to take you to his mother's reception this afternoon, so that you may have a look round and— He broke off, having to rise and greet Major Druce, who at that moment entered the room. He was a tall, handsome young fellow of about 7 or 8 and 20, well turned out from head to foot, moustache waxed, orchid in buttonhole, light kid gloves, and patent leather boots. There was assuredly nothing in his appearance to substantiate his statement to Mr. Dyer that he hadn't slept a wink all night, that in fact another 24 hours of this terrible suspense would send him into his grave. Mr. Dyer introduced Miss Brooke, and she expressed her sympathy with him on the painful matter that was filling his thoughts. "It is very good of you, I'm sure," he replied, in a slow, soft drawl, not unpleasant to listen to. "My mother receives this afternoon from 4:30 to 6:30, and I shall be very glad if you will allow me to introduce you to the inside of our house, and to the very ill-looking set that we have somehow managed to gather about us." "The ill-looking set?" "Yes.
Jews, Turks, heretics and infidels, all there. And they're on the increase too, that's the worst of it. Every week a fresh importation from Cairo.
Mrs. Druce is a large-hearted, benevolent woman," interposed Mr. Dyer. "All nationalities gather within her walls."
"Was your mother a large-hearted, benevolent woman?" said the young man, turning upon him. "No? Well, then, thank Providence that she wasn't, and admit that you know nothing at all on the matter. Miss Brooke," he continued, turning to Loveday, "I brought round my hansom for you. It's nearly 4:30 now, and it's a good 20 minutes' drive from here to Portland Place. If you're ready, I'm at your service." Major Druce's hansom was, like himself, in all respects well turned out, and the india-rubber tyres round its wheels allowed an easy flow of conversation to be kept up during the 20 minutes' drive from Lynch Court to Portland Place. The Major led off the talk in frank and easy fashion. "My mother," he said, "prides herself on being cosmopolitan in her tastes, and just now we are very cosmopolitan indeed. Even our servants represent diverse nationalities. The butler is French, the 2 footmen Italians. The maids, I believe, are some of them German, some Irish, and I've no doubt if you penetrated to the kitchen quarters you'd find the staff there composed in part of Scandinavians, in part of South Sea Islanders. The other quarters of the globe you will find fully represented in the drawing-room." Loveday had a direct question to ask. "Are you certain that Mademoiselle Cunier had no friends in England?" she said. "Positive. She hadn't a friend in the world outside my mother's 4 walls, poor child. She told me more than once that she was seule sur la terre." He broke off for a moment, as if overcome by a sad memory, then added, "But I'll put a bullet into him, take my word for it, if she isn't found within another 24 hours. Personally, I should prefer settling the brute in that fashion to handing him over to the police." His face flushed a deep red. There came a sudden flash to his eye, but for all that, his voice was as soft and slow and unemotional as though he were talking of nothing more serious than bringing down a partridge. There fell a brief pause. Then Loveday asked another question. "Is Mademoiselle Catholic or Protestant? Can you tell me?" The Major thought for a moment, then replied, "Upon my word, I don't know. She used sometimes to attend a little charge in South Savile Street. I've walked with her occasionally to the church door, but I couldn't for the life of me say whether it was a Catholic, Protestant, or pagan place of worship. But you don't think those confounded priests have—" "Here we are in Portland Place," interrupted Loveday. "Mrs. Druce's rooms are already full, to judge from that long line of carriages." "Miss Brooke," said the Major, suddenly bethinking himself of his responsibilities, "how am I to introduce you? What role will you take up this afternoon? Pose as a faddist of some sort, if you want to win my mother's heart. What do you say to having started a grand scheme for supplying Hottentots and Kaffirs with eyeglasses? My mother would swear eternal friendship with you at once." "Don't introduce me at all at first," answered Loveday. "Get me into some quiet corner, where I can see without being seen. Later on in the afternoon, when I have had time to look round a little, I'll tell you whether it will be necessary to introduce me or not." "It will be a mob this afternoon, and no mistake," said Major Druce, as side by side they entered the house. "Do you hear that fizzing and clucking just behind us? That's Arabic. You'll get it in whiffs, between gusts of French and German, all the afternoon. The Egyptian contingent seems to be in full force today. I don't see any Choctaw Indians, but no doubt they'll send their representatives later on. Come in at this side door, and we'll work our way round to that big palm. My mother is sure to be at the principal doorway." The drawing-rooms were packed from end to end, and Major Druce's progress, as he headed Loveday through the crowd,
was impeded by handshaking and the interchange of civilities with his mother's guests. Eventually the big palm, standing in a Chinese cistern, was reached, and there, half-screened from view by its graceful branches, he placed a chair for Miss Brooke. From this quiet nook, as now and again the crowd parted, Loveday could command a fair view of both drawing-rooms. "Don't attract attention to me by standing at my elbow," she whispered to the Major. He answered her whisper with another. "There's the beast. Iago, I mean," he said. "Do you see him? He's standing talking to that fair, handsome woman in pale green with a picture hat. She's Lady Gwyn, and there's my mother, and there's Dolly, the princess, I mean, alone on the sofa. Ah, you can't see her now for the crowd. Yes, I'll go, but if you want me, just nod to me, and I shall understand." It was easy to see what had brought such a fashionable crowd to Mrs. Druce's rooms that afternoon. Every caller, as soon as she had shaken hands with the hostess, passed on to the princess's sofa, and there waited patiently till opportunity presented itself for an introduction to her Eastern Highness. Loveday found it impossible to get more than the merest glimpse of her, and so transferred her attention to Mr. Hafiz Cassimi, who had been referred to in such unceremonious language by Major Druce. He was a swarthy, well-featured man, with bold black eyes, and lips that had the habit of parting now and again, not to smile, but as if for no other purpose than to show a double row of gleaming white teeth. The European dress he wore seemed to accord ill with the man, and Loveday could fancy that those black eyes and that double row of white teeth would have shown to better advantage beneath a turban or a fez cap. From Cassimi her eye wandered to Mrs. Druce, a tall, stout woman, dressed in black velvet, and with hair mounted high on her head, that had the appearance of being either bleached or powdered. She gave Loveday the impression of being that essentially modern product of modern society, the woman who combines in one person the hard-working philanthropist with the hard-working woman of fashion. As arrivals began to slacken, she left her post near the door and began to make the round of the room. From snatches of talk that came to her where she sat, Loveday could gather that with one hand, as it were, this energetic lady was organising a grand charity concert, and with the other pushing the interests of a big ball that was shortly to be given by the officers of her son's regiment. It was a hot June day. In spite of closed blinds and open windows, the rooms were stifling to a degree. The butler, a small, dark, slight Frenchman, made his way through the throng to a window at Loveday's right hand, to see if a little more air could be admitted. Major Druce followed on his heels to Loveday's side. "Will you come into the next room and have some tea?" he asked. "I'm sure you must feel nearly suffocated here." He broke off, then added in a lower tone, "I hope you have kept your eyes on the beast. Did you ever in your life see a more repulsive-looking animal?" Loveday took his questions in their order. "No tea, thank you," she said, "but I shall be glad if you will tell your butler to bring me a glass of water. There he is, at your elbow. Yes, off and on I have been studying Mr. Cassimi, and I must admit I do not like his smileless smile." The butler brought the water. The Major, much to his annoyance, was seized upon simultaneously by two ladies, one eager to know if any tidings had been received of Mademoiselle Cunier, the other anxious to learn if a distinguished president to the harem mission had been decided upon. Soon after 6, the rooms began to thin somewhat, and presentations to the princess ceasing, Loveday was able to get a full view of her. She presented a striking picture, seated, half-reclining, on a sofa, with two white-robed, dark-skinned Egyptian maidens standing behind it. A more unfortunate sobriquet than Dolly could scarcely have been found by the Major for this oriental beauty, with her olive complexion, her flashing eyes,
and extravagant richness of attire. Queen of Sheba would be far more appropriate, thought Loveday. She turns the commonplace sofa into a throne, and, I should say, makes every one of those ladies feel as if she ought to have donned court dress and plumes for the occasion. It was difficult for her, from where she sat, to follow the details of the princess's dress. She could only see that a quantity of soft orange-tinted silk was wound about the upper part of her arms, and fell from her shoulders like drooping wings, and that here and there jewels flashed out from its folds. Her thick black hair was loosely knotted, and kept in its place by jewelled pins, and a bandeau of pearls, and similar bandeaus adorned her slender throat and wrists. "Are you lost in admiration?" said the Major, once more at her elbow, in a slightly sarcastic tone. "That sort of thing is very taking and effective at first, but after a time—" He did not finish his sentence, shrugged his shoulders, and walked away. 6:30 chimed from a small clock on a bracket. Carriage after carriage was rolling away from the door now, and progress on the stairs was rendered difficult by a descending crowd. 7:15 struck. The last handshaking had been gone through, and Mrs. Druce, looking hot and tired, had sunk into a chair at the princess's right hand, bending slightly forward to render conversation with her easy. On the princess's left hand, Lady Gwyn had taken a chair, and sat in converse with her fils Cassimi, who stood beside her. Evidently these four were on very easy and intimate terms with each other. Lady Gwyn had tossed her big picture hat on a chair at her left hand, and was fanning herself with a palm leaf. Mrs. Druce, beckoning to the butler, desired him to bring them some claret cup from the refreshment room. No one seemed to observe Loveday, seated still in her nook beside the big palm. She signalled to the Major, who stood looking discontentedly from one of the windows. "That is a most interesting group," she said. "Now, if you like, you may introduce me to your mother." "Oh, with pleasure. Under what name?" he asked. "Under my own," she answered, "and please be very distinct in pronouncing it. Raise your voice slightly, so that every one of those persons may hear it. And then, please add my profession, and say I am here at your request, to investigate the circumstances connected with Mademoiselle Cunier's disappearance." Major Druce looked astounded. But, he stammered, "have you seen anything? Found out anything? If not, don't you think it will be better to preserve your incognita a little longer?" "Don't stop to ask questions," said Loveday sharply. "Now, this very minute, do what I ask you, or the opportunity will be gone." The Major, without further demur, escorted Loveday across the room. The conversation between the four intimate friends had now become general and animated, and he had to wait for a minute or so before he could get an opportunity to speak to his mother. During that minute, Loveday stood a little in his rear, with Lady Gwyn and Cassimi at her right hand. "I want to introduce this lady to you," said the Major, when a pause in the talk gave him his opportunity. "This is Miss Loveday Brooke, a lady detective, and she is here, at my request, to investigate the circumstances connected with the disappearance of Mademoiselle Cunier." He said the words slowly and distinctly. "There," he said to himself complacently as he ended. "If I had been reading the lessons in church, I couldn't have been more emphatic." A blank silence for a moment fell upon the group, and even the butler, just then entering with the claret cup, came to a standstill at the door. Then, simultaneously, a glance flashed from Mrs. Druce to Lady Gwyn, from Lady Gwyn to Mrs. Druce, and then, also simultaneously, the eyes of both ladies rested, though only for an instant, on the big picture hat lying on the chair.
Lady Gwyn started to her feet and seized her hat, adjusting it without so much as a glance at a mirror. "I must go at once, this very minute," she said. "I promised Charlie I would be back soon after 6, and now it is past 7. Mr. Cassimi, will you take me down to my carriage?" And with the most hurried of leave-takings to the Princess and her hostess, the lady swept out of the room, followed by Mr. Cassimi. The butler, still standing at the door, drew back to allow the lady to pass, and then, claret cup and all, followed her out of the room. Mrs. Druce drew a long breath, and bowed formally to Loveday. "I was a little taken by surprise," she began. But here the Princess rose suddenly from the sofa. "Moi, je suis fatiguée," she said in excellent French to Mrs. Druce, and she too swept out of the room, throwing, as she passed, what seemed to Loveday a slightly scornful glance towards the Major. Her two attendants, one carrying her fan and the other her reclining cushions, followed. Mrs. Druce again turned to Loveday. "Yes, I confess I was taken a little by surprise," she said, her manner thawing slightly. "I am not accustomed to the presence of detectives in my house, but now tell me, what do you propose doing? How do you mean to begin your investigations? By going over the house and looking in all the corners, or by cross-questioning the servants? Forgive my asking, but really I am quite at a loss. I haven't the remotest idea how such investigations are generally conducted." "I do not propose to do much in the way of investigation tonight," answered Loveday, as formally as she had been addressed, "for I have very important business to transact before 8 o'clock this evening. I shall ask you to allow me to see Mademoiselle Cunier's room. 10 minutes there will be sufficient. After that, I do not think I need further trouble you." "Certainly, by all means," answered Mrs. Druce. "You'll find the room exactly as Lucy left it. Nothing has been disturbed." She turned to the butler, who had by this time returned, and stood presenting the claret cup, and, in French, desired him to summon her maid, and tell her to show Miss Brooke to Mademoiselle Cunier's room. The 10 minutes that Loveday had said would suffice for her survey of this room extended themselves to 15, but the extra 5 minutes assuredly were not expended by her in the investigation of drawers and boxes. The maid, a pleasant, well-spoken young woman, jingled her keys and opened every lock, and seemed not at all disinclined to enter into the light gossip that Loveday contrived to set going. She answered freely a variety of questions that Loveday put to her respecting Mademoiselle and her general habits, and from Mademoiselle the talk drifted to other members of Mrs. Druce's household. If Loveday had, as she had stated, important business to transact that evening, she certainly set about it in a strange fashion. After she quitted Mademoiselle's room, she went straight out of the house, without leaving a message of any sort for either Mrs. or Major Druce. She walked the length of Portland Place, in leisurely fashion, and then, having first ascertained that her movements were not being watched, she called a hansom, and desired the man to drive her to Madame Celine's, a fashionable milliner's in Old Bond Street. At Madame Celine's she spent close upon half an hour, giving many and minute directions for the making of a hat, which assuredly, when finished, would compare with nothing in the way of millinery that she had ever before put upon her head. From Madame Celine's, the hansom conveyed her to an undertaker's shop at the corner of South Savile Street, and here she spent a brief 10 minutes in conversation with the undertaker himself in his little back parlour. From the undertaker's, she drove home to her rooms in Gower Street, and then, before she divested herself of hat and coat, she wrote a brief note to Major Druce, requesting him to meet her on the following morning at Eglace's, the confectioner's, in South Savile Street, at 9 o'clock punctually. This note she committed to the charge of the cab driver, desiring him to deliver it at Portland Place on his way back to his stand. "They've queer ways of doing things, these people," said the Major, as he opened and read the note. "Suppose I must keep the appointment, though. Confound it! I can't see that she can possibly have found out anything by just sitting still in a corner for a couple of hours. And I'm confident she didn't give that beast Cassimi 1/4 the attention she bestowed on other people." In spite of his grumbling, however, the Major kept his appointment, and 9 o'clock the next morning saw him shaking hands with Miss Brooke on Eglacé's doorstep. "Dismiss your hansom," she said to him. "I only want you to come a few doors down the street, to the French Protestant church, to which you have sometimes escorted Mademoiselle Cunier." At the church door, Loveday paused a moment. "Before we enter," she said, "I want you to promise that whatever you may see going on there, however greatly you may be surprised, you will make no disturbance, not so much as open your lips till we come out." The Major, not a little bewildered, gave the required promise, and, side by side, the two entered the church. It was little more than a big room. At the farther end, in the middle of the nave, stood the pulpit, and immediately behind this was a low platform, enclosed by a brass rail. Behind this brass rail, in black Geneva gown, stood the pastor of the church, and before him, on cushions, kneeled 2 persons, a man and a woman. These 2 persons, and an old man, the verger, formed the whole of the congregation. The position of the church, amid shops and narrow backyards, had necessitated the filling in of every one of its windows with stained glass. It was, consequently, so dim that, coming in from the outside glare of sunlight, the Major found it difficult to make out what was going on at the farther end. The verger came forward and offered to show them to a seat. Loveday shook her head. They would be leaving in a minute, she said, and would prefer standing where they were. The Major began to take in the situation. "Why, they're being married," he said, in a loud whisper. "What on earth have you brought me in here for?" Loveday laid her finger on her lips and frowned severely at him. The marriage service came to an end. The pastor extended his black-gowned arms like the wings of a bat, and pronounced the benediction. The man and woman rose from their knees, and proceeded to follow him into the vestry. The woman was neatly dressed in a long dove-coloured travelling cloak. She wore a large hat, from which fell a white gossamer veil that completely hid her face from view. The man was small, dark, and slight, and, as he passed on to the vestry beside his bride, the Major at once identified him as his mother's butler. "Why, that's Lebrun," he said, in a still louder whisper than before. "Why, in the name of all that's wonderful, have you brought me here to see that fellow married?" "You'd better come outside, if you can't keep quiet," said Loveday severely, and leading the way out of the church as she spoke. Outside, South Savile Street was busy with early morning traffic. "Let us go back to Eglacé's," said Loveday, "and have some coffee. I will explain to you there all you are wishing to know." But before the coffee could be brought to them, the Major had asked at least a dozen questions. Loveday put them all on one side. "All in good time," she said. "You are leaving out the most important question of all. Have you no curiosity to know who was the bride that Lebrun has chosen?" "I don't suppose it concerns me in the slightest degree," he answered indifferently. "But since you wish me to ask the question, who was she?" "Lucy Cunier, lately your mother's amanuensis." Cried the Major, jumping to his feet and uttering an exclamation that must be indicated by a blank. "Take it calmly," said Loveday. "Don't rave. Sit down, and I'll tell you all about it. No, it is not the doing of your friend Cassimi, so you need not threaten to put a bullet into him. The girl has married Lebrun of her own free will. No one has forced her into it."
Lucy has married Lebrun of her own free will?" he echoed, growing very white and taking the chair which faced Loveday at the little table. "Will you have sugar?" asked Loveday, stirring the coffee, which the waiter at that moment brought. "Yes, I repeat," she presently resumed, "Lucy has married Lebrun of her own free will, although I conjecture she might not perhaps have been quite so willing to crown his happiness if the Princess de Lavey had not made it greatly to her interest to do so." "Dolly made it to her interest to do so?" again echoed the Major. "Do not interrupt me with exclamations. Let me tell the story my own fashion, and then you may ask as many questions as you please. Now, to begin at the beginning, Lucy became engaged to Lebrun within a month of her coming to your mother's house, but she carefully kept the secret from everyone, even from the servants, until about a month ago, when she mentioned the fact in confidence to Mrs. Druce, in order to defend herself from the charge of having sought to attract your attention. There was nothing surprising in this engagement. They were both lonely and in a foreign land, spoke the same language, and no doubt had many things in common. And, although chance has lifted Lucy somewhat out of her station, she really belongs to the same class in life as Lebrun. Their love-making appears to have run along smoothly enough until you came home on leave, and the girl's pretty face attracted your attention. Your evident admiration for her disturbed the equanimity of the Princess, who saw your devotion to herself waning, of Lebrun, who fancied Lucy's manner to him had changed, of your mother, who was anxious that you should make a suitable marriage. Also, additional complications arose from the fact that your attentions to the little Swiss girl had drawn Mr. Cassimi's notice to her numerous attractions, and there was the danger of you two young men posing as rivals. At this juncture, Lady Gwyn, as an intimate friend, and one who had herself suffered a twinge of heartache on Mademoiselle's account, was taken into your mother's confidence, and the three ladies in council decided that Lucy, in some fashion, must be got out of the way before you and Mr. Cassimi came to an open breach, or you had spoilt your matrimonial prospects. Here the Major made a slightly impatient movement. Loveday went on. It was the Princess who solved the question how this was to be done. Fair Rosamonds are no longer put out of the way by a cup of cold poison. Golden guineas do the thing far more easily and innocently. The Princess expressed her willingness to bestow £1,000 on Lucy on the day that she married Lebrun, and to set her up afterwards as a fashionable milliner in Paris. After this munificent offer, everything else became mere matter of detail. The main thing was to get the damsel out of the way without your being able to trace her, perhaps work on her feelings, and induce her, at the last moment, to throw over Lebrun. Your absence from home on a 3 days' visit gave them the wished-for opportunity. Lady Gwyn took her milliner into her confidence. Madame Céline consented to receive Lucy into her house, seclude her in a room on the upper floor, and at the same time give her an insight into the profession of a fashionable milliner. The rest I think you know. Lucy quietly walks out of the house one afternoon, taking no luggage, calling no cab, and thereby cutting off one very obvious means of being traced. Madame Céline receives and hides her, not a difficult feat to accomplish in London, more especially if the one to be hidden is a foreign amanuensis who is seldom seen out of doors, and who leaves no photograph behind her. I suppose it was Lebrun who had the confounded cheek to go to my drawer and appropriate that photograph. I wish it had been Cassimi. I could have kicked him, but it makes one feel rather small to have posed as rival to one's mother's butler. I think you may congratulate yourself that Lebrun did nothing worse than go to your drawer and appropriate that photograph. I never saw a man bestow a more deadly look of hatred than he threw at you yesterday afternoon in your mother's drawing-room. It was that look of hatred that first drew my attention to the man, and set me on the track that has ended in the Swiss Protestant Church this morning. Ah, let me hear about that. Let me have the links in the chain,
one by one, as you came upon them," said the Major. He was still pale, almost as the marble table at which they sat, but his voice had gone back to its normal, slow, soft drawl. "With pleasure." The look that Lebrun threw at you, as he crossed the room to open the window, was link number 1. As I saw that look, I said to myself, there is someone in that corner whom that man hates with a deadly hatred. Then you came forward to speak to me, and I saw that it was you that the man was ready to murder, if opportunity offered. After this I scrutinized him closely. Not a detail of his features or his dress escaped me, and I noticed, among other things, that on the 4th finger of his left hand, half hidden by a more pretentious ring, was an old-fashioned, curious-looking silver one. That silver ring was link number 2 in the chain. "Ah, I suppose you asked for that glass of water on purpose, to get a closer view of the ring." "I did. I found it was a Genevese ring, of ancient make, the like of which I had not seen since I was a child, and played with one that my old Swiss bonne used to wear. Now, I must tell you a little bit of Genevese history before I can make you understand how important a link that silver ring was to me. Échalet, the town in which Lucy was born, and her father had kept a watchmaker's shop, has long been famous for its jewellery and watchmaking. The two trades, however, were not combined in one until about 100 years ago, when the corporation of the town passed a law decreeing that they should unite in one guild for their common good. To celebrate this amalgamation of interests, the jewellers fabricated a certain number of silver rings, consisting of a plain band of silver, on which 2 hands, in relief, clasped each other. These rings were distributed among the members of the guild, and as time has gone on, they have become scarce and valuable as relics of the past. In certain families they have been handed down as heirlooms, and have frequently done duty as betrothal rings, the clasped hands no doubt suggesting their suitability for this purpose. Now, when I saw such a ring on Lebrun's finger, I naturally guessed from whom he had received it, and at once classed his interests with those of your mother and the princess, and looked upon him as their possible coadjutor." "What made you throw the brute Cassimi altogether out of your reckoning?" "I did not do so at this stage of events, only, so to speak, marked him as doubtful, and kept my eye on him. I determined to try an experiment that I have never before attempted in my work. You know what that experiment was. I saw 5 persons, Mrs. Druce, the Princess, Lady Gwyn, Mr. Cassimi, and Lebrun, all in the room within a few yards of each other, and I asked you to take them by surprise, and announce my name and profession, so that every one of those 5 persons could hear you." "You did. I could not for the life of me make out what was your motive for so doing." "My motive for so doing was simply, as it were, to raise the sudden cry, 'The enemy is upon you,' and to set every one of those 5 persons guarding their weak point, that is, if they had one. I'll draw your attention to what followed. Mr. Cassimi remained nonchalant and impassive. Your mother and Lady Gwyn exchanged glances, and they both simultaneously threw a nervous look at Lady Gwyn's hat, lying on the chair. Now, as I had stood waiting to be introduced to Mrs. Druce, I had casually read the name of Madame Céline on the lining of the hat, and I at once concluded that Madame Céline must be a very weak point indeed. A conclusion that was confirmed when Lady Gwyn hurriedly seized her hat, and as hurriedly departed. Then the Princess, scarcely less abruptly, rose and left the room, and Lebrun, on the point of entering, quitted it also. When he returned 5 minutes later, with the claret cup, he had removed the ring from his finger, so I had now little doubt where his weak point lay. "It's wonderful. It's like a fairy tale," drawled the Major. "Pray, go on." "After this," continued Loveday, "my work became very simple. I did not care 2 straws for seeing Mademoiselle's room,
but I cared very much to have a talk with Mrs. Druce's maid. From her I elicited the important fact that Lebrun was leaving very unexpectedly on the following day, and that his boxes were packed and labelled for Paris. After I left your house, I drove to Madame Celine's, and there, as a sort of entrance fee, ordered an elaborate hat. I praised freely the hats they had on view, and while giving minute directions as to the one I required, I extracted the information that Madame Celine had recently taken on a new milliner who had very great artistic skill. Upon this, I asked permission to see this new milliner and give her special instructions concerning my hat. My request was referred to Madame Celine, who appeared much ruffled by it, and informed me that it would be quite useless for me to see this new milliner. She could execute no more orders, as she was leaving the next day for Paris, where she intended opening an establishment on her own account. Now, you see the point at which I had arrived. There was Lebrun, and there was this new milliner, each leaving for Paris on the same day. It was not unreasonable to suppose that they might start in company, and that before so doing a little ceremony might be gone through in the Swiss Protestant church that Mademoiselle occasionally attended. This conjecture sent me to the undertaker in South Savile Street, who combines with his undertaking the office of verger to the little church. From him I learned that a marriage was to take place at the church at 8:45 the next morning, and that the names of the contracting parties were Pierre Lebrun and Lucy Conan.
Conan?
Yes, that is the girl's real name. It seems Lady Gwyn rechristened her Cunier, because she said the English pronunciation of Conan grated on her ear. People would insist upon adding a G after the N. She introduced her to Mrs. Druce under the name of Cunier, forgetting perhaps the girl's real name, or else thinking it a matter of no importance. This fact, no doubt, considerably lessened Lebrun's fear of detection in procuring his licence and transmitting it to the Swiss pastor. Perhaps you are a little surprised at my knowledge of the facts I related to you at the beginning of our conversation. I got at them through Lebrun this morning. At 8:30 I went down to the church and found him there, waiting for his bride. He grew terribly excited at seeing me, and thought I was going to bring you down on him and upset his wedding arrangements at the last moment. I assured him to the contrary, and his version of the facts I have handed on to you. Should, however, any details of the story seem to you to be lacking, I have no doubt that Mrs. Druce or the Princess will supply them, now that all necessity for secrecy has come to an end. The Major drew on his gloves. His colour had come back to him. He had resumed his easy suavity of manner. "I don't think," he said slowly, "I'll trouble my mother or the Princess, and I shall be glad, if you have the opportunity, if you will make people understand that I only moved in the matter at all out of mere kindness to a young and friendless foreigner." A Race with the Sun by L.T. Meade and Clifford Halifax. It was in the spring of 1895 that the following apparently unimportant occurrence took place. I returned home somewhat late one evening, and was met by my servant, Silver, with the words, "A lady, sir, a nun, I think, from her dress, is waiting for you in your study." "What can she want with me?" I asked. I felt annoyed, as I was anxious to get to work on some important experiments. "She is very anxious to have an interview with you, sir. She called almost immediately after you had gone out, and said if I would allow her she would wait to speak to you, as her mission was of some importance. I showed her into the study, and after a quarter of an hour she rang the bell and desired me to tell you that she would not wait now, but would call again later. She left the house, but came back about 10 minutes ago. I did not like to refuse her, and—" "Quite right, Silver. I will see to the matter," I answered. I went straight to the study, where a bright, young-looking woman, in the full costume of a nun of the Church of Rome,
started up and came forward to meet me. She made a brief apology for intruding upon me, and almost before I could reply to her, plunged into the object of her visit. It so happened that she knew a young man in whom I was interested, having come across him when in hospital. She confirmed my views with regard to him, told me a subscription was being got up for his benefit, and asked if I would contribute towards it. I gave her 2 sovereigns. She expressed much gratitude, and speedily left the house. At this time I was lecturing in several quarters, and did not give another thought to such an apparently uninteresting event. In the autumn of the same year, however, I was destined to recall it with vivid and startling distinctness. During the special autumn I was, as I fondly hoped, approaching the magnum opus of my life. I was in a fair way to the discovery of a new explosive, which would put gunpowder, dynamite, and all other explosives completely in the shade. It was to be smokeless, devoid of smell, and also of such a nature that it would be impossible for it to ignite, except when placed in certain combinations. Its propelling power would be greater than anything in existence. In short, if it turned out what I dreamed, it would be a most important factor in case of war, and of immense use to England as a nation. Giddy hopes often throbbed in my head as I worked over it. My experiments were progressing favourably, but I still wanted one link. Try as I would, I could not obtain it. No combinations that I attempted would produce the desired result, and in much vexation of spirit I was wondering if, after all, the secret of my life would never reveal itself. When on a certain afternoon Silver opened the door of my laboratory and announced 2 visitors. This was an unusual thing for him to do, and I started up in surprise and some involuntary annoyance. A tall man had entered the room. He was dark, with the swarthy complexion of a gypsy. His eyes were small, closely set and piercing. He had a long beard and a quantity of thick hair falling in profusion round his neck. Immediately following him was a little man, in every sense of the word his antitype. He was thin and small, clean-shaven, and with a bald head. The 2 men were total strangers to me, and I stood still for a moment, unable to account for this intrusion. The elder of the 2 came forward with outstretched hands. "Pardon me," he said. "I know I am intruding. My name is Paul Lewin. This is my friend Karl Kruse. We have had the pleasure of listening to your lecture at the Royal Society, and have taken these unceremonious means of forcing ourselves upon you, for you are the only man in England who can do what we want." "Pray, sit down," I said to them both. I hastily cleared 2 chairs, and my uninvited guests seated themselves. Lewin's face seemed fairly to twitch with eagerness, but Kruse, on the contrary, was very quiet and calm. He was as immovable in expression as his companion was the reverse. The elder man's deep-set eyes flashed. He looked me all over, from head to foot. "You are the only person who can help us," he repeated, breathing quickly as he spoke. "Pray explain yourself," I said to him. "I will do so, and in a few words. Mr. Kruse and I heard you lecture in the early part of last summer. From hints you let drop, it became abundantly clear to us both that you were in the pursuit of a discovery which has occupied the best part of both our lives. We are in a difficulty which we believe that you can explain away. We had hoped not to ask you for any assistance, but time is precious. Any moment you may perfect your most interesting experiments. In that case, the patent and the honour would be yours, and we should be out of it. Now, we don't want to be out of it, and we have come here to ask you frankly if you will cooperate with us." I felt the warm blood rushing into my face. "I don't understand you," I said. "To what discovery do you allude?" "To that of the great new explosive," said Kruse. I sprang to my feet in ill-suppressed excitement. "You must be making a mistake," I said.
I have not breathed a word of the matter over which I am engaged to a living soul." "You dropped hints at your lecture which made it plain to us that you and we were on the same track," said Cruz. "But here, I can prove the matter." He took a notebook hurriedly out of his pocket and began to read from it. I listened to him in dismay and astonishment. There was not the least doubt that these men were working on my own lines. Nay, more, that their intelligence was equal to my own, and it was highly probable that they would be first in the field. "The fact is this," said Lewin. "My friend and I have been really working with you, step by step. While you have been perfecting your great explosive in your London laboratory, we have been conducting matters on a larger and freer scale in our more extensive laboratories off the Cornish coast. The solitude of our place, too, enables us to test our explosive in the open air. Now, we know exactly the point to which you have come, and your present difficulty is—" He dropped his voice to a semi-whisper. "You are trying to combine certain gases to produce a certain result. Now, we have discovered what you want, but our explosive is still far from perfect, owing to the instability of nitrogen chloride." He dropped his voice again. "You can help us," he said abruptly. "I see by your face that you have certain information which will be valuable to us. Now we, on our side, have information which will be of immense benefit to you. Will you join us in the matter? You have but to name your own price." I could not help staring at Lewin in astonishment. He started impatiently from his seat. "This is the state of the case, sir," he continued. "Our lives have been spent over this matter. It is a great work, a magnificent discovery. It is nearly complete. When absolutely completed, we intend to offer it to the German government for something like £1 million sterling. But there is a probability that you may be first in the field. If you patent your discovery before ours, we are done men. Will you be content to work with us, or—" He stopped. His face was crimson. His eyes seemed to start from his head. "My friend is right," said Cruz. "But he is far too excitable. I have told him so over and over. We know of your discovery, Mr. Gilchrist. We believe that you can help us, and we know that we can help you. We are working on the same lines. The discovery of this new explosive means money, a very large fortune, and fame. Now, we don't mean to resign our own share in this without a struggle, but we are satisfied to go hand in glove with you. Will you visit us in Cornwall and help us with our experiment? We will impart to you gladly what we know, on condition that you, in your turn, give us information. You thus see that between us the discovery is complete. Without our united efforts, it may be a very long time before it is ready for use. Let us go shares in the matter." "I am not working at this thing for money," I said. "I am an unmarried man, and have as much money as I need. When my discovery is complete, I shall offer it to the English government. They can do what they please with it. My reward will be the gain which it will give to my country. This is a time of peace, but on all hands men are armed to the teeth. The discovery of this explosive, if it means all that I hope it may mean, will be a most important factor in case of war." Cruz laughed somewhat nervously. "We are not so quixotic as you are," he said. "I have a wife, and my friend Lewin has large claims upon him, which make it essential that he should make money where he can. Now, will you come to terms or not? The fact is this. Our knowledge is indispensable to you. Your knowledge is indispensable to us. Shall we go shares or not?" I thought for a little. I had begun by being much annoyed with my strange visitors, but now, in spite of myself, I was interested. They not only knew what they were talking about, but they had something to sell, which I was only too willing to buy.
"Can I look at your notes for a moment?" I said to Cruce. He immediately handed me his notebook. I glanced over what he had written down. His statements were clear and to the point. There was no doubt that he and his companions were working on identical lines with myself. "I cannot give you an answer immediately," I said. "Your visit has astonished me. The knowledge that you and I are working at a similar discovery has amazed me still more. Will you call upon me again tomorrow? I may then be in a position to speak to you." They rose at once, Lewin with ill-suppressed irritation, but Cruce quietly. The moment I was alone, I gave myself up to anxious thought. It was impossible to pursue any further investigations that day, and, leaving the laboratory, I spent the rest of the evening in my study. At night I slept little, and on the following morning had resolved to make terms with the Cornish men. They both arrived at 10 o'clock, accompanied now by a pretty young woman, whom Cruce introduced as his wife. The moment I saw her face, I was puzzled by an intangible likeness to someone else. She was fair-haired, and, I had little doubt, had German blood in her veins. Her eyes were large and blue, and particularly innocent in expression. Her mouth was softly curved. She had pretty teeth, and a bright smile. She was like thousands of other women, and yet there was a difference. I felt certain that she was not a stranger to me, but where, and under what possible circumstances I had met her before, was a mystery which I could not fathom. She apologized, in a pretty way, for forcing herself into my presence, but told me she was really as much interested in the discovery as her husband and friend, and as the matter was of the utmost importance, had insisted on coming with them to visit me today. Having asked my guests to be seated, I immediately proceeded to the subject of their visit. "I have thought very carefully over this matter," I said, "and perceive that it may be best in the end for us to come to a mutual arrangement. But I can only do so on the distinct understanding that if this explosive is completed, it is not to be offered to a foreign nation, except in the event of the English government refusing it. That is extremely unlikely, as, if it is perfected on the lines which I have sketched out in my mind, it will be too valuable for us as a nation to lose. I am willing, gentlemen," I continued, "to help you with my knowledge, provided you allow a proper legal document to be drawn up, in which each of us pledges the other that we will take no steps with regard to the use of the explosive, or the surrendering our rights in it, but with the concurrence of all three. My lawyer can easily prepare such a document, and we will all sign it. On those terms, and those alone, I am willing to go with you." Lewin looked by no means satisfied, but Cruce and his wife eagerly agreed to everything that I suggested. "It is perfectly fair," said Mrs. Cruce, speaking in a bright, crisp voice. "We give you something, you give us something. When the explosive is complete, we go shares in the matter. We are willing to sign the document you speak of. Is it not so, Carl?" "Certainly," said her husband. "Mr. Gilchrist's terms are quite reasonable." Lewin still remained silent. "I have nothing else to suggest," I said, looking at him. "Oh, I am in your hands," he said then. "The fact is, the thing that worries me is having to offer this to England. I am not a patriot in any sense of the word, and I believe Germany would give us more for it." "My terms are absolute," I repeated. "I am rather nearer to perfect discovery than you are, and the matter must drop, and we must both take our chances of being first in the field, if you do not agree to what I suggest." "I am in your hands," repeated the man. "When the legal document is drawn up, I am willing to sign it." "And now," said Mrs. Cruce, coming forward and pushing back the fluffy hair from her forehead, "you will immediately arrange to come to us in Cornwall, will you not, Mr. Gilchrist?" "Certainly," I replied, "and the sooner the better, for if this thing is to be completed, we have really no time to lose. I can go to Cornwall the day after tomorrow, and bring my lawyer's document with me."
"That will do capitally," said Mrs. Cruce. "We ourselves go home tonight. We are greatly obliged to you. This is our address."
She took out her card-case as she spoke, extracted a card, and hastily scribbled some directions on the back.
"Our place is called Castle Lewin," she said. "It is situated on the coast, not far from Crewe Mash. The country around is very wild, but there is a magnificent view and some splendid cliffs. Your nearest station is Crewe Mash. Our carriage shall meet you there and bring you straight to Castle Lewin."
"You had best take an early train," said Lewin. "That is, if you want to arrive in time for dinner. A good train leaves Paddington at 5:50 in the morning. I am sorry we are asking you to undertake so long a journey." "Pray, do not mention it," I answered. "I am quite accustomed to going about the country, and think nothing of a few hours on the railway."
"We will expect you the day after tomorrow," said Mrs. Cruce. "We are greatly obliged to you. I am quite sure you will never repent of the kindness you are about to show us."
She held out her hand frankly. Her blue eyes looked full into mine. Again I was puzzled by an intangible likeness. Where, when, how had I met the gaze of those eyes before? My memory would not supply the necessary link. I took the hand she offered, and a few moments later my guests had left me alone. I went out at once to consult my lawyer, and told him of the curious occurrence which had taken place. He promised to draw up the necessary document, and begged of me to be careful how far I gave myself away. "There is no doubt that the men are enthusiastic scientists," I said. "It is plainly a case of give and take, and I believe I cannot do better than go shares with them in the matter." Mr. Scrivener promised that I should have the terms of agreement in my possession that evening, and I returned home. The next day I made further preparations for my Cornish visit, and on the following morning, at an early hour, took train from Paddington to Crewe Mash. The season of year was late October, and as I approached the coast, I noticed that a great gale was blowing seawards. I am fond of nature in all her stormy moods, and as I had the compartment to myself, I opened the window and put out my head to inhale the breeze. I arrived at Crewe Mash between 5 and 6 in the evening. Twilight was already falling, and rain was pouring in torrents. It was a desolate little wayside station, and I happened to be the only passenger who left the train. A nicely appointed brougham and a pair of horses were waiting outside, and with her head poked out of the window, looking eagerly around, I saw the pretty face of Mrs. Cruce.
"Ah, you have come. That is good," she said. "I determined to meet you myself. Now, step in, won't you? I have brought the brougham, for the night is so wild. We have a long drive before us, over 10 miles. I hope you won't object to my company." I assured her to the contrary, and seated myself by her side. As I intended to return to town on the following day, I had only brought my suitcase with me. This was placed beside the driver, and we started off at a round pace in the direction of Castle Lewin. To get to this out-of-the-way part of the country, we had to skirt the coast, and the wind was now so high that the horses had to battle against it. The roads were in many places unprotected, and less sure-footed beasts might have been in danger of coming to grief, as they rounded promontories and skirted suspicious-looking landslips. The drive took over an hour, and long before we reached Castle Lewin, darkness enveloped us. But at last we entered a long avenue. The horses dashed forward. The carriage made an abrupt turn, and I saw before me an old-fashioned, low house with a castellated roof and a tower at one end. We drew up before a deep porch. A manservant ran down some steps, flung open the door of the brougham, and helped Mrs. Cruce to alight. "See that Mr. Gilchrist's luggage is taken to his room," she said. "And please tell your master and Mr. Lewin that we have returned. Come this way, please, Mr. Gilchrist."
She led me into a square and lofty hall, the walls of which were decorated with different trophies of the chase. The floor was of oak, slippery and dark with age, and although the evening was by no means cold, a fire burned on the hearth at one side of the room. The fire looked cheerful, and I stepped up to it not unwillingly. "From the 1st of October to the 1st of May, I never allow that fire to go out," said the young hostess, coming forward and rubbing her hands before the cheerful blaze. "This, as I have told you, Mr. Gilchrist, is a solitary place, and we need all the home comforts we can get. I am vexed that my husband is not in to receive you, but, I hear him." She started and listened attentively. A side door, which I had not before noticed, opened, and Cruz and his extraordinary dark companion both entered the room. They were accompanied by a couple of pointers, and were both dressed in thick jerseys and knickerbockers. Cruz offered me his hand, in a calm, nonchalant manner, but Lewin, who could evidently never check his impetuosity, came eagerly forward, grasped my hand as if in a vice, and said with emphasis, "We are much obliged to you, Mr. Gilchrist. Welcome to Castle Lewin. I am sorry the night is such a bad one, or, late as it is, we might have had a walk round the place before dinner." "No, Paul," said Mrs. Cruz. "You must not think of taking Mr. Gilchrist out again. He has had a long railway journey and a tiring drive, and would, I am sure, like to go to his room now to rest and dress for dinner." "I will show you the way," said Cruz. He took me up a low flight of stairs. We turned down a corridor, and he threw open the door of a pleasant, modern-looking bedroom. A fire blazed here also. The curtains were drawn at the windows, and the whole place looked cheery and hospitable. My host stepped forward, stirred up the fire to a more cheerful blaze, put on a log or two, and telling me that dinner would be announced by the sounding of a gong, left me to my own meditations. I stood for a short time by the fire, and then proceeded to dress. By and by the gong sounded through the house, and I went downstairs into the hall. The pointers were lying in front of the fire, and a great mastiff had now joined their company. The mastiff glanced at me out of two bloodshot eyes, and growled angrily as I approached. I am always fond of dogs, and, pretending not to notice the creature's animosity, patted him on his head. He looked up at me in some astonishment. His growls ceased. He rose slowly on his haunches, and not only received my caresses favourably, but even went the length of rubbing himself against my legs. At this moment, Mrs. Cruz, in a pretty evening dress, tripped into the hall. "Ah, there you are," she said. "And I see Demoniac has made friends with you. He scarcely ever does that with anyone." At this instant, Lewin and Cruz entered the hall. I gave my arm to Mrs. Cruz, and we went into the dining-room. During dinner the gale became more tempestuous, and Cruz and his wife entertained me with tales of shipwreck and disaster. The cloth was removed, and an old mahogany table, nearly black with age and shining like a looking-glass, reflected decanters of wine and a plentiful dessert. "Pass the wine round," said Lewin. "Pray, Mr. Gilchrist, help yourself. I can recommend that port. It has been in bins at Castle Lewin since '47, and is mellow enough to please any taste." So it was, being pale in colour, and apparently mild and harmless as water. I drank a couple of glasses, but when the bottle was passed to me a third time, refused any more. "I never exceed 2 glasses," I said, "and perhaps, as we have a good deal to do and to see—" "I understand," said Mrs. Cruz, who was still seated at the table. "We will have coffee brought to us in my husband's study. Shall we go there now?" She rose as she spoke, and we followed her out of the room. We crossed the hall, where the fire still smouldered on the hearth, and entered a large, low-ceilinged room at the opposite side. Here lamps were lit, and curtains drawn. The place looked snug and cheerful. We may as well look over your document before we repair to the laboratories, Mr. Gilchrist, said Cruce. I gather from what you said in town that you do not care to impart any of your knowledge to us until we have signed the agreement. I have brought it with me, I answered. With your permission, I will go and fetch it. I left the room, went up to my bedroom, took my lawyer's hastily prepared agreement from its place in my suitcase, and returned to the study. As I did so, the following words fell upon my ears. It will be the third cup, Carl. You will not forget. I could not hear Cruce's reply, but the words uttered by his wife struck on my ears for a fleeting moment with a sense of curiosity. Then I forgot all about them. The full meaning of that apparently innocent sentence was to return to me later. Lewin, who was standing on the hearth with his hands behind him, motioned me to a chair. Mrs. Cruce sat down by the table. She leant her elbows on it, revealing the pretty contour of her rounded arms. Her eyes were bright, her cheeks slightly flushed. She certainly was a very pretty young woman. But now, as I gave her a quick, keen glance, I observed for the first time a certain hardness round the lines of her mouth, and also a steely gleam in the blue of her eyes, which made me believe it just possible that she might have another side to her character. As I looked at her, she returned my gaze fully and steadily. Then, raising her voice, she spoke with some excitement. "Carl," she said, "Mr. Gilchrist is ready, and we have no time to lose. Remember that tonight, if all goes well, we perfect the great explosive. Now then, to work." "Here is the agreement," I said, taking the lawyer's document out of its blue envelope. "Will you kindly read it? We can then affix our signatures, and the matter is arranged." Cruce was the first to read the document. I watched his eyes as they travelled with great speed over the writing. Then he drew up his chair to the table and dipped his pen in ink, preparatory to signing his signature. "Hold a moment," I said. "We ought to call in a servant to witness this." A slightly startled look flitted across Mrs. Cruce's face, but after an instant's hesitation she rose and rang the bell. The footman appeared. He watched us as we put our names at the end of the paper, and then added his own signature underneath. When he had left the room, Cruce spoke. "Now that matter is settled," he said, "and we can set to work. You know, I think, Mr. Gilchrist, exactly how far we have gone." Here he produced his pocket-book and began to read aloud. I listened attentively. Mrs. Cruce and Lewin stood near. I noticed that Mrs. Cruce breathed a little quicker than usual. Her breath seemed now and then to come from her body with a sort of pant. "At this point we are stuck," said Cruce, pulling up short. "We have tried every known method, but we cannot overcome this difficulty." "And for the success of the experiment," I interrupted, "it is almost an initial knowledge." Quite so," said Lewin. "I can put you right," I said. "You are working with a wrong formula. You do not know, perhaps." I then began to explain to them the action of a substance as yet never used in the combination in which I had worked it. I was interrupted in my speech by Cruce. "Anna," he said, "get paper. Write down slowly and carefully every word that Mr. Gilchrist says. Now then, sir, we are ready to listen. Are you all right, Anna?" "Quite," she answered. I began to explain away the main difficulty. Mrs. Cruce wrote down my words one by one as they fell from my lips. Now and then she raised her eyes to question me, and her use of technical terms showed me that she was completely at home with the subject. "By Jove, why did we not think of that for ourselves?" said Lewin, interlarding his remarks with a great oath. "We are extremely obliged to you, Mr. Gilchrist," said Cruce. "This sweeps away every difficulty.
The discovery is complete."
"Complete? I can scarcely believe it," said Mrs. Cruce. At this moment the servant entered with coffee. It was laid on the table, and we each took a cup. "You told me," I said, when I had drained off the contents of the tiny cup which had been presented to me, "that you have failed in this initial difficulty, and yet you have conquered in a matter which baffles me." I then named the point beyond which I could not get.
"Yes, we certainly know all about that," said Cruce.
"You will give me your information?"
"Of course, but the best way of doing so is by showing you the experiment itself."
"That will do admirably," I replied. "If you are ready, we will go now," said Mrs. Cruce. She started up as she spoke and led the way. We left the study, and going down some passages found ourselves in the open air. We were now in a square yard, surrounded on all sides by buildings. Lewin walked first, carrying the lantern. Its light fell upon an object which caused me to start with surprise. This was nothing less than a balloon about 20 feet in diameter, which was tied down with ropes and securely fastened to an iron ring in the pavement. It swayed to and fro in the gusts of wind.
"Helloa!"
I cried in astonishment.
"What is this?"
"Our favourite chariot," answered Mrs. Cruce with a laugh. "Wait a moment, Paul, won't you? I want to show our balloon to Mr. Gilchrist. Is it not a beauty?" she added, looking in my face. "I do not see any car," I replied. "The car happens to be out of order. You do not know, perhaps, Mr. Gilchrist, that I am an accomplished aeronaut. I do not think I enjoy anything more than my sail in the air. It was only last Monday."
"My dear Anna, if you get on that theme, we shall not reach the laboratories tonight," interrupted her husband. "This way, please, Mr. Gilchrist."
He opened a door as he spoke, and I found myself in a large laboratory, fitted up with the usual appliances. Cruce and his companion Lewin began to show me round, and Mrs. Cruce stood somewhere near the entrance. The laboratory was full of a very disagreeable smell. Cruce remarked on this, and began to explain it away.
"We were making experiments until a late hour this afternoon," he said, "with some isocyanides, and as you are aware, the smell from such is almost overpowering. But we thought it would have cleared away by now."
"I hope you don't mind it," said Lewin.
"Well, I know it well, of course," I answered,
"but it has never affected me as it does now. The fact is, I feel quite dizzy." As I spoke, I reeled slightly, and put my hand to my head.
"The smell is abominable," said Cruce. "Come to this side of the laboratory. You may be better if you get nearer the door."
I followed my host. "What is the matter with you, Mr. Gilchrist?" said Mrs. Cruce the moment she looked at my face.
"It is those fumes, my dear," said her husband. "They are affecting Mr. Gilchrist in a curious way. He says he feels quite dazed."
"I do," I answered. "My head is giddy. It may be partly the long journey." "Then I tell you what," said the wife in an eager voice. "You shall not be worried with any more experiments tonight. The best thing you can do is to go straight to bed, and then in the morning the laboratory will be fresh and wholesome. Carl and Paul Lewin will experiment for you in the morning to your heart's content."
"Yes, really it is the best thing to do," said Cruce.
I sank down on a bench. "I believe you are right," I said. My sensations puzzled me not a little. When I entered the laboratory, I was full of the keenest enthusiasm for the moment when Cruce and his companion should sweep away the last obstacle towards the perfecting of the grand explosive. Now it seemed to me that I did not care whether I ever learned their secret or not. The explosive itself, and all that it meant, might go to the bottom of the sea, as far as I was concerned. I only longed to lay my throbbing and giddy head on my pillow. "I will take your advice," I said. "It is quite evident that in my tired state these fumes must be having a direct and poisoning effect upon me." "Come with me," said Carus. "You must not stay a moment longer in this place." I bade Mrs. Cruse and Lewin good night, and Cruse, conducting me through the yard where the balloon was fastened, took me to my bedroom. The fire burned here cheerfully. The bed was turned down. The snowy sheets and befilled pillows seemed to invite me to repose. I longed for nothing more in all the world than to lay my head on my pillow. "Good night," said Cruse. He held out his hand, looking fixedly at me as he spoke. The next moment he had left the room. I sank into a chair when he was gone, and thought as well as I could of the events of the evening, but my head was in such a whirl that I found I could not think consecutively. I threw off my coat, and, without troubling to undress, lay down and fell into a deep and dreamless slumber. "Have you got the hydrogen and chlorine ready?" These words, whispered rapidly, fell upon my ears with distinctness. They did not disturb me, for I thought they were part of a dream. I had a curious unwillingness to open my eyes, or to arouse myself. An unaccountable lethargy was over me, but I felt neither frightened nor unhappy. I knew that I was on a visit to Lewin and Cruse in Cornwall, and I believed myself to be lying on the bed where I had fallen into such heavy slumber some hours ago. I felt that I had slept very deeply, but I was unwilling to awake yet, or stir in any way. It is true I heard people bustling about, and presently a vessel of some kind fell to the floor with a loud clatter. A woman's voice said, "Hush! It will arouse him." And then a man made a reply, which I could not catch. My memory went on working, calmly and steadily. I recalled how the evening had been passed, the signing of the document, the balloon in the yard, the horrible smell in the laboratory. Then I remembered, as if I heard them over again, Mrs. Cruce's words when I returned to the study. "It will be the third cup." What did she mean? Why should I be bothered with this small memory now? I never wanted to sleep as I did at this moment. I had never felt so unaccountably, so terribly drowsy. "I hope that noise did not wake him," said a voice, which I knew was no echo of memory, but a real voice. I recognized it to be that of Mrs. Cruse. "He is right enough," replied her husband. "I gave you enough narcine to put into his coffee to finish off a stronger and a bigger man. Don't worry. Yes, Lewin, I will help you in a moment to carry him into the yard." "The storm is getting less," said Mrs. Cruse. "Be quick. Oh, surely he is dead," she added. "If not dead, all but," replied her husband. "I tell you I gave him a stiff dose. He never moved nor uttered a sigh when we took him from his bedroom." Lethargic as I undoubtedly was, these last words had the effect of making me open my eyes. I did so, blinking with the stupor which was oppressing me. I stared vacantly round me. Where was I? What had happened? My limbs felt as if weighted with lead, and I now experienced, for the first time since I had heard the voices, an unaccountable difficulty in stirring them. I tried to raise my hand, and then I was conscious of a hideous pang. The knowledge flashed across me that I was bound hand and foot. I was, then, the victim of foul play. But, good God, what awful discovery had I just made? My memory was becoming quite active, but my whole body felt numbed and dulled into a lethargy which almost amounted to paralysis. Making a great effort, I forced myself to turn my head. As I did so,
a woman's face peered down into mine. It was the face of my hostess, Mrs. Cruce. She turned quickly away. "He is not dead," I heard her whisper. "He is coming round." At that moment I knew where I was. I was lying on the floor of the laboratory. How had I got there? What was about to happen? I found my voice. "For God's sake, what is the matter?" I cried. "Where am I? Is that you, Mrs. Cruce? What has happened?" The moment I spoke, Mrs. Cruce stepped behind me, so that, bound as I was, I could no longer see her face or figure. The light in the laboratory was very dim, and just then the huge form of Lewin came between me and it. He bent over me, and putting his hands under my shoulders, lifted me to a sitting posture. At the same moment, Cruce took hold of my feet. In that fashion, without paying the slightest attention to my words, they carried me into the yard where the balloon was fastened. The contact with the open air immediately made me quite wide awake, and a fear took possession of me, which threatened to rob me of my reason. "What are you doing? Why am I bound in this fashion? Why don't you speak?" I cried. They were dumb, as though I had not uttered a word. I struggled madly, writhing in my bonds. "Mrs. Cruce," I cried out, "I know you are there. As you are a woman, have mercy. Tell me what this unaccountable thing means. Why am I tied hand and foot? If you really mean to kill me, for God's sake, put me out of my misery at once." "Hold your tongue, or I'll dash your brains out," said the ruffian Lewin. "Anna, step back. Now, Carl, bring the ropes along." As the brute spoke, he flung me with violence upon a plank, which ran across the iron hoop to which the meshes of the great balloon were attached. I struggled to free myself, but in my bound condition was practically powerless. "What are you doing? Speak, tell me the worst," I said. I was gasping with terror, and a cold sweat had burst out in every pore. "If you want to know the worst, it is this. You are going to carry your secret to the stars," said Lewin. "Not another word, or I'll put an end to you on the spot." As he spoke, he and his companion began to lash me firmly to the plank. My hands, which were already tied together round the wrists, were drawn up over my head, and fastened securely by means of a rope to one end of the plank. My feet were secured in a similar manner to the other. Just at this instant, a sudden bright flash of lightning lit up the yard, and I caught sight of a large, dumbbell-shaped glass flask, and also what appeared to be a tin canister. These Cruce held in his hand, and proceeded, with Lewin's assistance, to fasten round the outer side of the plank, just under where I was lying. They were kept in their places by an iron chain. As soon as this operation was over, Lewin began to slash away at the ropes which kept the balloon in the yard. I now found myself lying stretched out flat, unable to move a single inch, staring up at the great balloon which towered above me. It was just at that supreme moment of agony, amid the roaring of the gale, that Mrs. Cruce, coming softly behind me, whispered something in my ear. "I give you one chance," she said. "The loop which binds your hands to the plank is single." She said nothing more, but stepped back. The next instant, amid a frightful roar of thunder, the balloon was lifted from its moorings and shot up into the night. As it cleared the buildings, the full force of the gale caught it, and I felt myself being swept up with terrible velocity into the very heart of the storm. Blinding flashes of lightning played around me on every side, while the peals of thunder merged into one continuous, deafening roar. Up and up I flew, with the wind screaming through the meshes of the network, and threatening each moment to tear the balloon to fluttering ribbons. Then, almost before I was aware of it, I found myself gazing up at a wonderful star-flecked firmament, and was drifting in what seemed to be a breathless calm. I heard the thunder pealing away below me, and was conscious of bitter cold. The terrible sense of paralysis and inertia had now, to a great extent, left me, and my reason began to reassert itself. I was able to review the whole situation. I not only knew where I was, but I also knew what the end must be. "Hydrogen and chlorine," I muttered to myself. "The dumbbell-shaped glass vessel which is fastened under the plank contains, without doubt, these two gases, and the tin canister which rests beneath them is full of nitroglycerine. Yes, I knew what this combination meant. When the first glint of the sun's rays struck upon the glass vessel, it would be instantly shattered. The nitroglycerine would explode by the concussion, and the balloon, and I myself, would be blown into impalpable dust, beyond sight or sound of the earth. This satanic scheme for my destruction had been planned by the fiends in human shape who had lured me to Cornwall. Having got my secret from me, they meant to destroy all trace of my existence. The deadly poison narcine had been introduced into my coffee. I knew well the action of that pernicious alkaloid, and now perceived that the smell in the laboratory had nothing whatever to do with my unaccountable giddiness and terrible inertia. Narcine would, in short, produce all the symptoms from which I had suffered, and would induce so sound and deadly a sleep that I could be moved from my bed without awakening. Yes, the ruffians had made their plans carefully, and all had transpired according to their wishes. There was absolutely no escape for me. With insane fury, I tore at my bonds. The ropes only cut into the flesh of my hands. That was all. The storm had now passed, quite out of hearing, and I found myself in absolute stillness and silence. I was sailing away to my death at the dawn of day. So awful were the emotions in my breast that I almost wished that death would hasten in order to end my sufferings. Why had not the hydrogen and chlorine exploded when I was passing through the storm? Why had the lightning not been merciful enough to hurry my death? Under ordinary circumstances, they would certainly have combined if they had been subjected to so much actinic light. I could not account for my escape until I suddenly remembered that in all probability the stopcock between the two gases in the dumbbell-shaped glass had only been turned just when the balloon was sent off, in which case the gases would not have had time to diffuse properly for explosion. At the dawn of day, the deadly work would be complete. The question now was this: how long had I to live, and was there any possible means of escape? The action of the drug had now nearly worn off, and I was able to think with acuteness and intelligence. I recalled Mrs. Cruce's strange parting words. The loop which binds your hands to the plank is single. What did she mean? After all, it was little matter to me how I was bound, for I could not stir an inch. Nevertheless, her words kept returning to me, and suddenly, as I pondered over them, I began to see a meaning. The loop was single. This, of course, meant that the cord was only passed once round the rope straps which secured my wrists together. I nearly leapt as I lay upon my hard and cruel bed, for at this instant a vivid memory returned to me. Years ago I had exposed a spiritualist who had utilized a similar contrivance to deceive his audience. His wrists had been firmly tied together, and then a single loop was passed between them and fastened to a beam above his head. He had been able to extricate himself by means of a clever trick. I knew how he had done it. Was it possible that my murderous hosts had tied my hands to the plank in a similar manner? If so, notwithstanding their sharpness, what an oversight was theirs! In desperate excitement, I began to work the cord between my wrists up and up between my palms, until I could just reach it with my little finger, and by a supreme effort slipped it over my left hand. Great God! I was free! I could now move my hands, although they were still tightly tied together round the wrists. In frantic despair, I began to tug and tear at the cords which bound them. Cutting hard with my teeth, I at last managed to liberate my hands, and then my next intention was to unfasten the horrible explosive from the plank. Here, however, I was met by what seemed to be an insuperable difficulty. The glass vessel and the tin canister had been secured round the plank by means of a chain, which was lashed in such a manner that by no possible means could I undo it. I was now free to move, but the means of destruction were still close to me. How long had I before the sun would rise? Even now, the light in the heavens was getting stronger and stronger. What should I do? My hands were free, and I could sit up. In another moment I had managed to untie the cords from my legs, and then, with many a slip and struggle, I contrived to clamber up the network till I came to the balloon itself, when I set to work to tear at the silk with my nails and teeth, like a man possessed. After almost superhuman efforts, I managed to make a very small hole in the silk. This I enlarged first with my finger, and then with my whole hand, tearing away the silk in doing so, till I had made a huge rent in the side of the balloon. As soon as this happened, I knew that the balloon would slowly but surely begin to descend. The question now was this: how soon would the sun rise? Perhaps in an hour, but I thought sooner. The murderous explosive was so secured to the plank that there was not the smallest chance of my getting rid of it. My one and only chance of life was to reach the ground before the sun got up. If this did not happen, I should be blown to atoms. The stars were already growing faint in the heavens, and, sitting on the plank, holding the meshes of the balloon on either side, I ventured to look below me. I saw, with a slight feeling of relief, that the wind must have changed, for, instead of being blown seawards, as was doubtless the intention of my murderers, I had gone a considerable way inland. I could see objects, trees, villages, solitary houses, dotted in kaleidoscope pattern beneath me. It seemed to me as I gazed that the world was coming up to meet me. Each moment the trees, the houses, assumed more definite shape. Within a quarter of an hour, I saw that I was only about 600 feet from a large park into which I was descending. A grey, pearly tint was now over everything. This, moment by moment, assumed a rose hue. I knew, by past experience, that in 5 minutes at the farthest the sun would rise, and striking its light across the glass vessel, would hurl me into eternity. In an agony of mind, I once more directed all my attention to the terrible explosive. I knew that in this fearful race between me and the sun must win, unless I could do something. But what? That was the question which haunted me to the verge of madness. I was without my coat, having been lashed onto the plank in my shirt, or I might have tried to cover the dumbbell glass from the fatal light. The feasibility of breaking the glass vessel, and so allowing the gases to escape, also occurred to me for an instant, but I was afraid to try it. First, because I had only my fists to break it with, and second, if I did, the blow might explode the nitroglycerine. Suddenly, I uttered a shout, which was almost that of a crazy person. What a fool I was not to have noticed it before! There was a means of deliverance. By no possible method could I unfasten the iron chain which secured the infernal machine to the plank, but the plank itself might be unshipped. I observed that it was secured to the iron hoop by thick and clumsy knots of rope. With all the speed I could muster, for seconds were now precious, I gently worked the chain along the plank till it and the infernal machine had reached one end. I noticed with joy that here the chain was loose, as the plank was thinner. Seating myself on the hoop, and clinging to the meshes with one hand, I tore and tugged away at the knots which secured the plank with the other. Merciful God! They were giving way. In another instant the plank fell, hanging to the hoop at the opposite side, and, as it did so, the infernal machine slipped from the free end, and fell. I was now within 300 feet of the earth, and, clinging for bare life to the meshes of the balloon, I looked below. There was a sudden flash, and a deafening roar. In mid-air, as it fell, the machine exploded, for the sun had just risen. In another moment, my feet had brushed the top of a huge elm tree, and I found myself close to the ground. Seizing the opportunity of open space, I sprang from the balloon, falling heavily on the wet grass. The instant I left it, the balloon, relieved from my weight, shot up again into space, and was lost to view behind the trees. I watched it disappear, and then consciousness forsook me. I was picked up by a gamekeeper, who conveyed me to his own cottage, where I was well and carefully nursed, for the exposure and shock which I had undergone induced a somewhat severe illness. When the fever, which had rendered me delirious, abated, my memory came fully back, and I was able to give a faithful and circumstantial account of what had occurred to a neighbouring magistrate. Immediately on hearing my story, the Superintendent of Police in London was telegraphed to, and a detachment of his men went to Castle Lewin, but they found the place absolutely deserted. My would-be murderers had beyond doubt received news of my miraculous escape, and had decamped. I have only one thing more to say. On my return to London, amongst a pile of letters which awaited me, was one which I could not peruse without agitation. It ran as follows: "You acted on my hint, and have escaped, truly as if by a miracle. We are about to leave the country, and you will, in all probability, never hear anything of us again. But it gives me pleasure, even in this crucial moment, to let you know how easily you can be duped. Have you ever guessed how we got possession of that secret, which was all yours and never ours? Do you recall the lady who, dressed as a nun, came to see you about 6 or 7 months ago? You believed her story, did you not? May I give you one word of warning? In future, do not leave your alphabetically arranged notebooks in a room to which strangers may possibly have access. Farewell." You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page, or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2025. Thank you for listening.